go ahead.
Ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2021. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Judge?
Yes, go ahead, Caesar. We're ready to go.
Okay. Commissioner Olguin, would you like to introduce our student for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, thank you, Cesar. I would like to welcome Alexa Rodriguez, who is here with us today to recite the pledge and the Texas Pledge. She is a fourth grade student at Capistrano Elementary in the Mission Valley. Welcome, Alexa.
Hi, Alexa. How are you today? We'll be right with you.
Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Go ahead, Alexa.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Alexa. I appreciate you being here, and you have a wonderful day. Enjoy school today. Oh, no, you might be on spring break, right?
Yes.
You are? Okay. Well, thank you that's even more special that you're here during spring break. So thank you, Alexa. Really appreciate your time. You have a wonderful week.
You too.
We also have our invocation from Gerald Marcus, co-founder of the El Paso chapter of Americans United for Separation of Church and State.
Yes, good morning, and Judge, commissioners, and representatives of the court. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. In these unusual times, may we find happiness in the small spaces and in the joy of staying put. No crowded highways, no office buildings. May our four walls feel like a sanctuary, a haven from a noisy world. May we take pleasure in an old movie and bowl of popcorn, laughing with the people closest to us, patting the grateful dog, the clever cat. May we find ourselves fully in the present moment, and may we appreciate our current reality. May we take responsibility for protecting others, because times like this remind us that we are all vulnerable. Even as we wrap ourselves in a blanket of solitude, may we discover that we are able to prevail, thrive, and rise above the inconveniences that are required of us. Know that everything is not canceled. The sun is not canceled. Spring is not canceled. Relationships and conversation are not canceled. Love and kindness are not canceled. Reading, imagination, and music are not canceled. Devotion is not canceled. Hope is not canceled. May your week be one of joy and peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words on the special times that we're and challenges that we have. So thank you very much for joining us. A pleasure to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a
Yes, sir.
wonderful week. Caesar, back to you.
Thank you, sir. Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4V. We do have 2 corrections to announce this morning. We have a correction for item number 4M from the Parks and Recreation Department. Item 4M should read, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the memorandum of understanding by and between the County of El Paso, Texas and Isleta Independent School District for use of the Escarate Park Golf Course for school practice and tournaments from January 1st, 2021 through May 31st, 2021 at a pay rate of $800 per high school golf team, includes boys and girls, and $400 per middle school golf teams, includes boys and girls, at a pay rate of $15 per player per tournament. Contract number 2021-0149. We also have a correction for item number 4U from the Budget and Fiscal Policy Department. Item 4U should read, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Timekeeping Systems Incorporated Terms and Conditions of Sale for support and hosting services utilized for inmate headcounts, tracking, and accountability in the amount of $12,995. Funding is available in General Fund, Sheriff's Office Law, Professional Services General, General Fund, Sheriff's Office Jail Annex, Maintenance and Repair Software, and General Fund, Sheriff's Office Detention, Maintenance and Repair Software. Contract number 2021-0136. Are there any other items that members of the Court of the Public would like to take from the consent agenda for individual discussion?
Commissioners,
I had a question, Judge.
go ahead, Commissioner Olguin.
For item A, when I looked for the backup, I actually only saw the minutes for the February 27th meeting. This was yesterday, so I don't know if the minutes for the other two meetings have since been added.
They are online, Commissioner. There was a problem getting those minutes up, but they are currently online.
Okay, great. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I wanted to see if we could pull item S, please.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Stout. Item F.
S is in Sam, sorry.
Oh, it's in Sam. Thank you.
Okay. Item 4S for Commissioner Stout. Any others?
Commissioners?
Motion to approve.
I'm sorry, S and T. Can I do both S and T? Sorry.
S and T is in Tom, right?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
Motion to approve the rest.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution declaring March 24th, 2021 as Education and Sharing Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you, Caesar. And we do have Rabbi Greenberg on the line, I believe.
Yes, good morning.
Oh, good morning. Thank you so much. So it gives me great pleasure of we've built a great relationship. The relationship with the rabbi and myself and the county has been extremely valuable. We've shared a lot of thoughts on a lot of the topics that come up and support that we've received, whether it's the healing garden or whether it's other items that have to do with education. So very pleased to be able to read the resolution today. Of course, quality education is one of significant foundations for the continued success of our state, our country, and our society at large. And in El Paso County, we strive for the betterment of all of our citizens through an increased focus on education and sharing. Whereas through providing the possibility of an excellent education for all, especially children with which gain knowledge through vigorous study, we can create hope for a higher, kinder, and more united, prosperous future in the lives of so many. Whereas one of the leading global advocates of the advancement of education, the Lubavitch Rabbi Benjamin Shearson, stressed the importance of moral and ethical education as a bedrock of humanity and the hallmark of healthy society, and strongly urged that education be reinforced by the inculcation of strong moral values. Whereas a recognition of Rev's outstanding and lasting contributions toward improvements of world education, morality, and acts of charity, he was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal, and the United States Congress has established the birth date as a national day to raise awareness and strengthen the education of our children. Whereas for more than 40 years, the President of the United States has recognized and honored the Rev's vision each year of that day, proclaiming it Education Sharing Day USA. And whereas we presently battle a global pandemic which has disrupted traditional models of education across our nation, and concurrently motivating a focus on the stronger core values we wish to impart to children and adults beyond academic achievements. And whereas we can nurture the unity of diverse peoples through encouraging increased acts of goodness and kindness, imbued with awareness that even a single positive act of an individual can make a major impact in the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court call upon government officials, educators, volunteers, and citizens to reach out to those within your communities and work to create better, higher, and more hopeful future for all. And do hereby declare Wednesday, March the 24th, 2021 as Education and Sharing Day. Signed this 15th day of March, 2021.
Second?
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Rabbi, thank you for joining us today, and we'd love to hear from you at this time.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Judge and County Commissioners. I thank you this morning for the tremendous work that you do on behalf of our county and for your time and attention to proclaiming Education and Sharing Day in El Paso for March 24th. As the resolution states, the Rebbe's birthday, which is observed 4 days before the Jewish holiday of Passover, has been proclaimed for over 40 years now as a national day to raise awareness of the core ideas of education in recognition of the Rebbe's outstanding and lasting contributions toward improvements in world education, morality, and acts of charity. The Rebbe taught that every individual, and in fact every individual action, has an impact on the entire universe. He emphasized the importance of education and good character and instilled the hope for a brighter future into the lives of countless people in America and across the globe. Education should not be limited to the acquisition of knowledge and preparation for a career. Rather, the main attention should be on the building of character with emphasis on moral and ethical values. The Rebbe's teachings and ideals have been ingrained in our society and inspire millions in our country and throughout the world. We are still in the throes of a pandemic that has disrupted our way of life in so many ways. Yet from the uncertainty and fear of it all, there are shining rays of hope. In conversations I've had with so many educators, parents, and students, it is clear that this unprecedented disruption to the traditional educational models has provided the perfect setting for us all to reevaluate what education is really about. In this spirit, I wish to express my personal appreciation to you, County Judge, and the Commissioners for passing a resolution last week in connection with the upcoming second anniversary of the horrific tragedy of August 3rd, 2019. Calling on organizations, businesses, and school districts near and far to participate in a month-long series of events in order to light a path toward goodwill, healing, and unity. True, the horrific and senseless tragedy changed El Paso forever. But from all the pain and grief, you are seeking to ensure that El Paso becomes a beacon of light to the entire world of how to properly respond to such darkness. As the Rebbe taught that darkness cannot be vanquished through brute force or condemnation, but only through igniting flames of kindness and unity. As the resolution for a month of unity and healing so beautifully states, if we teach our children at a young age to be compassionate, accepting, and understanding of the differences that make us so diverse, then they will have the power to truly make a difference in the world and prevent tragedies such as this from happening again. People are influenced by the things they do rather than by what they are taught. The Rebbe encouraged every child, and in fact every person, to have a dedicated charity box in their home or office and to give money to charity daily. When the box is full, count the cash and write out a check to a worthy cause, or give the total amount to someone in need. It's not about the total amount donated. It's more about the consistency of giving that has an indelible impact and transforms us into givers. Ensuring that our children nurture the inherent goodness they have by causing kindness to become routine in their lives is a profound way to nip hatred in the bud and develop a society known for its unity, cooperation, and empathy for each other. May God bless you all and our wonderful county that we succeed in accomplishing just that, to prepare our corner of the world for an era of true world peace and tranquility for all. And thank you again for passing this resolution.
Rabbi, thank you, and thank you so much for joining this incredible resolution with our resolution last week. And we've had some great discussions about giving, and the one that really sticks to me is that, it's not about just on Sundays or once a month, but in his arc, which I've left one there at everyone there at your offices and several at your offices, and the idea, I see a Commissioner Olguin that has hers. Well, thank you for that. But really, it's an opportunity, as a Rebbe had explained to me, that it's a conditioning situation that if a child every day gives and learns to be generous and learns to give, then that becomes a habit, and it's very unlikely that someone who is giving will be doing some of the things that we don't like to see in our society. It's a way to get our children at a very young age looking at the morality and their contribution to kindness and to a better world and to this unity that we're really focusing on. So really, Rabbi, thank you so much for being here. We're going to push as hard as we can. The Rabbi had actually delivered thousands and thousands in the agreement with the El Paso Independent School District, but due to the pandemic and everything that happened. But I thought it was a very great way, a great initiative to get our children every day to give a little bit, whether it's a nickel, a dime, whatever it is, but at the end of the month, they're able to take it to someone they believe needs that more than they do. So once again, Rabbi, I'm very encouraged by our relationship and what you're trying to do in your community, and I look forward to this, partnership during the Healing and Unity Month that's coming up on July 3rd to August 3rd. So once again, you have a great evening or a great day today, Rabbi, and thank you for your continued support and friendship.
Thank you. It's my pleasure and honor.
Thank you. Caesar?
Item number 6 is public comment. At this time, we don't have any members of the public scheduled for public comment. We do have some folks for one of our other items a little bit further down. So we'll take no action on item number 6. And item number 7A, presentation. Receive a presentation on the history and background of the El Paso County Sports Commission and an overview of the events industry.
Welcome, Mr. Kennedy.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. How are you doing this morning?
Real good. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate
I know they always
time,
tell me
so
I'm supposed to start every single presentation by introducing myself, but I'm really not going to do that. I think we've known each other long enough to know who I am.
We do, and thank you for a lot of things that you do for our community, whether it's the food bank or the testing or the vaccines, and that great relationship, the logistic relationship with UMC. You know the logistics, they know how to put the shot in the arms, and Just want to real quickly say that we have gotten a lot of comments, even from Commissioner Garcia, about our capacity, and we've gotten a bigger allocation because of we're showing that we're able to do some great things here in El Paso with this relationship. So thank you, and I didn't mean to interrupt your presentation, but wanted to preface it.
I think that El Paso is kind of gained a reputation of finding ways to make it work. Sometimes when we're short in certain areas and we have to find a way to make it work, El Pasoans have a tendency to be pretty creative and going down that line. But Cesar, I've never done a PowerPoint presentation remotely before, so.
Mr. Kennedy, if you can just let us know when to advance the slide, we'll advance it.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, the El Paso Sports Commission, that's us. A couple of things. The first thing that we've done is we were originally appointed. We wanted to do 3 things, and we were told by the court we needed to do 3 things. And those 3 things were, number 1, we needed to do sports tourism, we needed to run the Coliseum, and we needed to be the community building. And most people know us for the Coliseum part, and they say, oh, you guys run the Coliseum. And I always want to say, well, there's more to what we do than that. Next slide, please. The El Paso Sports Commission is committed to increasing the influx of sports tourism dollars in the El Paso community, and we do that a couple of ways. We can create tournaments, we can enhance existing tournaments so they bring more people in from out of town, or we can attract regional, national, and international events into town. All those 3 ways are ways that we can help increase the sports tourism in El Paso. And with the exception of the Sun Bowl, we had a sports tourism event, but we've never had a sports tourism program until the Sports Commission came into effect. Next slide. We also, obviously, are a longtime non-for-profit. We were founded in 2003, and we do, for entertainment, oversee the Coliseum. We hosted 200 events yearly. That is pre-COVID, obviously, and we are considered one of the most popular entertainment venues in the Southwest. If somebody's coming up the charts to be a big act, they feel like, you know, we kind of have to play the Coliseum because that's what you do. You go play the Coliseum, and you get to move forward with that. Next slide. Our current management agreement has run since 2003. We are a 501c3, and there was a reason that happened. It was because the county required it for 2 reasons. First of all, a private corporation has much less transparency, and we would fall then under the IRS transparency regulations as a not-for-profit. The disclosure we have to give is beyond and far beyond anything that a for-profit company would ever have to do. Next slide. One of the things that we've tasked with is not only operating the Coliseum, generating sports tourism, but as I said, being the community building. However, we want to be a responsible party. Financially, which is always a concern with any expenditure by the county or any governmental entity, our financials are not only created by an external accountant, Pate & Appleby, but there's also reviewed by the county auditor. And our independent auditor is by Gibson, Ruddock, and Patterson. Now, Gibson, Ruddock, and Patterson are the same auditors that audit the El Paso County books. There's a reason that we matched that up. We felt that there was some confidence and some belief and some real, comfort with them, so we went that way. We are made with hotel tax, and currently the funds would go back to the general fund. Next slide. It has really been a great partnership. We have a very unusual 501c3 charter. Our 501c3 charter is to relieve the burdens of government, which means we are simply created for one thing, and that is to help relieve the burdens of the El Paso County. When the bid first went out, and this was quite a few years ago, that's why a management contract was going to be awarded to a 501c3 for the transparency. There was only 2 entities that felt they wanted to bid on this contract, because with that requirement that there not be profit, that the only thing you can spend money on that was generated by the Coliseum or any of the activities of this company would be fix the Coliseum, run the Coliseum, do sports tourism, or take care of community events. None of the for-profit companies wanted to do it. So the Hotel Motel Association and the Sports Commission were the only two people that bid on it. Next slide. And we really are a real partnership. There have been 4 times during our contract where we have had the county come to the Sports Commission and say, listen, we have some issues. Can we amend the contract? And 4 times the Sports Commission has found a way to make it work for both partners. We've saved the county over $5 million during this time. This wasn't things we were required to do. This was the county actually asking. And we've only been asked 4 times to amend it. Next slide. And most of these were before anybody on the current court was here. In 2007, they discovered that there was something strange in our contract, the way it was structured, and it was going to stop the county from having the safe harbor for the ability for tax-free bonds for any bonds. The county could not issue any safe harbor tax-free bonds unless there was an amendment to our contract. We found a way to make this work, and what we agreed to, the Sports Commission agreed to cap the incentive payments, which would then fall under the safe harbor ability for tax-free bonds. And I'm really proud of the fact that Paul Braden, who was the bond attorney at that point, went to the Commissioner's Court and said, guess what? The Sports Commission and Brian Kennedy found the way out of the trap, so now we can start selling tax-free bonds again. October 1st of 2011, the county came to the Sports Commission and said the way it was structured was simply a CPI index was raising what we were paid. The problem with that was that it was starting to really take a larger and larger percentage of the hot tax. And we agreed that we were going to find a way to make that be different. So we did. What we did was we went in and said, okay, we'll put a cap on this. And we said, well, we guarantee we'll save $1.5 million. Well, that savings is up close to $5 million by itself. Then obviously when COVID hit, Betsy Keller and I sat down and talked, and we said, we've got a problem. We've got to figure something out here. So the county had come and said, what are we going to do? Well, the Sports Commission agreed that one of the ways we could do this was reduce the payments by 30% because we were going to be in an adjusted schedule. That amendment alone saved the county $553,000. Then on November 23rd, I mean, let's be honest, I don't think any of us could have predicted that the COVID shutdown was going to last past the end of the year. And so Betsy and I had to go back to work, and we did. And the Sports Commission agreed that we should extend that reduction at another savings of $480,000 to the county. Next slide. I think I put this slide in about El Paso just because it's one of my favorite pictures of El Paso. I just love this picture. But El Paso is such a fascinating area for sports and sports tourism, and I want to kind of highlight that right now. Sports tourism is great in El Paso. There are so many ways that are out there in the tourism industry, and there are many things that we are unable to compete in, and really will never compete in, except one of the things we can compete in is sports tourism. I'll talk more about that. We have great weather. We have fans. We have all the sunny. Everybody knows that, okay? And those of us who are here, we all know this. Next slide. Sports are a critical component of the multi-billion-dollar tourism industry in West Texas. We have the climate. We have the golf courses. We have the facilities, which we do need more concentric facilities, but that's in our master plan we need to take a look at. We're a unique destination for competitive professional sports history and enhance our reputation as a destination. The other thing that can happen is when children and youth come to sports tournaments, they bring the family with them. It becomes the family vacation. Guess what? You've got a niece that's in a volleyball tournament or a softball tournament. Well, the whole family has a tendency to come along and make it a vacation. And that's one of the things that can happen. Next slide. We do have a sports influx. The Sports Commission has hosted and sponsored a variety of sporting events. We feel like we are a home court advantage for Jennifer Hahn. The greatest part about sports tourism dollars, and we never run it all the way down, but when you take a look at it, there's hotel rooms, there's rental cars, there's restaurants, there's shopping, there's entertainment, there's the multiplier economically that goes into it. And these are all ways that the sports influx can make a huge difference with what's going on in El Paso. Next slide. These are some of the major events that have been recruited to the El Paso area by the Sports Commission. And in a couple of these, we've been partners with the County of El Paso. For example, the USBC Open Championship, the Open and the Women's Championship that generated tens of millions of dollars of economic impact. I had somebody come up to me about, 6 months ago and say, you guys really should have been involved in that bowling tournament. And I just said, are you kidding me? And they said, what do you mean? And I said, the Sports Commission was the largest contributor to the bowling. With the Conference USA Championships, we were the only ones that funded it. I'm going to speak in a minute about senior softball, which we did at the facility that was at Sports Park with the county, but the funding agency was the Sports Commission. The Thorn Cup over at the ice rink, which we bring up later, was absolutely funded by the Rhinos and the Sports Commission. And we had the Spaceport America run that was done by the Sports Commission. Next slide. Sports tourism, what is the overall impact? Well, since we've been doing sports tourism in El Paso, it has been one of the most effective tourism functions in the Southwest. We've paid over $1.7 million in fees. There are some times where events say, like the Conference USA says, we're going to need about $20,000 worth of expenses to come into town. Okay, we can do that. When we have the senior softball tournament, they're going to need what is called a bid fee. Okay, we're going to do that. But why? Well, in the time that we have been doing sports tourism, sports economic impact has been $123 million. I know there's a lot of shock when I say that number. A lot of that is with the big events, but some of that is with the small events too, and I'll show you why in just a minute. The yearly average sports tourism economic impact in El Paso of the Sports Commission is $7.3 million a year. When people talk about the Sports Commission and they go, oh, they just run the Coliseum, but they're not really helping tourism, they're wrong. We are helping tourism. We're one of the biggest drivers of tourism in the Southwest. Next slide. This is an individual event, and I just want to kind of break it out to show you what an event looks like. We put this at Sports Park. We worked with the county, and by the way, they were great. We had a partnership with them, once again, with the county and with the Parks Department. The attendance on the two tournaments, because there was really two tournaments one in each year, was 1,950 people. And it's got some of the minor numbers down below it. But when the two numbers that I think are the most important is 1,342 hotel room nights. 1,342 hotel room nights would make this one of the most effective and largest conventions in El Paso during those 2 years. And the economic impact of those was $1.5 million by the time you use multiples and everything else. So $1.5 million economic impact. So when people say, oh, Sports Commission runs the Coliseum, what do they do for tourism? My answer is, this one event did 1.5 million. That's pretty good. Next slide. I always call this a public-private partnership, and people say, well, but that would mean that you invest money and that, you're both, you're handling things together. And I would say, well, it's kind of interesting because we're a very unusual partner in the entertainment business because we believe in kind of putting our money and our commitment where our mouth is. Next slide. We have made capital improvements and capital equipment joined together of $2.4 million from the Sports Commission budget into capital improvements and capital equipment here at the Coliseum. Okay? And that 646 was just the first number for the event center. Okay? Next slide. That's the front of our ice rink. It's a really fascinating story on how all that happened. It used to be an equestrian center that was probably seeing somewhere in the range of 300 people a year. Corey Herman from the Rhinos and I sat down and we said, well, you know, we were running the hockey program out of the Coliseum, and he said it would be great if we could figure out, you know, a way to have a rink all the time. And I said, well, we can't have it all the time because you have to let the floor rest. And he and I talked about it, and he knows more about ice floors than I ever will. But we said, what if we looked at the equestrian center? So we went over and measured it. And we said, you know, this would work. And though the first batch of expenses was going to be $646,000, the total expense just to put it up and to make an ice rink was going to be $700,000. And I said, man, I don't know if we're going to be able to get the county of El Paso to go for this. So we made a decision which in the industry was laughed at a little bit. And the Sports Commission and the Rhinos went to the bank, and in El Paso, United Bank, and we took a loan out. We took debt to make the ice rink. We took debt to improve a county facility. And when I talk, because I'm in the National Association of Sports Commissions and International Association of Venue Managers, and I will tell you, when I tell people that we took a loan out to improve a venue that we don't own part of, they all went, why in heaven's name would you do that? Next slide. And I'll tell you, this is why this facility has new life as a hockey rink. We could have done a couple of things. We could have figured out something that would have taken us from 300 people a year to 500 or 600 people a year. And I can tell you that as an equestrian center, this facility was built improperly, and that's a whole different presentation. But as an ice rink, we could make it work. But it was going to take ice floor, dressing rooms, stands, concessions, restrooms. Everything out there was paid for by a loan, which was paid for by the Sports Commission and the Rhinos. The cost to the county of the El Paso Coliseum Event Center was $0. It cost not $1 from the county in order to make that ice rink. So how are we doing out there at the ice rink? Well, pre-COVID, and that's all we really have to go with. Pre-COVID, we were running about 8,000 to 10,000 people a week through that venue. That sounds amazing, but anybody that's been out there knows there's birthday parties, there's public skating, and we're going to get back there. Next slide. Also, we are such a well-known entity for what we have done nationally. The Rhinos were in a campaign called Craft Hockeyville, and I know that the commissioners and the court have seen this, that in Hockeyville, the NHL looks around for smaller venues. And, you know, our venue out there holds a couple of thousand. It's considered a very small venue for hockey. And they try to find a place that is the spirit and the heart of hockey in the world. Well, they only pick one venue a year, the NHL does. And El Paso won. The Rhinos won. They were named Craft Hockeyville. A couple of things happened because of that. Because of us having the vision and the long-term solution and the master plan to go forward over a long period of time, they not only gave $150,000 for upgrades, which by the way have already been done to the event center. There's new doors, there's new roof, there's new restrooms, all paid for by the NHL and, well, Kraft and Hockeyville. But also later this year, we will have 2 NHL teams that will come to El Paso and play at the El Paso County Coliseum Event Center. We're going to have a huge tailgate party, so we hope it's late enough and COVID is enough where we can have 100%. But I will tell you that we will have 2 NHL teams playing in El Paso, and we are the one team and the one location that was picked among the whole country. Next slide. This was something that was just announced last week. There was going to be 4 NAHL hockey tryouts, and normally they can go around the entire country. You can pick a lot of different locations, and they can put one here, one there, one over here. Well, here's what's going to happen. All 4 of these tryouts are going to be in El Paso at the event center. Total room nights will run somewhere between 6,000, maybe 7,000 hotel room nights. That will be the largest sporting event impact, taking the Sun Bowl out of it, of any sporting event since USBC bowling. This will generate over $7 million in economic impact, and let me tell you why. 250 individuals trying out and their families in town for 5 days minimum, okay? Each of the 4 of them are like that. So you have 1,000 individuals trying out, plus their families, for 5 nights in El Paso. If you pack the whole family into one room, it'll be 6,000 hotel room nights total, and the economic impact of about 7.8 million. This is a huge impact to the hotel industry and to the industry of El Paso. And I want to publicly thank Corey Herman and the El Paso Rhinos, who have been working with us and with the county as an additional partner to make something like this work. Next slide. The other thing about sports in El Paso is we have some sports champions here. There is a national 3-time champion called the Rhinos, which everybody knows. A lot of people don't know about the Texas Collegiate Hockey Conference champion, the UTEP Hockey Club. And what started the UTEP Hockey Club was very simply the Rhinos and the Sports Commission. That is why there is a UTEP Hockey Club. We work with UTEP to do UTEP scholarships for some of these kids. We keep them in town. We keep them skating. We keep moving along. Next slide. Yep, the thing we're most known for, however, is the entertainment destination. It started in 1942, as everybody knows, partially built by Italian prisoners of war that were housed on the property. We found some great slides here. Next slide. One of the things that we've done is, if you were big in the day, no matter when, you played the Coliseum. When you sit and you take a look at it, Juan Gabriel from, Juarez would come over. Johnny Cash, who honestly came over from Juarez one time too many, got to visit the downtown jail. Roy Orbison, Elvis played here a couple of times. Ike and Tina Turner, Selena, they all played the Coliseum because the Coliseum was the place to play. Next slide. One of the interesting things is when Ariana Grande came through the Coliseum, everybody said, "Why did you go to the Coliseum?" And she said, "Because you have to play the Coliseum." There's some reasons. First of all, the closeness of the venue is very important. Everybody's close. Nobody's more than 200 feet from the singer. Also, as you can see in the middle picture, we can put 7 semis at a time on our floor. This is extremely unusual in the industry, and it lowers the cost of doing the show. And we've had all the rest of them: Pitbull, King and Country, Camilla, Ricky Martin. And in the upper left, you can see one of my favorite slides I put in there. It's entertainment, but it's not necessarily concerts. It is an EDM concert, but it's also a foam party. So those are foam cannons squirting in because we have to continue to change with the industry. Next slide. We are entertainment and even more. When you take a look at this, you can see we have Disney on Ice, we have monster trucks. People don't know, when you look in the middle there, that in 1967, as the defending national champion, the UTEP Miners had their home court at the El Paso County Coliseum. Next slide. The last thing that we were directed to do by the court was to be the community building. And in El Paso, they said a building has to be here for the community. We've waived $986,000 worth of fees. We've had over 1 million people here. The most recent one, as we know, is COVID-19, but we've done food drives. We've done 20,000 toys to 10,000 kids with Abundant Living Faith. We've done blood drives. We've done health fairs. We've done job fairs. The one that people don't realize, that we are one of the law enforcement training facilities. We've had the dogs that are here. We've had almost everybody in the Southwest that's law enforcement train in this building. The academies train in this building, and they do so on a regular basis. We're also home for the county fair, which I'm really proud of. Next slide. The judge mentioned this earlier. We average between 1,700. We have gone as high as 3,400 in a single day. We needed logistics and a mega site, and we are so proud that we were given the opportunity to be a partner in this. There's been very few things that I think I can do in my career, where I can say that I've affected as many lives as putting shots in arms. And this is one of the proudest things that I have gotten to do, is to be a part of this, where we were the mega site, which we actually, I have heard from some people as far away as Minnesota, where they've said, so what are you doing down there? Some guy said that you're rocking that building with vaccines. And I said, yes, the county and UMC and the Sports Commission are rocking it with the vaccines. Next slide. We also have many, many community events. On the right-hand side, you can see the toys. We have roller girls, we have dog shows. The picture in the middle is the one that gets me every single time. We also are the location for the, citizens, immigration, swearing in of new citizens. The individual, the gentleman in the middle, the gentleman in the middle has been a citizen about 30 seconds when that picture was taken. And he's doing the Pledge of Allegiance. And he walked over, I was standing there, and very honestly, we all had tears in our eyes, and he walked over and he said, thank you for letting us do this where my family can watch. And it doesn't make a lot of money, and it doesn't make a lot of press, but that is one of the proudest things that we can do as a venue. Next slide. Let's talk briefly about entertainment facilities and what it looks like going forward. Okay, I put up there, stay in your lane. There are lanes for entertainment. You need to stay in your lane. You want to have all the lanes filled. If you overfill a lane, you can start to have issues. Because everybody asks, let's be honest, well, what happens if they build a new arena? While personally, I have some doubt on whether that's going to happen. My question would be, my answer, I guess, to the question, what happens if they build a new arena to the Coliseum, is absolutely nothing. Next slide. These are the lanes that are required in an entertainment facility. You have nightclubs, and we have various of those in El Paso. Theaters, we have McGoffin Plaza, Abraham Chavez. Small arena, and this is where the bulk of the entertainment comes, which are those acts that aren't really like big acts yet. I mean, it's not Lady Gaga. They're not looking for the big arenas yet, but they're too big for theaters. And maybe they're hard rock and they don't fit in a theater. So what do? They come to the Coliseum. That's our lane. We don't interfere. Don Haskins, they have their own lane. In El Paso, there's no 16,500 seat plus, but there hasn't really been shown that there is a need for one yet. We could grow into that, but right now there's not a need. Do we have a stadium? Yes, we have a Sun Bowl. As far as amphitheater, there is McKelligan Canyon as an amphitheater. But when you take a look at this, there are lanes for everyone. And when people say, well, doesn't one lane interfere with the other one? And I say, well, there's a really good example. Next slide. When you take a look at different lanes mean different things. When San Antonio built the AT&T Center, they literally built it right next to the Freeman Coliseum, and they both function. And what happens here is, it's pretty fascinating. Events and acts that come to the Coliseum go to the Freeman. If they go to the Don Haskins Center, they have a tendency to go over to the AT&T Center. So here's an example where you say, here's a perfect example of two different lanes sharing a parking lot because they do two different things. And I've had two people that actually went on Google Earth to make sure that I hadn't doctored that photo, and I haven't. That's the truth. So how are we doing with our net impact to the county? With the three things we do. You can't really monetize the community building, but sports, tourism, and entertainment. Next slide. The net impact to the county. For every dollar we get, we return $2.47. $97 million is the net impact to the county once you start taking tourism into effect. And what about the future? Next slide. And it's going to trip, Caesar, I just got to tell you. We are still rocking. During the time that we've had COVID, you saw that we've had to do outdoor drive-ins. We've had to do some outdoor events. But what does the future look like? Because things are starting to crank up. Phone calls are starting to happen. Next slide. The entertainment industry is waking up. I just saw this morning, Disney World is sold out this weekend. When we sat and talked to some hotels about what was going on with our training camp, they said, you better book early because there are some days where we are filling up. I had guests in town this weekend, and we had to make sure, I was glad we booked early because the hotel rooms that were available were starting to fill up. The entertainment world has a slogan that we don't make public, but they said, when you're trying to recover from this, you better stay liquid. You better fill the cracks. You better be able to function and move forward, find creative ways, which is one of the real advantages the Sports Commission has in the current entertainment industry. Next slide. There's some hurdles. There's going to be some potential short-term fixes, or there's going to be long-term solutions and a master plan. One of the things that's really important, I think, is that we have a master plan and a long-term solution. A short-term fix, as I said, with the hockey rink, would have been to take the equestrian center and say, okay, no sweat, we're going to make it 600 people a year. Look, we've gained 100%. Woo-hoo, I have a party. It's great. We've gone up 100%. Or we could say, let's have a long-term solution. Let's take a little risk and let's go forward. There is some hurdles out there. We had better be fast on our feet, and we'd better be able to move as quickly as possible. We better have the relationships that we need to have. A good example would be Disney on Ice. They've cut their events down to 25% of the cities in America are going to have Disney on Ice. We're already in discussions about how do we safely have that event in El Paso, Texas. They selected El Paso because of not only the working relationship, but the venue and the spirit of this town and the commitment to family. And they have come to us with a long list of things that they need to make it safe. How do we safely get past the other side of this? Next slide. This is hard to read, I know, and I'll send everybody a copy of it. But when we sat down and we looked at the long-term master plan, we said, okay, we don't want to just fix things to fix things and do things to do things. What can we do that will have a long-term impact on the things that we need to do for the Coliseum to make things happen? So here's what I did, and this is really innovative. I asked the people who want to use the Coliseum. I went to every single one of them and I said, give me 5 things that the Coliseum could do that would make you bring more entertainment on the other side of COVID to El Paso, Texas and the Coliseum. And some of them are very strange. One of them, when you take a look at it, is the number one. It says steel grid in the Coliseum ceiling. Nobody but someone in the industry even knows what that is or cares. In a nutshell, it allows us to hang the sound equipment higher into the ceiling, which will allow us to bring more acts to El Paso. And I do want to say, just as a note, when you look down, and I think it's like number 12, it says pavilion fans, which is fans out in the pavilion. On the right-hand side, it says big-ass fans. That's not a description. That's actually the name of the company that does it. So we have mapped out a capital master plan going forward for the Coliseum in order, recently looked at price-wise and price selected to say, here's what we think should happen. And it doesn't even say, here's what we think should happen. This list is a list of, here's the list of what the users of the facility and the promoters in the Southwest think, if you did this, it would make it easier for us to move forward. Next slide. The 3 things that we do is tourism, Coliseum, and community. Okay? Tourism, how are we doing? Well, I think we're doing a darn good job. I think that this town is ripe for continued sports tourism. We've proven it with hockey. We've proven it with soccer. We've proven it with, we have an NFL referees camp that comes to town that flies under the radar that nobody knows. It fills up a hotel for the weekend and has some NFL refs training in El Paso, including the first woman ref trained in El Paso. How's the Coliseum doing? This is the one that's going to take the most creativity. we're going to have to fill the cracks. We're going to have to be liquid. We're going to have to be able to understand this is what they need. This is what they want. This is how I need to do this. And we're perfectly set up for that. As far as the community building, that's the stuff you can't monetize, but we're so proud of. Because, you know, we were really honored when Judge Samaniego and Jacob Centrone called the Coliseum and the Sports Commission and said, let's join together and see how we can do this COVID-19 mega site. You know, that's some of our proudest moments. When that individual who'd been a citizen for 30 seconds swore himself in, was a Pledge of Allegiance, walked over to me holding a little American flag and said, thank you for letting me do this where my family could watch. Doesn't get any better than that. And that's the three things that this organization was tasked with doing, and this is where I see the future going, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Brian, Mr. Kennedy, thank you very much for getting a neck back. Again, can you
keep talking a little bit more? It's gonna pick up. It'll start.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Kennedy, I want to thank you a couple of things. One is that one of the promises that we made right at COVID, and we try to make a commitment as commissioners and just in the community in general, is that we would continue, you know, that we wouldn't come out of the pandemic and then find ourselves that we didn't do certain things, that we were behind, you know, infrastructure, for example. All these things, we needed to make sure that we were going forward. And I think that's been incredible. You know, not only have you been moving forward with, you know, some of the things that you have to do for the future, but also helping us on that partnership with the testing and the vaccine and the food drives. And so that's really, really encouraging. But one of the things that I feel very important today is that the community really has sort of a distorted view, and there's so many comments about the Coliseum, the separation, not knowing that you do more than the Coliseum. So I think one of the best things that happened today, other than really understanding the impact that you have in our community, is also clarifying some of the things that were confusing for our community. I think if I ask 10 people, 9 are going to say Coliseum, and that's where it ends. And all these other activities that you have, the bowling tournament never would anybody felt that had anything to do with you know, the Sports Commission. So I just want to thank you taking your time, putting this presentation together, and also this optimistic look of, you know, we got to get ready. We're, you know, they call it sort of like the slingshot effect. You know, we're pulling, and then all of a sudden things get better. You know, the President Biden is saying, you know, fire up your grills on July 4th. And boom, then all of these things come up. And the other thing that I've learned in our relationship is that you work on things that are a couple of years ahead. You know, you don't work on like it's tomorrow, right? You got to start developing relationships of something is going to come up 2 years from now, 3 years from now. And so here we are, those 2 years that you've been planning. You know, you got that little a pandemic that sort of got in our way on a lot of different things. But it looks like you're extremely prepared to move forward, and so I want to thank you for that presentation. So, commissioners, any comments or Commissioner Holguin, would you please? I'll start with Commissioner Holguin, and then I heard Commissioner Robinson as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I do have a couple of questions, but first I just wanted to reiterate the comments that Judge Samaniego made prior to the presentation. Just thanking you, Mr. Kennedy, for being such a great community partner. You mentioned of course, the vaccine hub with UMC and the countless food drives, but you forgot to list the drive-through voting. You know, last year was incredibly challenging as far as having a major election in the middle of a pandemic. And I heard so many positive comments about the drive-through voting that was happening at the Coliseum, because we had to find a creative way so that people could continue to vote and cast their vote. And we saw huge voter turnout. But I just wanted to thank you for that, for all of those things that you do, and for being such a great community partner. I did have a question, though. On one of the early slides, you mentioned about proceeds from the events at the Coliseum going into the county's general fund. Can you give us some more details about that? Do you have any numbers available?
Yeah, the number on it runs right now. It's running, and I'm looking at Betsy to see if I got the number right. Right now, it's running about $700,000 a year. Oh, well, let me say, pre-COVID, it was running about $700,000 a year. During the year of COVID, it's running about zero.
Sure, of course. And what is the percentage breakdown that goes back to the county? Do you have that?
All of it.
All of it. Okay, so all of the proceeds from any of the events that are organized by the Sports Commission there at the Coliseum, 100% of the proceeds go back into the county general fund?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. And then I just wanted to make one more comment. I think it was slide 30, the slide about staying in your lane. I think that that's probably one of the most impactful slides of your presentation, just because personally from my end, I don't think I ever really understood the different types of venues and the different needs for the types of venues. And I think you're right that, people think that Coliseum is competing with, the new arena, and they're competing with Don Haskins. And so I think that slide is really, really informative, because it really does explain why the Coliseum can play such a unique role in our community, because it is a small arena, and we're not competing with Don Haskins, and we're not going to be competing with the arena. So I wanted to tell you that I thought that slide, I think, really says it all for me.
I appreciate that, and I made a comment when somebody asked me about that. They said, what are you going to do if they build the new 12,000 seat arena in El Paso? And I said, I don't care. There is already a 12,000 seat arena in El Paso. You can build 100 more of them. They're just going to fight with each other. They're not going to be in my lane, because we already have a 12,000 seat arena. We have the Don Haskins Center. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Robinson, go ahead.
Yes, Judge. Mr. Kennedy and the Sports Commission are a jewel for El Paso. From a political standpoint, we've had many prospective elected officials, but we had a lot of elected officials that came to El Paso, and they walked through the doors of the county Coliseum. Former President Clinton was in El Paso at the Coliseum for an event, and many others of that nature have come to El Paso. We talked about the basketball, the 1966 UTEP minor basketball team, using the Coliseum as their home court. Let's talk about veterans. I was in Vietnam. When we came back from Vietnam, we did not have a welcome home. We didn't have a parade. We had nothing. In fact, we were cursed at. We were spit on. You name it. In 2017, Mr. Kennedy opened the doors of the Coliseum. Well, we not only had a parade, but we had a event at the Coliseum where veterans came, were given recognition, and fed a wholesome meal at the Coliseum, all through the effort and support of Mr. Kennedy and the Sports Commission. Well, let's talk about 2 years ago. I approached Mr. Kennedy about doing a luncheon for the staff, members of the county who are veterans. He wholeheartedly opened the doors and said, yes, let's do it. We had a luncheon for the veterans who work for the county at the county Coliseum. Moving forward, we were not able to have it last year because of the pandemic, but we are looking forward to this year having another event, a luncheon for our veterans who are on staff with the county at the county Coliseum. When I approached Mr. Kennedy about it, he said, let's do it. Let's make it happen. So there are many other things that happened at the Coliseum. The Coliseum is a venue for entertainment and making money, but it's also a community event for community activities for people in the community who can come and have activities there as well. We talked about the food drive, multiple food drives that he held at the Coliseum, which I've been involved in several of them, and many other events to support the community as a whole. I would say congratulations to Mr. Kennedy and the Sports Commission for all the things they've done and what they will do in the future.
Thank you very much,
I
Commissioner
was gonna say
Robinson. So far, you need to take some notes. You forgot the voting, the veterans, and the state of the county for the first time ever.
I know it's hard to believe. I was actually trying to shorten the presentation. And I was just going to say, Commissioner Robinson, I mean, obviously, and I picked this up from my desk, obviously, this is my old helmet from the Army. Not only am I a veteran myself, but I'm a certified representative for veterans with the VA when they're fighting for their benefits. So veterans are kind of, near and dear to my heart. And you're right, Commissioner Holguin, I should have mentioned the, drive-through voting. Unlike some places in the country, we believe everybody should vote in El Paso. So we were really proud to be a part of that.
Commissioner Stout?
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. Lots of great information. Helps us put things into perspective, and I want to thank you as well for all of the support that you've given us through the pandemic and being flexible with all these things. And best thing you could have ever done was hire my good buddy Bo Bagley. So that's a plus too.
I tell Bo that some days I believe that, some days not so much, but I have to say this, that he has been, we brought Bo over and he does events also, but he predominantly focuses on the sports tourism side, and the future for sports tourism is, I think, as bright as it's ever been, partially because of Bo and his ability to understand sports and to talk to the sports events. So when we took a chance and said, I need a real sports guy, Commissioner, and so I went out and got Bo, and he has done, he's talking to people nationally and internationally about what it takes for them to come to El Paso. So it's been great. Besides the fact that he's never unhappy. So
yeah, he's a great guy, and I know he works hard, because there's a group of friends that we have in common that are always talking about going and playing golf, and he and I are the only two that never get to go. So, and part, obviously that's because we're both working pretty hard. So, yeah, he's been a great addition, and the work that he's done, as you said, I think has been really helpful. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for adding that. And Commissioner Leon, please.
Yes, good morning, Brian. I'm not going to go over what everybody else has mentioned, but I just want to remind the court that when the Sports Commission took over, the Coliseum operations was in shambles. And you may hear complaints of, well, they're making too much, or they're doing this too much. So that's why, because they've improved it so much over these many years. Yes, we need to tweak that contract a little bit, Brian. And I'm sure you realize that, but I've got to say, Brian, all that was mentioned were those big events that you helped. But I know that you helped my office in food distribution for kids that were out of school in Canutillo, and the only good meal that they used to get was while they were in school. So we moved that over to the Coliseum for a couple of years, and that, just watching those kids eat, and get their little baggies and go to their cars or whatever, just really moved me. You've helped with our annual picnic that it has been such a success because of your help. So I won't go into what everybody else has mentioned, just that it's so important that we remember how the Coliseum was before you took over, what it is now, and the criticism that floats around that. So thank you. Great presentation.
Commissioner, for those additional comments. And Brian, well, I hope you see that we have a strong relationship, and we thank you for this presentation. I know that Raymond said is also very interested in the boxing component it seems to be opening up, and that's another lane that would be very difficult to have in other places. So there's just a lot of in Texas wanting to get into the boxing kind of tournaments and all that, and so I know you'd be on top of that. But I know he asked me to remind you that that boxing seems to be coming back, especially to this area. Juarez, El Paso is very unique in the boxing industry. So once again, Brian, thank you very much. I don't know if there are any additional comments, but we do thank you for your time and your insights to what's going on.
Judge, I was just going to say very quickly that you're right. I obviously missed a couple of things that I should have put in the presentation, but on the boxing side, we've applied for a boxing license because we want to be our own promoter, because we can do it less expensively if we're our own promoter. That way, we don't have to worry about making money. We can just have the event, especially with the junior and youth boxing. So we do have an application currently in with the state to be a boxing promoter ourselves in-house, and to do that. And we've always felt that we're not a part of the county, but we are a part of the county, you know, which is why things like the picnic has been so important. And I will say, in response to Commissioner Leon, the first day I came to the El Paso County Coliseum, I walked in and there was 10 women's toilets for a building of 5,200 people. And people were going to Chico's because they had better bathrooms than we had. And I said, if your bathrooms are shamed by Chico's bathrooms at that point, I was a bit concerned. So I think we've made great progress here, and I look forward to continuing the relationship. Thank you, Judge. I appreciate the time.
Thank you so much. Caesar? A great week, Brian.
Judge, would it be possible to skip down to item number 10 from the county administration items? We have one of our representatives that needs to get back to the legislative discussion.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we'd go, we're going to do that item, and then we'll go back to item 10, I believe, on the COVID, because we've got Chief Rodriguez and Dr. Ocaranza. So if we could go to Daniel, and then from Daniel to the COVID items, please.
Yes, sir.
Judge,
thank you.
I'm sorry, Caesar, we also have TxDOT waiting, Judge.
Okay. Well, then if that's the case, we'll have Daniel and then TxDOT, and then we'll do the COVID after that.
Thank you,
Yes.
sir.
Thank you.
Item number 10 from county administration. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the 87th Texas legislative session to include presenting information for the court's consideration, removing or including bills on the county's state legislative agenda, and supporting or opposing filed legislation, and take any action necessary on aforementioned items.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Daniel Collins, Government Affairs Manager. Thank you so much for taking me out of order. I am going to try and run over to the Capitol shortly after giving this presentation, so I'll try to be quick. This is an update as a supplement to the Government Affairs update that you should have in your email inboxes this morning. I'm bringing you a recommendation that we strike one item from our legislative action agenda. I'm also bringing you 3 proposed additions to the county's legislative values document. And finally, I wanted to give you a very brief briefing on some asset forfeiture bills that are going to be heard today that are of concern to our DA and sheriff's offices. Next slide, please. The first item is, actually, if you could go back one slide. I don't think that's, sorry, can I see the next slide, Alexis? Because we should have one that's, you know, I apologize. I think I have given you the wrong slide. Alexis, this is completely my fault. I think I gave you my slides from last week. I'm going to email these new ones to you
got it?
right now.
Can you go ahead and check that one? Is that one it?
Oh, no, that's correct. Yes, that is the correct one. Okay, thank you. Okay, so sorry. This first item is to strike item number 1 from our action agenda. Public Works is recommending that we strike this. The proposed bill would have required lot owners to comply with drainage requirements before being issued a certificate of plat compliance by the Public Works Department. This bill is proposed because Public Works identified several geographic areas that currently do not meet the narrow legal circumstances under which the county can require drainage infrastructure be constructed. These communities include historically colonial-prone areas in Clint, Fabens, Tornillo, and parts of East Montana. Public Works thought that adding drainage requirements to the Certificate of Plat compliance would be a good way to capture these communities. They also thought that the bill would not impact large-scale developers, since such developers typically fall under subdivision order and construction design standards that Public Works already does enforce. With help from Senator Blanco and Representative Ordaz Perez, we got a bill drafted and then circulated to the state and local builders associations, who thought that it might in fact create some new burdens for them. We think we can avoid impacts on their operations, but doing so will require more time to work with them in good faith. Because the bill filing deadline has passed, it was last Tuesday, this work will have to happen during the interim. So again, the proposal is to, or the recommendations that we strike this item from our action agenda and work during the interim. I can pause there if there are questions, and I also have a proposed motion. If there are no questions, I think the motion would just be approve striking agenda item number 1 from the county's 2021 legislative action agenda and direct staff to make conforming changes to our agenda.
Thank you, Daniel. So moved.
I'll second it.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. The next slide, please, is just 3 quick support statements that we thought should be added to our legislative values document. Again, that document is what gives me and our lobbyists authority to drop cards or otherwise take positions for or against pieces of legislation. These are 3 deliberately broadly written statements that arose out of conversations about some bills that are being heard this week. The first one generally regards veterans. It reads, support efforts to identify veterans, including justice-involved veterans, and connect them to federal, state, or local benefits or supports, kind of a bedrock duty that our County Veteran Service Office does. The statement arose regarding a discussion on a bill that's going to be heard today in House Defense and Veterans Affairs. That's HB 1398 by Representative White, which regards county jails investigating the veteran status of prisoners during intake. The intent is to connect such veterans to services via the Texas Veterans Commissions. Importantly, we're still determining if this bill might have costs to the county, so it's unlikely that I'll be able to drop a card if we do determine that it doesn't have costs for the counties today, but we want to keep monitoring it and also have the authority to support other bills that might similarly connect veterans to resources that they are eligible for. The next statement is an opposition statement, and we're going to stay on the slide for a while, Alexa, sorry. Thank you. It reads, oppose limitations on local government's regulatory authority, including but not limited to land use regulation. This statement arose from staff's desire to oppose at least one bill that's being heard also today in House Environmental Regulations. That's House Bill 631 by Representative Darby, which would preempt local governments from adopting a rule or ordinance that conflicts with a TCEQ rule or permit regarding solid waste facilities. Our Public Works Department is particularly concerned with preemption of our authority that we currently have to regulate developments in floodplains. This bill is also opposed by the Texas Campaign for the Environment. There's also a bill in agriculture and livestock that will be heard Thursday. That's House Bill 543 by White, which would preempt certain county and municipal ordinances relating to animal welfare. This bill in particular could probably be captured by one of our other support statements supporting the work of the Animal Welfare Department, but we think it would also be appropriate to oppose the bill on these grounds. And then finally, this last support statement is kind of the opposite of the previous one. It reads support authority for counties to adopt ordinances or regulations. This again is another broad statement that would probably be applied to other bills. It arises now because of a bill that will be heard in House Land and Resource Management tomorrow. That's House Bill 1034 by Goodwin, which would allow counties over 200,000 people, so including El Paso, to adopt a wildland urban interface code in their unincorporated areas. Such code focuses on regulating building codes to protect structures against wildfires. The bill is permissive, and I'm still kind of vetting. We'll need to vet it a bit with staff, but because it would expand regulatory authority for counties, and again, importantly, is permissive, we thought it might be a good one to support and needed that authority in our agenda. I'll pause there to see if there are any questions, and then I do have a proposed motion. Okay, hearing no questions, I think the motion would be approve the addition of legislative value statements as presented today to the 2021 legislative values document and direct staff to make conforming changes.
So moved.
You made it, Judge?
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I'll circulate an updated legislative agenda with my next Gov Affairs update email. Finally, and if we can go to this last slide, today at 2 p.m., that's 2 p.m. Mountain Time, the House Criminal Jurisprudence Committee will hear 3 bills that would generally limit how law enforcement can participate in asset forfeiture. That is the process of depriving alleged criminals of ill-gotten gains or other illicit materials. For reasons I'll get to in a moment, I am not asking the Commissioners Court to take a position on these bills. Rather, because these bills are being heard today and because our Sheriff's Office and District Attorney's Office opposed these bills, I did feel compelled to quickly at least bring them to your attention. I have the bill captions on the screen in front of you. They are HB 132 by Canales, which would make it harder for law enforcement to succeed in forfeiture actions by increasing the burden of proof on such actions. The bill would also strictly limit when law enforcement may coordinate with federal agencies on seizures. According to the Sheriff's Office, they do routinely participate in the federal government on seizures. HB 251 by Representative Symphonia Thompson would end civil asset forfeiture except in limited circumstances. It would limit how criminal asset forfeiture would work, providing that assets may not be forfeited to the state except upon conviction, and then they would be credited to the county's general fund rather than to the prosecutor or law enforcement agency that seized the property. According to our Sheriff's Office, the intent here is to discourage law enforcement from pursuing forfeitures at all. Our auditor's office reported to me that if this bill were in law in the preceding 5 years, our sheriffs and DA would have lost, I believe it was more than $2.5 million. And then finally, the last bill that's going to be heard today is HB 667 by Representative Harold Dutton, also a Houston Democrat. This bill would also, like 251, require conviction for asset forfeiture, and I'm told that it would also, as a practical effect, end the state asset forfeiture program. Notwithstanding this bill's impact, I'm advised that most commissioners' courts and their associations are not taking formal positions on these bills. And I should say at the outset, this is kind of a new subject area for me, but so I'm probably not as fluent as I should be, but this is likely for 3 reasons. I'm told first that the Sheriff's Association of Texas and other law enforcement associations and the Texas District and County Attorneys Association, among others, will all be advocating strongly against the bills today, regardless of any input from commissioners' courts or their associations. I'm told that historically commissioners' courts haven't engaged in this issue because the proceeds of seizure go to law enforcement, as I mentioned earlier, and to prosecutors and not through counties' budgets. So commissioners' court's role is very limited. And then finally, and this is a really practical reason, the conventional wisdom, I'm told by multiple sources, is that there's probably little chance of these bills ultimately passing into law. The Canales and Dutton bills are refiles that never got out of committee in the last session, and I'm told that these go back several sessions before that. I'll stop there. Again, this was just a quick briefing. I'm not asking the Commissioners Court to take action unless I have instruction from the court. I'll simply continue to monitor these bills and continue to let our law enforcement and prosecutors' offices know what's happening with them. I've also had separate conversations with both those offices who I think are going to take some actions either through their associations or individually to note their oppositions to the bills. And I think there might be someone from the DA's office if you wanted to get into the weeds on what any of these bills might do or the impacts on their offices. But I'll pause there.
Thank you, Daniel. Any questions, comments for Daniel?
Judge, I just want to make a statement. Daniel, thank you. Great reporting, just as always. But I've got to say that that topic that you just covered last is very near to my heart. I'm very opposed to those bills. When I was with the police department, that paid for so many of the furnishings in all of the regional commands and so much more. So hopefully this doesn't go too much further, but thank you for the information.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon. That's good insight. Any comments? Daniel, thank you so much keeping us abreast of all these moving parts that you're up there. So we thank you. We wish next time we'll try to get you a little earlier. I know you're trying to get back to the sessions, but thank you for taking time to give us these updates.
Thank you,
Have a great
Judge
week.
and Commissioners.
Thank you. Have a great week. Caesar?
Yes, sir. Going back to item 7B from presentations. Discuss and receive a presentation from TxDOT regarding the Reimagine I-10 downtown project.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Lucille Nettles, the Planning and Development Department. We do have a number of officials from the local district office at TxDOT here to present an overview of the downtown I-10 project for the Commissioners' Court as requested at last week's meeting. I'll go ahead and take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Raul Ortega with the district, who will be kicking off the presentation.
Thank you. Raul, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, Judge and Commissioners. We thank you for the invitation to allow us to speak to you about the Downtown 10 project. Again, my name is Raul Ortega, Director of Transportation Planning and Development here with TxDOT in the El Paso District. On the line I have with me also is TxDOT El Paso District Engineer Tomas Trevino. I have a couple of project team members from the TxDOT side. I have Rebecca Pinto and Hugo Hernandez as well. We also have our consultant project manager, Brian Swindell from HDR on the line, who will be assisting me with the presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, so we'll be covering several project items with you all this morning. We'll be discussing our project status, our ongoing virtual public meeting number 2, which is currently open commenting period right now. We'll be providing a summary of the outreach and coordination efforts. We'll be going over some highlights of the feedback that we received from public meeting number 1. We'll be going over the alternative screening process, the status of the alternative analysis. We'll also be discussing our environmental and section 106 process. We'll also be providing an overview of the conceptual alternatives. We'll be presenting on the viable alternatives, and we'll close out the presentation with the next steps for the project. Next slide, please. All right, many of you have seen this slide before, but this slide shows the steps we've taken to get where we're at now with this project. As you all know, we started with our Reimagine I-10 corridor study, which studied 55 miles of I-10, at the feasibility level from the New Mexico state line to Tornillo. From this study, Downtown 10 segment was the first priority project that stemmed from the study. So now we're at the schematic and environmental process with this project. And And once the preferred alternative is selected and refined along with the environmental clearance, the next step would be to go into the detailed design for construction. Next slide, please. As you all are aware, I think it's one slide before this. Oh, I guess it's missing. But one thing I do want to emphasize is, we're currently in the public meeting number 2, which is open to the public for comments. The virtual public meeting has been running since February 24th and will close tomorrow, March 16th. And of course, we encourage all public to provide their comments, which will help us continue to shape this project. As of March 5th, we've received a total of 56 comments, and we've seen over 1,200 visitors with our public meeting. So we anticipate to receive more comments by the end of the commenting period, which is tomorrow, as I mentioned. And again, these comments are evaluated and really helps us shape the project. At this time, I'd like to turn over the presentation over to Brian Swindell, who is going to provide a little bit more details on the project development. Brian?
Great, thanks, Raul. Next slide, please. As Raul said, the Downtown 10 project, many of you are probably aware, is a 5.6-mile project. It goes from Executive Center Boulevard to near the US 54 interchange, and it includes a number of constraints that we looked at early on. There's a lot of activity going on in this little segment, including the UTEP on the west and the terrain issue as you round that corner, as well as probably the tightest area on I-10 through the El Paso area as you approach the downtown area. And then you have the downtown area itself, and then east of downtown you have the railroad yard there as well. So all of these are areas that we're looking at to really drive some of the alternatives we put together, and really to try to come up with concepts that will work and address some of the need and purpose of the project. Next slide, please. As Raul mentioned, public meeting number 2 is going on right now. We really encourage you guys to get out there and go onto that website and make comments and look at the materials on there. A lot of the materials that are on there you'll see today in the presentation as well. Next slide. But I did want to back up a little bit to public meeting number 1, because this is not the first time that we've been out talking to people. We've been out in the winter of 2020, where we had a lot of feedback from a public meeting number 1 that we had, and then the lead up to public meeting number 1. And we'll show in a minute some of the feedback we got and some of the modifications that we've made. But in the lead up to public meeting number 1, we had a steering committee meeting on March 4th. We had 47 attendees, and many of you were invited and showed up for that, as well as an elected officials meeting in May. That was followed with a workshop that was held on 2 different days, and we had almost 90 people that were in attendance, and we got a lot of good feedback from that. But in addition to that, we had a lot of one-on-one meetings with elected officials and local officials, as well as stakeholders and key areas that we wanted to coordinate with. And all this led up to the virtual public meeting we had in June and July of last year. I think I misspoke and said it was winter. But we had over 1,200 attendees, 154 comments that we looked at, and those virtual public meeting number 1 comments and responses are still available online to look at if you want to look at those initial public meeting number 1 comments. Next slide, please. So similarly, for public meeting number 2, the one that's going on right now, we had a very similar lead up to that, including a steering committee meeting in December, a work group meeting we held in February. We had about 80 attendees. And then as with public meeting number 1, we had a lot of one-on-one meetings as well, that we were answering questions and trying to address some issues that came up. Ultimately, all of the comments from virtual public meeting number 2 will be available online as well. And as Raul said, we had a lot of good attendance so far on public meeting number 2, and we're looking to incorporate those comments into the project as well. I guess the reason to point out this was that this is not the first time that we've come to visit with you guys, and not the first time that we've come to visit with other key stakeholders, and it won't be the last time either. We'll be out again and visiting with you as much as needed. Next slide. So going back to public meeting number 1, we received a lot of feedback, and we've broken the comments that we received up into the 4 main goals and objectives that we had identified early on this project. One was mobility, environmental, multimodal, and then design. And we divided those comments up into that. You can see that they were somewhat evenly spread out throughout those comments or throughout those goals and objectives. And we tried to address those to get a full understanding of what exactly it was that was the ways that we can improve the project itself. We also want to, the underlying thing on these 4 goals and objectives is to also leverage current emerging technologies. And that's important because especially as we go forward, we want to make sure we're not building ourselves into a hole. We want to make sure that we're designing for the future as well. Next slide. So from a mobility standpoint, we heard a lot of comments about trip reliability. We talked about, heard some comments about induced demand. We heard some comments about making sure we reduce the number of crashes and traffic incidents. We also heard that roads are unnecessary. And so that's a comment that we heard. And we looked at making adjustments to the project by developing alternatives with an adaptive lane that provides a reliable trip. We worked with the MPO to work with their model to get as accurate a traffic results as we can. And in this next phase, we'll take that to the next step as well. And we also looked at how can we develop alternatives that reduce crashes, but also how can make sure that we have alternatives that don't have a continuous frontage road, so that we have a broad range of alternatives to consider. Next slide. And then from an environmental standpoint, a lot of this had to do with right-of-way acquisition and the historic elements, but also the enhance the uptown and downtown connectivity. Now, I'll just say on that one alone, that was a point that we looked at from the very beginning of this project, even back into the Reimagine I-10 phase of this study. We looked at how can we improve that, and that's one of the key goals as we move forward under the mobility side. But how can we reduce noise and pollution and enhance aesthetics? And all of these are things that we wanted to look at. We have been working closely with the UP Railroad to look at utilizing part of their yard, and the hopes of this will be to minimize and limit the amount of right-of-way that would be required for any kind of modification to I-10. And then also we have had a lot of feedback and a lot of coordination with a lot of the historic communities along the area, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Next slide. From a multimodal standpoint, there was a big emphasis we heard on bike and ped and ADA, and much like the uptown-downtown connectivity, this was a key focus from the very beginning, and you'll see it woven into all of our concepts, not just the base level bicycle pedestrian accommodations that TxDOT is required by FHW to make, but the next level of bicycle pedestrian accommodations. The district's committed to taking that to the next step, and that's important. But also, how do we address freight and truck traffic through town, and also make sure that we connect those neighborhoods and not separate them? And so a lot of our alternatives went to addressing those specific issues as well. And then next slide, the last part was the design. And really this mainly has to do with the fact that we have an aging interstate facility here. Not only is the pavement in a condition that we need to address, but also most of the bridges along the corridor are either ending their or reaching their design life, or they are under the 18.5-foot clearance that is currently required by TxDOT for freight movement along interstate facilities. So these are all things that we wanted to address. And so we heard some comments about the U-turns in the downtown. We talked about lowering design speeds through downtown, and we're looking at modifications that we can do to address those issues, but also trying to minimize cost on the project as well. So all of those are items that we heard and the ones that we're working towards to address. Next slide. So kind of redirecting just a little bit, want to talk a little bit about traffic. We heard some comments about traffic. You heard some of those in the comments that I showed there, but and we're not to the point where we finalize our traffic analysis. As with all of these types of studies, you start off very broad with high level data, and as you narrow the alternatives down, you get more and more detailed information and data. Throwing a pandemic into the middle of our process also created some challenges, and so we really are looking in this next phase as we go into the viable alternatives to really address peel back the layers on the traffic analysis. But I did want to show some statistics. One was between 2010 and 2019, you saw population increases in El Paso and El Paso County on the order of about 0.5% per year. In the same time, between 2010 and 2019, we've seen traffic volume changes in this section of I-10 more on the order of 1.5%, approaching 2% change in volume changes. This is partly due to not only does this corridor serve local traffic and a lot of it, but it also serves international truck crossings, which have increased almost 3.4% annually in that same time frame. But also the interstate traffic moving west to east and east to west along I-10 as well provides additional traffic volume as well. And all of those are factors that we have to account and factor in. I will point out, because one of the comments we heard was, well, are you taking into account the Northeast Parkway project, and are you taking into the Border West project? And because we're working with the MPO traffic model, which does take those into account, we have factored those into the forecast to date that we've done on the project. More detailed data will come as we go, and we'll refine the alternatives accordingly. But I just wanted to provide that information to you as a high-level overview. Next slide. Also, I wanted to talk a little bit about the screening process in general. As I mentioned, the goal of this process is to narrow these alternatives down to ultimately the preferred alternative. And that preferred alternative could be the no-build alternative. That's an alternative we carry right to the end of the NEPA decision, just to make sure that we not only have a baseline for comparison, but also that we have a legitimate no-build alternative that is on the table. But the idea is to narrow those alternatives down and at the same time increase the level of detail on the alternatives. So as you can see, the very top tier is what we went through in the Reimagine I-10 study. That gets us to tier 2, which we did, and we evaluated the conceptual alternatives, and now we're proposing to narrow those down to the viable alternatives, which is why you see the "We Are Here" sign label there. The next step is to narrow those viable alternatives, and what we're proposing is the 4, including the no-build, down to a recommended preferred alternative. And so that's what we would look at, and then ultimately that would go into a detailed environmental documentation and a more detailed design. Ultimately, that would go into a detailed design phase and then into construction if the build alternative is selected. So that's the general concept, just so you have a good framework of that. Next slide. Part of this is the environmental process, and there were a number of things we looked at. I'm not going to go through all of these, but as part of the National Environmental Policy Act, we are required to look at all of these elements. And so as we narrow these alternatives down, we started off looking at them on a high level, and as we narrow down and go into the environmental documentation phase, these will be done on a very detailed level as we move into that phase. So I just wanted to make that well known. Next slide. And then part of that is the Section 106 process. And the Section 106 process has specifically to do with historic properties along the corridor. Through this section of I-10, there are a number of historic areas that we are aware of and have coordinated closely with and will continue to work closely with. We know there are some concerns, and we've worked with those to try to minimize those. But the 106 process is an opportunity for those entities to become part of the what we call consulting parties, to really have more direct insight and I guess feedback into what's going on with those alternatives. Also to kind of help us understand better what the impacts, direct and indirect, might be on those facilities as well. And so this is something that we carry through also, and we presented this at pretty much every meeting we've had to date. So just wanted to make you aware of that as well. Next slide. So going back to the alternative development process, we are in this viable alternative phase. We went through the 9 conceptual alternatives that we're looking to screen down to the 4, including the no build, and get good public feedback on throughout that process. And so that's where we are. We're in that section between the conceptual and the viable, where we have our public involvement that's going on right now, that we're getting good feedback, and we're looking to narrow down to the viable alternatives. Next slide. So that gets to our alternative evaluation. And I'm sorry for the long lead up, but I wanted to give you that background so that you can understand the process that we're in the middle of, because it is a detailed process. Next slide. So we looked at the initial alternatives, and we kind of grouped these into basically 8 major alternatives. One was alternative A, which was rehabilitation only. Alternative B was reconstruction only. Alternative C was only looking at ramping modifications with some reconstruction. Alternative D was ramping modifications with what we call an adaptive lane, which is a set-aside lane in the middle that provides some flexibility in the future. Alternative E was the addition of a general purpose lane. Alternative F was a tunnel concept because we wanted a broad range of alternatives, everything from a no-build to a tunnel. And then alternative G was a build alternative that looks at adding an adaptive lane and a general purpose lane. And alternative H does the same thing as alternative G, but does it with what we call a collector distributor facility. A collector distributor is a way to provide better efficiency of ramping so that they're not all hitting the main lanes at the same place. So those are the broad levels. Next slide, please. We evaluated those alternatives based on some criteria that aligned with the 4 goals and objectives of the project. For mobility, we looked at level of service, a travel time index, the percent served. What that means is there might be a lot of demand that comes to the corridor. What percent of that demand can we serve? We wanted to address incident management. And then on multimodal, we looked at pedestrian and bicycle accommodations. We had a detailed look at transit, and we're coordinating with Sun Metro people on that, just to make sure that we've got a good facilitation and coordination on that, and also freight accommodations as well. And then from environmental, I showed you those before, but parcel impacts, displacements, historic structures, a lot of those are the ones that we'll look at, that we looked at before, and now we'll look at in more detail as we go forward. And then design, pavement, design requirements. We looked at construction complexity as well as maintenance of the facility. And then lastly was construction cost as well. So we ran all those alternatives through that criteria. Next slide, please. And the result of that was the evaluation matrix that we presented at the public meeting number 2. If you've been on there, you've seen. And basically, based on this, we are recommending to go forward in addition to the no-build, alternative D, which is the ramping modifications with an adaptive lane on the main lanes. Alternative G, which is the addition of a general purpose lane and an adaptive lane. And alternative H, which is the collector distributor alternative that we mentioned before. So those are the 4 that fared the best. We felt there was a break there that made sense. There's nothing magical about the 3 build and no build, but we felt like there was a break there between that one and the next one down that made sense to break it in that location. Next slide, please. So I wanted to quickly walk through the viable alternatives that we proposed, and then we can open up for questions whenever. But I wanted to talk briefly about those viable alternatives. Next slide, please. First one is alternative D. This is the alternative that looks at providing a general purpose lane along the main lanes. You can see it fared well because of design and mobility. From a multimodal standpoint, it fared very well because of the adaptive lane. And then on the environmental side, it fared well. In addition to that, the right-of-way requirements were substantially lowered from the Reimagine. I have a slide about that in just a second to show that as well. But this alternative D, ranked number 3 out of 9. Next slide. Looking at alternative D in the downtown area, I just wanted to kind of point this out because we have several different ways of handling the traffic in the downtown. Alternative D does look at leaving all of the bridges in place in the downtown area. I will point out that on the far left edge of the screen, you can see that Prospect Street Bridge. We're proposing to have that to remove that bridge coming across, but we have replaced that bridge with a bicycle pedestrian bridge that goes over and connects down to Santa Fe. In this alternative, that's how we propose to accommodate that movement of bicycle and pedestrian across that location. But also all of these bridges would be designed with high-level bicycle and pedestrian access and crossings across the bridges themselves, as well as along, in this location, along the outside edges of Yandell and Wyoming. I would also point out on alternative D that the general footprint of the downtown area remains the same, with the exception that we've kind of cut down the laid down slopes that are in the downtown area, and we've had more vertical walls. By doing this in alternative D, we were proposing to keep the properties that are between Yandell and keep Yandell in its current location. I will also point out that on alternative D, west of downtown, we are not proposing continuous frontage roads west of downtown. just east of downtown where we connect frontage roads up. West of downtown, as you're well aware, is a very constrained area, and you'll see in alternatives G and H that we had to go through some additional efforts to get those frontage roads in. So just I wanted to point out that we do have an alternative that A has a relatively small footprint in the downtown area, B does not impact those properties between Yandell and I-10, and C does not have frontage roads or continuous frontage roads west of downtown. So we wanted to carry forward an alternative that addressed those three issues, and this one did that. Next slide. Alternative G is the next one, and this is the one that looked at adding an additional general purpose lane and an adaptive lane. You can see that from a design standpoint, it fared well because we're addressing those design concerns. From a mobility standpoint, it addressed a lot of the travel time savings and key issues that we were evaluating, as well as the multimodal because of the adaptive lane, and the environmental fared well as well. And so you can see that this one ranked number 2 out of 9. Next slide. The downtown area of this one, we proposed something a little different. And the reason behind this was because when we were doing the original Reimagine I-10 and we were doing our initial traffic study, we were showing that as traffic grew to the design year, that it was really creating a lot of congestion, not only along the corridor here because we had 8 signals on either side of the corridor that we were pushing traffic through, but also it was impacting traffic into the downtown and uptown areas as well. That was significant. So we looked at how we could manage that better, and this is the alternative that we came up with, which was providing Santa Fe, Mesa, and Campbell as through bridges that continue as they are now, and keeping Oregon and Stanton as a bus, streetcar, and pedestrian access only. So obviously this alternative, as we move into the next phase, we'll have to do our due diligence on the traffic evaluation in the downtown area, and that's what we plan to do. I will point out that alternative G does look at having a bigger footprint in the downtown area, and the properties between Yandell and I-10 would be impacted in this alternative. But looking at that, we did look at how we could take advantage of that situation in this alternative, and we looked at providing a much better buffer between Yandell, for example, and the properties on the north side, and Wyoming and the properties on the south side. So we're able to provide very high-end bicycle pedestrian accommodations throughout on this, not only crossing on Santa Fe on all the bridges in the downtown, but also along the existing Yandell and Wyoming roads as well. I will point out on the left side of the screen, you can see the Prospect Street Bridge is proposed to be removed in this one as well. But we have a connection from Prospect Street down to the Santa Fe intersection that provides a good access across the Santa Fe Bridge, which with a much better and wider bridge than normal to accommodate those bicycle pedestrian facilities. West of downtown, we do have continuous frontage roads, which required what we call cantilevered facilities. Basically, we have the frontage roads sitting kind of on top of the main lanes in certain areas, just to make sure that we have enough room in the very constrained area we have on that west side. Next slide, please. And then the last one is alternative H, which does much of the same things as alternative G did, except it does it with what we call a collector distributor system. And this one provides a much more efficiency in the ramping, so that mobility was better and more efficient, and it also addressed multimodal more efficiently as well. So this one ranked number 1 out of 9, and so we wanted to carry this one forward as well. Next slide, please. So the downtown area of this one looks very similar to the last alternative. West of downtown, it looks a little different because we're having to do some different things with the frontage roads on this alternative as well. But generally, this is very similar to alternative G west of downtown. So I will point out that all of these alternatives are somewhat interchangeable as we move into viable. Like, for example, we may say that we like this downtown configuration, but we don't want frontage roads west of downtown, or vice versa. We like the alternative D downtown configuration, but we do want frontage roads west of downtown. So all of those are things that we'll look at and modifying as we evaluate the viable alternatives in the next phase. Next slide. So this is kind of a summary slide that shows where we started with the Reimagine study on the far left. We got a lot of comments in public meeting number 1 that were a little confused that what we were presenting was the reimagined study, but what we were actually presenting was kind of that's a starting point moving forward. And you can see that where we went from the reimagined I-10 study with 94 total displacements to a total of about 12 to 25-ish displacements along the corridor. Also, if you look at the very bottom, you can see that a big change also was how much of the right-of-way that was required and the displacements that were required were properties that were on the railroad. You can see that in the reimagined, it was about 60% was non-railroad, where all of the other alternatives are a minimum of about 70% on the railroad. So you can see that has changed quite a bit because we were able to work with the UP to really minimize the impacts to the properties as we're going forward. As we move into the viable phase, we'll look at even modifying this even more and tightening things up even more to provide even better impacts to that as well. So next slide. So wrapping this up real quick, where we are at public meeting number 2, as we did with public meeting number 1 and public meeting number 2, we will go through a similar process where we, talk to the stakeholders, talk to the work group, talk to the steering committee as we gear up for a potential public meeting number 3 if needed. And then ultimately, as we go into the environmental documentation schematic, we'll end up at a public hearing that we're looking at sometime in the 2024 timeframe. So in a nutshell, that's the study. I know it's a lot in a short period of time. And with that, I guess Raul and Ugo and Tomas and myself will be available to answer any questions y'all might have.
Brian, thank you very much. Very, very comprehensive. And one of the things that cleared up for me was the amount of outreach, the feedback that you've been getting. I was a little concerned because I didn't have the total knowledge, even though being in the MPO, you don't get the whole picture. But I think I'm just very impressed with the amount of outreach and also, sort of leaving things open for the future as well. And so I think this will be extremely helpful. I think some of the conversations we've had before didn't include some of these, questions that we have, and I think you answered a lot of mine. But I don't know if commissioners, or you have any comments, questions that you'd like to address at this time?
Judge, I think we have. I think we have a lot of folks that maybe may have called in for public comment. We might want to hear their comments, and then we can ask questions and
sure. And then maybe you can incorporate. We can't deal directly with them on a public comment, but you could comment in general based on the information that you've been receiving. So go ahead, Miguel. Who do we have? How many do we have so we can understand
right now we
time
have
frame?
5 on the phone bank. We have a video clip that they sent us comment, and I believe we might have 1 or 2 on Teams.
Okay, thank you. We'll get started. Thank you.
The first one that we have is Dr. Miguel Juarez.
Speakers, I'd just like to remind everybody that we have a 5-minute time limit. We'll be keeping track of that. So 5-minute time limit on comments.
Oh, 1 second. I believe, hold on 1 second. I might have brought him the wrong one. Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
There he is. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Juarez.
Yes, okay. Good morning, Judge Samaniego and County Commissioners. My name is Dr. Miguel Juarez. I have studied the history of highway building at national, state, and local levels. We have a statewide equity issues regarding transportation. According to the book, Just Transportation, Dismantling Race and Class Barriers to Mobility, today transportation is no less a civil rights and quality of life issue. All communities are still not equal. Some communities accrue benefits from transportation development projects, while other communities bear a disproportionate burden and pay the cost of diminished health. In the late 1960s, I-10 targeted people whose communities were redlined. In the 1930s, today TxDOT and the boosters and consultants are targeting another generation who will suffer displacement and the loss of equity. And just like COVID-19, transportation is a health issue. During the past 2 years, TxDOT and the Deck Park supporters have told us that the Downtown 10 project was just a concept, but we have known otherwise. The virtual public meeting during the pandemic is disingenuous because it disadvantages residents and business owners to be impacted. People in El Paso, like the rest of Texas and the rest of the country, are facing issues due to the digital divide. The Downtown project website navigation is awkward and cumbersome. My question to TxDOT and the supporters of the build plans is how many residents and businesses who will be impacted have you reached out to and explained that you will take their homes and properties? Why is the Downtown 10 project being fast-tracked? We request that the review process be kept open until more residents and business owners to be impacted are notified and given more time to provide input. Also, in a February 3rd, 2021 Zoom meeting with District Engineer Tomas Trevino on another matter, I asked to be included on the Section 106 process as a consulting party, but I have not been contacted. In addition, you need to publicize the meeting dates of the steering and work group committees, which I understand are open to the public. Thank you.
The next person we have is Mr. Bob Stewart.
Yes, good morning. My name is Bob Storch. I'm a resident of Sunset Heights. I've addressed you on this issue several times, and you all are being gaslighted on this big time. TxDOT has never, ever considered any alternative but bringing all traffic through downtown. While there is a Northeast Parkway that's under development and moving ahead, it's mainly a developmental asset to enhance development up there, not as a bypass to reroute traffic around the city. Juarez is taking steps to reroute their freight traffic around the city. El Paso is not. TxDOT insists that all traffic between the West Coast and Houston, Dallas, go right through downtown El Paso. We need to have them develop real alternatives to eliminating traffic downtown, not making it worse. The alternatives they have given us are all the same: more traffic through downtown. We should be promoting the no build or the resurfacing until they come up with a true alternative to bringing the traffic through downtown. Most of their intermodal and connections are east to west. They don't care about connecting downtown with Sunset Heights, UTEP, Uptown. All they want to do is move that freight through town. We need to concentrate on connecting the city, enhancing livability downtown, and bringing more people to live, work, and play downtown. Let's really push them to give us real alternatives. The tunnel is a real alternative, and that has never been discussed. And why don't we get any details on that? They say it's too expensive. $2 billion. They've got $5-6 billion projects going on in Houston and Austin. Come on, give us a break. Let's have some real alternatives to bringing traffic through downtown. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, the next person we have is Morton Mess.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, TxDOT officials. Thank you for listening to our comments, and I appreciate the privilege of making a comment myself. My name is Morton Ness. I'm one of the many thousands of El Pasoans who live in the neighborhoods that are near I-10 as it goes through downtown. These are the neighborhoods that will be immediately affected, and pretty clearly, overwhelmingly adversely affected, in my opinion, in every remaining option on TxDOT's downtown I-10 dance card. These are historic neighborhoods. They're diverse. They're unique. We have libraries and museums here, schools, colleges. There's bakeries. There's bars. We have El Paso's own Wrigley Field here. People walk around. They use their scooters. They use their bikes. They roam around. Why would you put a racetrack through all this if you don't have to? There are options that are not being considered here. TxDOT has said that it wants a robust expression from all of us, and they report something like 1,200, was it, comments, but I haven't seen evidence of reactions to those comments. I'd like to see an analysis of how TxDOT has reacted to those comments. You know, this is how we feel about the inevitable noise pollution, the high-speed traffic, and the restrictions of movement that we're going to have to tolerate with this. Maybe the response hasn't been robust enough, or maybe it's just all a big charade. What I do see here are all these excellent reasons that have been presented to TxDOT before for siphoning off or altogether rerouting that I-10 traffic to downtown. It's been done around the country. It's been done in El Paso on the east side. I remember that a TxDOT official once reported that back in Austin in the day, they used to call El Paso the throat of the dragon regarding the challenges that they were presented with trying to run I-10 through downtown. And to me, that kind of says it all. That was many years ago, but once the throat of the dragon, I think always the throat of the dragon. We're never going to win. So my point is, let's just come to our senses. Let's do the right thing, the logical, natural thing. Let's not fight the dragon, and let's just go around it and keep our beautiful downtown beautiful. Thank you for listening.
All right, the next person.
Miguel?
Yes, the next person we have is Mr. Scott White.
Go ahead, Mr. White.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, TxDOT staff and everyone else listening. My name is Scott White. I am a resident of Kern Place and was a resident of Sunset Heights. And I am the deputy director of Farm and City. It is a statewide think and do tank. It's dedicated to high quality urban and rural habitats across the state. And have a concern here, especially in light of some of the actions that have happened last week. I'm not sure if you are all aware, but the FHWA stepped into the I-45 project in Houston because of concerns about civil rights issues. The Harris County commissioners sued TxDOT because they felt they were not getting proper engagement with the community over that project. And when we look at some of the language here used to describe the public engagement, I'm concerned that there's transparency issues here as well, because the TxDOT in the presentation today talked about engaging stakeholders. But these stakeholders, according to the presentation, seem to be primarily elected officials, business leaders, or people they selected versus the entire community. Yes, we do have a community meeting, but the way these community meetings have been set up due to the pandemic provide a challenge because there's no way to actually engage the staff to ask the appropriate questions and get the kind of feedback that most people would be looking for in these projects. And so often now we are pushed to come to meetings such as this to find answers, because the answers certainly aren't on the virtual meeting. So with that in mind, I would certainly encourage TxDOT to look at revamping the virtual meeting process, because there needs to be direct engagement. People need to be able to get direct answers. We need more transparency in the process, because while they've presented a great deal of information, there's other information that is not there, such as the non-viable alternatives. Those design schematics and features are not part of the presentation. So how did we get to that point? What was good? What was bad? We haven't seen the whole range of alternatives. And that kind of appearance of a lack of transparency is problematic. And we wish that really there is more engagement with the community to find the best solution for what we need to do with this corridor, whether it is to proceed with the alternatives that they believe are most viable, or to carry forward, as the Commissioners Court talked about last week, the non-viable alternatives that might actually work better for this community. Thank you very much, and open to answer any questions you may have for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoy. Appreciate your time and comments. Thank you. Go ahead, Miguel.
Next speaker is Mr. Rene Fierro. Hello, Mr. Fierro. Mr. Fierro, are you there?
Miguel, I can hear him, but
he's monitoring the YouTube broadcast. Hello, Mr. Fierro.
Yes, I'm on the line.
Yes, you can go ahead and speak now. You can address the commissioners. Hello?
Okay, thank you. Yes, good morning. So my name is Rene Fierro, and I am calling to speak in regard to the agenda items 7A and B. I recently attended a Saturday special meeting regarding the Downtown Historic District and spoke briefly about the history of sport, of baseball, football, soccer, and their plan for downtown economic development in El Paso. I do want to state right now my opposition to the Reimagine I-10 project for downtown, mainly because I believe more common sense solutions exist for mitigating traffic congestion downtown, which is itself a natural choke point between two mountains and a river, along with the state and international boundaries that constrain the growth. Common sense solutions include roads and highways that support traffic that has no need to pass through downtown or the city center, as well as more and better public transportation options. When the downtown plan was in its early stages, decisions were made to prioritize the building of a baseball stadium for a new professional sports franchise, now the Chihuahuas. The franchise originated in Portland, Oregon. However, local officials over there pursued a bid for a Major League Soccer franchise, which required building a soccer stadium. The owner of the baseball team sold the team when the city demolished the baseball stadium to build a soccer stadium. The minor league baseball franchise made its way to Tucson and then eventually became the El Paso Chihuahuas. In 2026, the World Cup is coming to North America, US, Mexico, and Canada. The bidding process for host cities where games will be played is already completed. El Paso would have been an ideal host city due to its international character and would be a great location for a training camp due to its central location relative to the other host cities spanning across the continent. Due to poor planning and decision-making by the stakeholders in El Paso did not submit a bid, and as a result, tens of thousands of people from around the world will not be coming to El Paso during this historical event. Tens of thousands of people from around the world are also never going to come to El Paso to watch a baseball game. That's a fact that would have been known back in 2011. A reasonable expectation at the time would have been that the World Cup would eventually return to the United States, and after 32 years, it will. It might, however, be another 32 years before the World Cup comes back again. Mountain Star Sports Group blew it for themselves, their investors, and for our city and region. A Major League Soccer team will need a stadium and a training academy, and downtown simply does not have the space for such a project. You can look around the world and not find downtown stadiums and training grounds due to the same logistical problems in other cities. You will also notice many cities have new modern downtowns which are built away from their older historic downtowns. A training academy is brilliant for El Paso given the tremendous amount of talent we have for soccer. 4 state high school championships since 1996 are a testament to that. And I believe that these are reasons why El Paso needs to take a new direction and take the focus on off of using so many public resources and tax dollars to propping up a downtown project and spreading that money more equitably around the city for things that will benefit the entire population and not just a select few. Thank you for the time, and that is the end of my speaking this morning.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time and your views. Thank you.
Judge,
You're welcome.
That is all we have for the phone bank. I believe Marilyn Guida is on Teams. Marilyn?
Marilyn, go ahead.
You're muted, Marilyn.
Hello, this is Marilyn Guida. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I live in Central El Paso, 79930. I'd like to, first of all, say I'm in the process of reviewing and making comments by the virtual meeting. I wonder how to access the MOU on the environmental review and other aspects between FHWA and TxDOT dated December 9, 2019. I'd also like to point out something that in regard to the environmental review and the number of organizations locally that you've mentioned, but the El Paso Archaeological Society was not mentioned. And I know they have board members who know something about the prehistory of El Paso. When TxDOT is doing excavations, they're going to get into an area that could have been part of the ancient Rio Grande. And ancient sites in North America, most people don't know that people were actually here on this continent up to 14,000 years ago. And several of those sites with that antiquity are found in Texas. So if you don't have monitoring going on in your excavations, you're going to lose track of that. And once the site is destroyed, there's no evidence and no going back to it. I'm also concerned about the historic structures, the well-established businesses in that area, the Holocaust Museum. If any of your alternatives is going to affect this, then there's economic damage, not only to the businesses, but to the community at large. And very often compensations are not fully commensurate with the damage done. So that's, I think, an important difficulty. I agree with the previous speaker who had addressed the Cesar Chavez border highway and the Loop 375 extensions. I've been living here since 2008, and I thought that the heavy truck traffic was supposed to be routed around El Paso on these highways, and I know the Northeast is still in process, and not going through the heart of downtown. So the conditions would be much easier through downtown if there was really publicity and a concerted effort to get that truck traffic rerouted. And I particularly want to also say that El Paso should be recognized as its own place that deserves a system that's right for us and that does not apply some cookie cutter solutions used in other parts of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marilyn, for your comments. Thank you, and your time. Go ahead, Miguel.
Finally, Judge, we have a video clip, public comment we're going to play back. This is Dr. Kathleen Stout.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Ms. Stout.
Dear TxDOT, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I and the community organizations with which I am involved stand strongly opposed to the expansion of I-10 through El Paso's downtown. The more that El Pasoans hear about the impending disaster to wreck the downtown with possible I-10 expansion, destruction of properties, a loss of both residences and businesses, and the loss of property taxes therefrom, the more they are outraged that you and local, state wealthy developers, bankers, and building construction businesses would impose this expansion upon us. It seems that you and your allies aim to sweeten this tragedy with a deck park and pathways, which we do not want or need, and we certainly do not want to pay for. Perhaps you want to make it easier for heavy trucks to pass through El Paso. Trucks already can bypass the downtown with a toll road, Loop 375, rather than a duplicate highway. As the pandemic nears its completion with all the associated job business losses for the state's economy, this is certainly not a time for foolish and unnecessary expenditures. The massive destruction and reconstruction you plan with the expansive strategies for parallel roads for years and years of construction will put the nail on the coffin of people going to and enjoying our downtown. We enjoy our neighborhoods and want enhanced investment therein. Many El Pasoans recognize the need to strengthen the roadway without expansion and parallel roads, and as such would support planning alternative B, maybe F. Please do not remove those alternatives from your agenda in an overly bureaucratically driven process. Our county commissioners have already spoken in alignment with the content of my email, but our city council majority remains captured by the wealthy developers that bought their support with huge campaign contributions. Although we in the community, the people, are more numerous than the handful of wealthy individuals, we painfully understand how difficult it is to make democracy work better in the interests of people more than money. That elite-driven reality of the past should not be our future in Texas. Let me share a final word on the environment and the increased concrete downtown that we want to avoid. The expanded plans you seem dedicated to pursue will only enhance climate change, increase the number of high heat days. El Paso will soon approach Phoenix in heat days over 100 degrees. Pollution in a region already out of compliance and hurting the health of our residents, and fossil fuel consumption. This is the 21st century, and we need to look ahead to create a healthy, sustainable environment for our children and grandchildren. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment. My name is Kathleen Stout. I'm Professor Emerita of Political Science, and I serve on the coordinating committee of the Community First Coalition and as co-organizer of the El Paso Alliance for Just Education. Thank you.
Okay, that was the video clip. We do have one more person in the phone bank, Ms. Debbie Nathan.
Who is it, Mick?
Oh, it was supposed to be Debbie Nathan. She hung up.
Debbie
Yeah,
Nathan.
she hung
Okay.
up though. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've got everybody, right?
Are you going to try to call her back?
I've tried several times, Commissioner.
Okay. Maybe she's having an issue with her phone. We try one more time, maybe.
Could we come back to her if she dials back in as the commissioners are making their comments?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, commissioners and comments. Commissioner Holguin, did you have a comment or any?
I did, Judge. Thank you. So I had some questions for Mr. Ortega about the public comment, the public meeting that's going on right now. So since we discussed this project on our Commissioners Court agenda for last week, my office, as I imagine all of the commissioners' offices, have been receiving tons and tons and tons of emails from members of the community who are concerned about this project. And so what my office has been doing is trying to explain to folks that this isn't, because we've been getting a lot of requests to vote against the project. So we've been explaining that this isn't something that comes within the purview of the Commissioners Court, that the court is going to vote for or against, but we've been directing people to the TxDOT virtual meeting so that they can leave their public comment. And overwhelmingly, it seems like the folks that we're hearing from aren't even aware that that's how they make their voices heard. That's where they submit their public comments. So I'm just wondering if, because it seems to me that maybe the public hasn't really been aware that that's the avenue that they should follow to make a comment. Is TxDOT by any chance thinking of maybe expanding the public comment period? I know it's scheduled to end tomorrow. It does seem that we've received substantially less comments during this second virtual public meeting than TxDOT did during the first one last year. I think the numbers were about 150 during the first virtual public meeting, whereas I think right now, this one they're up to, I think, a little bit over 100, but it ends tomorrow. So I don't think that y'all will probably reach that same level as during the first meeting. But in light, I think one of the speakers mentioned the lawsuit that's happening right now in Houston. And it seems to me the basis for that was because the community didn't really feel that they had been heard or taken into consideration enough. I'm wondering if in light of all of those things, is TxDOT maybe thinking of expanding its public comment period to make sure that it hears from everyone?
Thank you, Commissioner Raul. Do you want to go ahead and address that?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Holguin, for your comments. When we presented the current metrics that we've received regarding the comments, that was as of, March 5th. So we do anticipate to, receive a whole lot more comments. As of right now, we are not looking into extending the commenting period. Of course, even though the current public meeting commenting period closes tomorrow, the public still could go ahead and reach out to the project team via our Downtown 10 email address. So we can go ahead and continue to receive those comments from that avenue.
And what email address would that be?
Yes, it's the downtown10@txdot.gov. So that's the email address, and also that information is also on the Downtown 10 website.
So people can continue to submit comments even after tomorrow when the virtual public
That's
meeting
correct.
ends?
The commenting period is for, content that's provided via the virtual public meeting number 2 as of right now.
Okay.
And I know I have a couple of environmental folks on the line. If I misspoke, please, feel free to jump in. I know we have Kim Johnson, our environmental consultant, that's on, leading the effort for us. Kim, I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit more.
Sure, Raul. Can you all hear me? Yes, great. So to answer your question, Ms. Ortiz, Commissioner, you can still comment on the project. It just won't be included in the public meeting summary, but you can still comment on the project and those will be taken into consideration. If TxDOT does decide to extend that, then those will also be included. But that's the reason for the deadline of 15 days is to have a set amount of time to get all the comments and then document those and the responses like we did the last public meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And then I had my second question really revolved around the other alternatives. I think at our last meeting, our last Commissioners Court meeting last week, the court as a whole decided that we really did want to see more information, to get more information on all of the other alternatives, to make sure that the community had that information. But the only slides that we saw right now were those top 3. Is there any reason why we can't see that much detail with regards to all of the other alternatives?
So, part of the process, and I'll ask Brian to kind of chime in here, but, part of the process is, we've through the Reimagine I-10 corridor study and leading into this schematic environmental project, Downtown 10, there was some initial alternatives that have been developed. Due to the ranking of those alternatives, the process allowed us to continue to move forward with, 4 of the viable alternatives. But I'll ask Brian to go ahead and speak to some of the alternatives that were part of the initial alternatives that were not, carried forward as a viable alternative.
Sure, and just so you know, the other alternatives, much like the slides that I showed on the Bible, the other slides similar to those are available in the virtual public meeting. They are in there. I was trying to be respectful of the time because I knew this was going to be a long presentation anyway, and to try to go through 9 of them would have taken some time. So that's why. But so we kind of concentrated on the viable alternatives. But with respect to the alternatives that were eliminated or proposed to be eliminated for further consideration, they were taken off as a result of the fact that they did not meet the general need and purpose of the project, which initially started off with, or was laid out from the very beginning on addressing traffic congestion and mobility issues, concerns surrounding incident management, and then a failure to meet current design standards. Those are the project needs that we identified. So, for example, alternative B, the reconstruction did not address the mobility and the traffic congestion component of that. And it ended up with a level service F in the design year. And so it scored low on the mobility side. And I'll speak a little bit to the tunnel concept, because I know that was the other one that we heard a comment on that. And there were some other things on that as well. That one we're proposing to eliminate because of the not only just the overall cost that was well in excess of the $2 billion mark, also because of the significant maintenance and operation requirements that would be required to keep that facility operational into the years. I will also point out that the tunnel that we've outlined and the nature of this corridor is a very constrained corridor, would require a nearly 4-mile tunnel to make that work. That would end up being the longest tunnel in the U.S. as a result of that. So all of those kind of told us that it was a little bit out of the order of magnitude that we were looking for proposing alternatives to be carried forward. So those are just two examples, but a lot of that information is on the virtual public meeting, and you can see some of that information on there as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I know that at our last week's meeting, and I certainly understand the time constraints and that we couldn't have gone into this much detail into all 9 alternatives, but I know that at our last meeting we had specifically wanted more information on alternatives B and F, and it would have been nice if we could have gone into more detail, just so that the public who's listening to the meeting today could have access to that information as well. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else?
Judge, this is Miguel. We do have Debbie Nathan on the line if you want to hear from her.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Debbie, go ahead.
And
can you hear? Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, yes, we can, Debbie.
Yeah,
Thank you.
hi. Okay, an early afternoon to you all. My name is Debbie Nathan, and I did offer comment last week. I'm a Sunset Heights resident, living just a block from Interstate 10. Thank you so much for trying to get me back on the line. I have no idea what those glitches were about, but I'll talk about some glitches later on, since we're talking about glitches. So anyway, since speaking with you, I've looked at maps on TxDOT's I-10 downtown website, and I found lists of every property parcel, along with their owners, the names of their owners, who will be adversely affected by the 3 versions that TxDOT has presented. There's hundreds of names and addresses, and my question to TxDOT is, have these people been proactively contacted, directly contacted? I also have questions for TxDOT based on the data that I saw on those lists. First of all, how many of the parcels that you flagged with the little purple markers are inhabited homes, and that would include apartments? And how many are slated to be demolished, again, including apartments in any of those versions? And then second of all, how many of the total parcels are owned by Spanish surnamed people? And how many homes and businesses slated for demolition are owned by Spanish surnamed people? I'm asking because historically interstate highway development in this country has exploited inequities of race and socioeconomics. And this is also true in El Paso. Yesterday I had a little time, and so I looked at data for the 6 census tracts, the budding I-10 from Copia to Porfirio Diaz. They are very poor and very brown. Their average median annual income is about $19,000. That's less than half of El Paso's $47,500. Their average poverty rate is 46%. That's almost 2.5 times El Paso's 19% poverty rate. And the average percentage of Hispanics in these tracts is 90% compared to the city's 82%. The average percentage of white non-Hispanic residents is only 5%. That's less than half of their rate in the whole city. I-10 is sited in the central area in a poor brown area. TxDOT's current plans will worsen this inequity. Freeway noise, pollution, vibration are already long-standing quality of life issues in the abutment tracts. And the people that suffer from them will only suffer more if the highway and the traffic are made bigger. So, we have a chance to grapple with all this, but I wanted to bring up another glitch, a really big glitch These things that TxDOT calls meetings are in fact not meetings. Asynchronous websites are not community meetings. Community meetings with public agencies gather in real time like we are now, even if during crises like COVID, the gathering is done the way we're doing now with conferencing apps like Zoom or webinars. And, people at public meetings have a chance to respond to information together, and they can ask questions publicly, they can get answers publicly. You can put the meeting up later, asynchronous for people who weren't there, but the meeting itself has to take place in real time. It's not a meeting if it doesn't. TxDOT has twice failed to hold community meetings. They can use the word meeting, but it's not a meeting. One of them was in June 2020. The other one was just lately and is still going on, supposedly. It's not a meeting. And then the other thing that's really strange is that this meeting number 2 that's going on now is so faulty in its online logistics that I think many members of the public couldn't use the site. I would actually be very curious to know how many people actually got past the introductory video, because that was my experience. I went to the site. I'm not going to say the whole name of it. It's blantonassociates.com and then some other details. But when you go there, you get this big circle with the word enter. You click on enter and you get to this little short introductory video, and then it leads nowhere. And then big parts of the screen outside of the circle are just dead to further linking. And then other parts, which are blank, do advance you, but there's no instructions to put your cursor on those parts. So if you get to them, it's just an accident. I spent 20 minutes on that page lost. I finally called a friend who told me to search the page for an X. I didn't see an X, but I accidentally clicked my cursor on part of the blank page, and it did get to an X. But then normally when you press on an X, everybody, you close a site. You don't open it. So that was another glitch. And I never would have figured out how to get into this so-called meeting or this site without my friend's help. It took me over an hour and a half to get to the information and comment pages. I really would like to know how many of the 962 unique visitors actually got past the video. I would like TxDOT to tell us that. I'm a university-educated professional. I've got an up-to-date Mac computer, and if I had such trouble using this site, imagine what people with fewer resources went through. I think many probably gave up. Again, creating an asynchronous website does not equal holding a community meeting. And because of TxDOT's logistics, even of their asynchronous site, they're just deficient. I think TxDOT should call a Zoom community meeting and extend for several weeks the time for public comment on the information presented in the so-called meeting number 2. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Nathan. Appreciate your time and your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miguel?
That's all the persons we have for public comment, Judge.
Okay. Commissioners, comments?
Judge?
Commissioner Stout, go ahead.
I've got a number of questions, but I'd like to make some quick comments. I'm a little disappointed with the presentation today, because I don't think it's really what we were requesting to talk about, and just having a couple of comments thrown out there by Mr. Swindell doesn't suffice for me. Having a good opportunity for us to actually hear about the real alternatives, because the three that have been moved forward thus far are basically just three alterations of the same project that has been proposed since the very beginning, that we were and we have been promised all along for the last number of years that there would be an opportunity for us to really look at other alternatives, and unfortunately that's not the case. I wouldn't categorize these three as alternatives. I would categorize them as variations of the same project. Real alternatives would be a tunnel. A real alternative would be reconstruction and So I mean, it's just unfortunate that we continue. I feel down this same road. I mean, I've been at numerous meetings with TxDOT, and I've had meetings privately with TxDOT, and have heard many comments from the public in the past, and I don't think that there is any real meaningful community input being taken into account and community feedback being taken into account through this process, and that's really unfortunate. And I want to echo the comments that many of the folks on the line made regarding this process and the way that this quote unquote public meeting that's going on right now is being handled. And I feel like there should be not just more time, because you all, TxDOT, have been working on this for many years, and you're giving the public just a couple of weeks to digest it. And you've spent, you've used engineers and technical folks to put it together that understand it, and probably have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, to put this project together, all the while telling us that this is just a concept, y'all. This is just a concept. That's all we were told up until this point, was it's just a concept. There will be opportunities for alternatives, and we just are not seeing that. So I wanted to ask a couple of questions. We didn't get a lot into the weeds, I guess, on the presentation. Looking at super deep when we're talking about the three. I mean, from what I understand, there are three main, reasons why TxDOT is telling us that we need this project, and one has to do with the structural integrity of the roadway, which I understand completely. It's been 25 years or so since something has any major repairs have been done to the roadway, and it's getting to the end of its life, and I think that's important. But the other two reasons, one has to do with we're told to reduce congestion. We need to widen the highway to reduce congestion, and I just want to put it out there that anybody that looks up, if you Google, does widening highways reduce congestion, you will come up with a plethora of studies and articles and what have you, that talks about how increasing capacity does not reduce congestion, that it induces traffic, and though it may seem to reduce congestion, in the early, maybe year or something like that. I don't know what the time frame is, but in the end, all you end up having is more cars with the same problem. But again, I'm not even convinced that congestion is an issue in downtown. I haven't seen any of the modeling or any of the information that TxDOT has put forth that convinces me that congestion is really an issue downtown. It may be in certain other areas along I-10, but definitely not downtown. And then again, the third premise, or the third reason, has to do with I guess accident mitigation or incident management. And I'm not convinced as well that trying to increase the speed on a highway is going to bring about less impactful or less impact when it comes to accidents. The vast majority of the increase in the traffic that's going to be coming through, if we widen the highway, is going to be truck traffic. It's difficult for me to understand how we're projecting that it's anything else that would be anything other than that. The city of El Paso has not grown more than I think we saw it up on the on one of the slides. I think it's 0.05 or 06 or something like that. Some of the projections that y'all are putting here is 3 times that much. I just don't know where. I don't know what crystal ball you're looking through that tells you that it's going to be the growth in population in El Paso is going to be 3 times as much year over year than it has been traditionally over the last 10 years at least. But when it comes to the traffic projections, you've talked in the past about, and I can't remember if you mentioned it today, but when you provide an estimate for miles per hour in the future downtown, is that for the entire day? Because we're talking about being able to speed up traffic. Is it during the entire day or for selected periods? And if so, if it is selected periods, how long? For how long? That's the first question that I have for you all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Raul, do you want to?
Sure. No, thank you for your comments, Commissioner Stout. They're well received and taken into consideration in regards to the traffic. And again, I'll allow Brian to go ahead and speak on it a little bit. But before I do, several things so the traffic analysis is still an ongoing process that we have. And of course, the population increase is not the only factor that's taken into consideration in the traffic analysis. As you all know, we have several ports of entries that, feed into I-10. And so there is quite a bit of, pass-through traffic, along I-10. But Brian, do you want to talk a little bit about what we've done so far in regards to traffic and what we continue to plan to do as this project carries out?
Sure. I think you answered a lot of it. You mentioned the population growth of 0.5%, and that's what we're showing from 2010 to 2019. The slide and what I attempted to show was that while the population was increasing 0.5%, traffic was increasing about 1.5%. So it's increasing faster than the population growth is. And my point was that a lot of that has to do with things other than population, as Raul said. We have the 5 ports of entry that are in the general area that feed into this area. A lot of the traffic that we've seen through our initial studies is a lot of local truck and freight traffic. So you're not seeing a huge volume. You're seeing a volume of it, but it's not the overwhelming volume of truck traffic that's going all the way through the area. Most of the truck traffic is either destined locally or originate locally. So that's another factor we're factoring in. Another point on the traffic too is that depending on what you're defining as the downtown area, the area between the Missouri Bridge and, say, Santa Fe is kind of in the throat of the downtown area, and there's really not a lot of friction and a lot of conflict in that area because most of it's done outside of it. If you look back at if you go back to public meeting number 1, and even back to the Reimagine, where we did some initial studies of what the traffic was doing, you can see that it all bottlenecks up east of downtown as well as west of downtown. So it's really kind of limiting the traffic that gets in there as well. So that's another point. The other thing you talked about was the time of day issue. And when we do traffic analysis, we are looking at peak period traffic. That's something that we evaluate. The worse the traffic is, the longer the peak period spreads out sometimes. So you have what's called peak hour spreading. So you end up with, instead of a rush hour, you might end up, if you don't do anything, a couple of hours where the congestion is over the threshold for level service F or approaching F. And so what we're seeing in our initial traffic evaluation is we're seeing that if there isn't some additional capacity added, then in the design year traffic, we're going to experience level of service Fs in large parts of that peak period area time frame there. As Raul mentioned, we've got a lot of work left to do on the traffic. We are going to do traffic counts right now. We're proposing that we start traffic counts sometime late summer, so that hopefully the impacts of COVID can be diminished somewhat, and we can evaluate that and look at it that way. But also, we got to keep in mind that we're looking 20 to 30 years into the future for projects that we're developing right now. So we have to look well into the future on traffic projections as well. And I know you're aware of that. I just wanted to make that point as well. So I hope that kind of answered your question, or at least touched on it. But that's kind of the general comments I had.
So what I'm getting is there's not a lot of there's not a lot of congestion. There's going to be more traffic, but it's going to be the majority of that traffic is going to be truck traffic because of the increased commerce that's going to be coming off the ports of entry, and the idea is to try to slow down, to do this whole project to increase the throughput times for these trucks during peak hours, which it could be half an hour or an hour, to save them, get them going faster through the area, by how many miles per hour? 5 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour during a half an hour. Is the estimate of miles per hour, where exactly does it apply? Is it for a mile? Is it for a half a mile or a quarter of a mile? Is it at Schuster or at downtown exit or at Cotton? Is it eastbound or westbound? And what is it? How does that compare to the current count?
I don't have all those numbers specifically right now, but those are ones that we're going to be evaluating. If you look back at some of our previous materials, there we did have a board, and I don't have it handy, or else I could maybe pop it up. But we had a board that showed travel time speeds in the design year versus in the no build and in a build scenario. And for example, and these numbers are approximate, so don't quote me on these, but the no build number was something like 17 miles an hour, and while the build number was in the 50 to 55 mile an hour range in the design year. We're talking 2045 in the design year. So that's and as far as where those are, we kind of pick certain areas along the corridor to kind of measure that. We can't measure it kind of continuously along the corridor, but also one of the big things we're looking at with this project too is areas of impact and what I would call friction on the corridor. There are areas that are really creating some issues, and this downtown area has a lot of ramps that are closely spaced and designed in old style ramp configurations that create a lot of friction on the main lanes. So one of the things that these alternatives, especially the build alternatives, are looking at doing is addressing some of that and addressing some of those ramps. One of the big issues we see in the no build alternative, for example, is that as you approach from going westbound towards downtown, the ramp to Missouri is creating a significant bottleneck in the design year that really kind of ends up metering out traffic that can get through the downtown area. So that was one of the big things that we identified early on. So that's just an example. That's just one example of the type of thing that we're looking at trying to improve.
So one more question on this part. So we said we heard earlier that there's the majority of the increase in traffic is going to be truck traffic. Are those trucks getting off downtown, or they're just passing through?
Well, I don't think I said that the majority of the truck traffic or the majority of the traffic increase was truck traffic. I think that what I was saying is the traffic from the ports of entry exacerbates and creates more growth in the area as well. But I think we're seeing growth in passenger car traffic as well. The other thing too that the adaptive lane does is it provides a reliable trip down the corridor also that helps the multimodal aspects, helps the transit provide a predictable trip down I-10, for example. It provides opportunities for other vehicles over time that may be determined to provide some flexibility, whether it's HOV type facilities or even, as technology increases, some sort of autonomous or electric vehicles or connected vehicle type facility down there, if that's where the technology leads us. But it does provide a lot of flexibility so that we're not building ourselves into a corner. We're providing some flexibility for the future.
Yeah, and if I may, Commissioner Stout. Yeah, and again, we're still in the process of evaluating the traffic. That's where we're at right now in the process. We're identifying the needs so that we facilitate the movement of traffic. So that's exactly where we're at in the process right now, so that we can better understand and better facilitate those movements.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that that's something you should understand before you decide what kind of project you're actually going to go with. Whether or not it's actually needed. I also had a lot of some of the same questions that some of our callers brought up. Can y'all tell us? I know you within the three alternatives, quote unquote alternatives that you all provided that you're moving forward with. There's different alternatives provide different levels of takings, but can you all tell us how many are actually apartments and homes? And what the ethnicity of the people that would be displaced is?
Yeah, sure. Again, Commissioner Stott, this is Raul. So one of the things, so we're not in the right-of-way acquisition phase just yet. We need to have an environmental clearance in order to get to that phase. At this point, it's identifying the potential right-of-way impacts for each of the alternatives that are being developed. When we first start, and I believe we had a slide on that, but from the Reimagine I-10 corridor study concept, yes, it was a wider footprint. And, at that point, we were looking at about 94 potential displacements. Through the refinement of getting to the actual schematic environmental project, the Downtown 10 project, and after receiving several feedback from the public, from our public meeting number 1, there's been some refinements to these alternatives. For example, just east of the downtown area, one of the things that we've done is we've held tight at the actual existing right-of-way line. Therefore, there will be no displacements in that area, where we're shifting everything south to the UPRR, Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way. So that's something that's still in coordination. Just to show the difference, I know that we had that slide. So alternative D went from the corridor study from 94 potential impacts to 12 potential displacements. Alternative G is 30 versus the 94 that we first started with. And then alternative H is 21, again, compared to the 94 from the Reimagine I-10 corridor study. And on that slide, we've identified, whether it's commercial, residential, but again, it's still early in the process. We don't even have the preferred or selected alternative, and we have not even gotten to a point to refine that at this point. So it is a little early to be, going into the right-of-way acquisition process at this point.
I will add to that, Raul, that part of the environmental process does take a look at the environmental justice component of the project, and that'll be evaluated in the environmental documentation as well. So that will be accounted for in that study when we get to that point.
So when it comes to even the alternative that talks about just 12 properties being taken, are any of those properties houses or apartment buildings?
We're showing on alternative D, based on the current numbers, and as Raul said, in the next phase we'll look to refine that further. We're showing 9 commercial and 3 residential building displacements. So I believe in alternative D that does include at least 1 apartment complex in that alternative. So alternative G was 28 commercial displacements with 2 residential, and alternative H was 19 commercial with 2 residential. So,
okay, I don't know if in the future you could do this, but it seems to me it might be a little more transparent if we were able to understand how many actual people are going to be displaced, how many families or individuals are going to be displaced, as opposed to just saying one residential displacement. Well, if you have an apartment building that has 40 families living in it, that's not one resident that's being displaced. That's 40 families that are being displaced. And I would guess probably, as Ms. Nathan was pointing out, poor brown families. So I mean, if we could have a little more transparency there, I think that would be great. And I mean, so up to this point, what I'm hearing is that you know, it's too soon in the process to understand that we actually need this. It's too soon in the process to actually understand what the impacts are going to be. And that worries me because I don't think any of us have a lot of information about what this project, what it is, and why are we doing it, and how it's really going to impact us. And I don't know at what point in the process that information is we're gonna have that information. But it seems to me it's going to be way too late, I guess, because we're already at a point where, you know, if we move forward with these three variations of the original project, that you know, we're at a point of no return, and we can't go back and look at any of the real alternatives. So that really worries me.
Commissioner Stout, let me get Commissioner Holguin, because I think she's been wanting to ask a question. So I see her.
Sorry, Commissioner Holguin, I didn't mean to.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Cut you out there.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I did just want to, just before we move on from the topic of the individuals that will be displaced. So we do have these preliminary numbers about how many families and how many commercial properties will be affected. But am I understanding correctly that there has been no outreach to those specific property owners just to make sure that they understand that it is a possibility? I understand we're still at the beginning phases, but if we know how many commercial and residential properties could be affected, has there been any direct communication with those property owners to let them know that this is possibly going to happen?
Yes, Commissioner Holguin. So what we've done is, obviously we've had these meetings, these public meetings. We have had several one-on-one meetings with folks that have requested, you know, these meetings, and again, we explained to them where we're at in the process, what potential impacts may occur regarding the alternatives that are being evaluated right now as we get closer to the preferred alternative. So we have met with some, but again, it's informational regarding where we're at in the actual process of this project and development. So Brian and Kim, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, Raul, I might also add that as part of the public involvement process, we always send out direct notification to the adjacent property owners as well. And so they would have received notification from that standpoint that there's more information that's coming in the virtual public meeting, or that, as well as contact information to get a hold of somebody or to provide comments at the email address that Raul mentioned before. So so that kind of level has taken place as well. I don't, Kim, anything I missed there?
No, you're exactly right, Brian. We use the county appraisal district right of way information for each parcel, and we sent the notice to every single person that was on the parcel data for both public meetings, and we directed them to the public meeting. And we also said if you had questions and were uncomfortable with that meeting, please contact me personally with my cell phone. So I just wanted to note that we definitely went as much as we could to try to help people who felt uncomfortable with that.
And so those notices were sent by mail. Do you have the dates of when those notices would have been sent out?
I don't have the exact dates, but we know what those were. We usually send them like a week before we send them to, like, we send elected officials letters, so you guys would have received the letter, and the day after we send it to all those adjacent property owners. And I can give you those dates in a minute if you want me to look them up.
For all of the three alternatives that we're talking about, right? That y'all have presented on?
Actually, more than that. We send them to every single property owner that is adjacent to the study area of the project. So it's more than just the people that are potentially affected. It's the people that are using the corridor that live right there.
And is there any way that, I think it was Ms. Nathan who mentioned not having had an actual public meeting where people can participate and ask questions and interact. Is there any way to still schedule something like that? I know that even though the public meeting is ending tomorrow, y'all said that you would continue to accept feedback and comments through that email system. So is it still possible to schedule some type of meeting where it actually is more interactive and people can ask questions and see the slides presented to them and have all that information given to them on, not face to face, but as close as we can do face to face right now?
Yes, short answer is yes. Like we've mentioned before, aside from the public meetings we've had, we can also set up one-on-one with particular stakeholders or community groups or whatever it may be to go ahead and continue to explain where we're at in the project development and to answer any questions they may have.
And so groups contact you if they do want to set something like that up?
Yes, I think the easiest way is through the Downtown 10 email address.
Great, thank you.
And just to piggyback off that, are those comments that would be taken outside of the quote unquote public comment period that y'all are providing? Are those going to be legally, I guess, as I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but are they going to be considered as legally part of that part of the process, or is it going to be considered something else?
Yeah, so I'll ask Kim to go ahead and chime in. As Kim mentioned earlier, the actual the comments received during the public meeting will be included in the summary. But Kim, do you want to go ahead and add on to that?
Sure, Raul. Brian went over a couple slides that showed the number of meetings we've had in addition to the public meetings. So we have and we've separated them into public meeting number 1 session and public meeting number 2. And we've had stakeholder meetings. We've had one-on-one meetings with the public. We've had people who've asked us to come out and talk to them, which we have. We've had work group meetings that we actually invited a lot of members of the public to those meetings. We had over 80 people attend, as Brian noted. So what we can do is maybe have a separate meeting with a bigger group. It's hard to, we may not be able to have one-on-ones with every single individual, but we can maybe, if people reach out to us, we can schedule something. Also, to answer your question about how those are documented, even though they may not be part of the public meeting record, they could be. We've been including them in records that we have in the notes on the work group meetings. We've had notes on those, the one-on-ones. We have notes on those as well, and we have that. We're taking those as we go, and I think it's maybe up to TxDOT on how they handle that, but that's normally what we do. And maybe Mimi or Hugo or somebody may want to say whether they would like to do that for this. Is just go ahead and include them all in the public meeting notice, but we do have to have a deadline according to our TxDOT and NEPA guidelines to have deadlines to those meetings so that you can compile the comments and answer them and put it back out to the public like we did for public meeting number 1.
Right, and I do want to add and just kind of clarify, all of these meetings that, that we're talking about here, of course, we're doing them virtually. Of course, we're staying safe due to the pandemic. I just wanted to make sure that was understood.
Thank you. Commissioner Leon, I know you've been waiting patiently.
Mm-hmm. And just a quick question for thank you, Judge, for either Mr. Ortega or Mr. Swindell. On one of the alternatives, it depicts traffic can exit on Yandell. That becomes the access road. Do you know what the speed would be there? Then it re-enters I-10 about 2 or 3 blocks down the road. What the speed would be for that area? I know that it's probably about 30, 35 miles an hour right now.
Yeah, we got a lot of comment. In fact, I think I showed a comment that we got on that during the public meeting number 1. We are looking at ways to control the speed on that. I think just in general, as you get up on Yandell between Campbell and Santa Fe, for example, you will still, even in the even in the least number of intersections alternative, you'll still have 3 signals in a line there that will also help kind of mitigate speed along Yandell and Wyoming as well. So, but as we move into the next phase, we've been kind of brainstorming on some ideas on how best to address the speed issue on Yandell to keep it at a more appropriate level for that downtown. We're not looking at speeds on that section of the Yandell that would be like the speeds between, say, Airway and in the Airway area or something along that lines. We're looking at trying to keep it in more of a downtown setting type of atmosphere. And there has been some precedent set on this, whether it's the downtown Dallas, the deck, where they did the deck park in the downtown Dallas area where they had their frontage roads along that edge. They did some things, and that's another option that we can look at down there to provide some of those things in relation to that. So that's just we are looking at that. Those are some ideas we'll look at as we move into the next phase.
Thank you. Commissioner Lil?
Oh, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Judge.
Commissioner Stout, please.
Thanks. So I was wondering if TxDOT would be willing to have a public meeting that would be similar to the stakeholder meeting that y'all had on the 10th of February, where you spent 3 hours with us, with stakeholders, right? But doing it for the general public to go into detail on alternatives B and F. Since that's kind of what we were asking for today is a little more information on alternatives B and F. Is that a possibility?
So where we're at in the process is we are receiving, the comments, and we've definitely received your all's comment in regards to alternative B and F, I believe. So once we kind of internalize all the comments, we'll go ahead and make those adjustments that are needed to further develop this project. So, let us go back and evaluate the comments that we received during this commenting period.
Well, hopefully that's not a no, but I want to really strongly advocate for allowing that opportunity for the public to understand. What are some of the other alternatives for what's going on here? I wanted to ask you also. You talked a little bit earlier about the Northeast Parkway and the loop, and so I wanted to understand whether the assumptions that were used in the design of the Northeast Parkway are consistent with the assumptions that are now being used for in the Reimagine I-10 project. Because the Northeast Parkway is yet to be constructed. Its design capacity is cited as a factor for the justification of Reimagine I-10. So how can the optimization of that parkway be integrated into Reimagine I-10 alternatives for public review?
Yeah, I think Brian had responded to that a little earlier in regards to the Borderland Expressway project. One of the things that was considered in the travel demand model that was utilized with the initial traffic analysis did include the Borderland Expressway as a built condition already.
Yeah, I mean, I just going off of one of the comments that somebody from the public made is that maybe that the Northeast Parkway is being designed for the development and not as a possible relief for some of the truck traffic that's coming through our city's core, and we think that may should be incorporated into some of the redesign, or maybe a redesign of that could be incorporated into and integrated into the Reimagine I-10 alternatives. But and similarly, the Border West Expressway, it also seems to me like a very logical path for increasing capacity for throughput east and west. It's not tolled right now. Is it going to be tolled? I guess is my question. And if it's not tolled, is that going to change the traffic projections that you all have put forth? What with the projections that you all have that you're using to estimate? Are you using a tolled Border West Expressway, or are you using a non-tolled?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can maybe answer that quickly. I mean, just real quick, when we were doing our initial traffic analysis, and the alternatives you're looking at today were based on some traffic analysis that we have done to kind of demonstrate the congestion problem in the design year, and that's where it kind of got us to this point. The next step is to do more detailed, and we'll do that. But part of that initial traffic analysis did look at the Border West project, both as a toll and a non-toll facility. We looked at it both ways just to see what the impact would have on I-10. And either way, it did not have a big enough impact on I-10 from the through traffic standpoint to mitigate all the issues that we were dealing with. So.
Okay. Okay. So again, we still are. I'm hearing that there's still a lot of information that we don't have that I think is important for this project. So I mean does that mean that we built a huge highway down there and it has no impact on I-10 traffic, but adding a lane downtown is?
I guess what I was saying is that in the initial analysis we did, it didn't have enough impact on the downtown to mitigate the need for something else to be done on I-10. That coupled with an additional lane or an adaptive lane did allow us to kind of get to that point. Also with the ramping modifications that we're proposing in that downtown segment as well, from Executive to Copia. All those elements combined did allow us to get to a point where we could address the 2045 forecasted demand that we have right now.
Okay. Can you, going back to the trucks for just a second, can you tell me, what exactly, because you said something earlier and I felt that you were saying that the majority of the growth in traffic on I-10 in the future is going to be truck traffic, and you said no, you weren't saying that. So can you clarify for me, according to your projections, exactly what percentage of the growth in traffic that's going to be coming on I-10 is going to be through with passenger vehicles, and what percent is going to be truck traffic?
I don't have those numbers right with me, but that might be something we can pull together and provide for you in the future. I just don't have that information right now.
So you can, but can you say that the vast majority of the traffic that's going to be moving through is going to be passenger vehicles, or I mean, you don't have like a ballpark, which one is larger, which percentage is larger, the trucks or the POVs?
The overall percentage of traffic on I-10 in the downtown area, the larger percentage is the passenger car over the trucks. Yes, I think the truck percentage we're looking at in that segment, I believe, is in the, I want to say 15% range, somewhere around that area.
Well, I'm not talking about current, the percentage right now. I'm talking about the percentage and the growth of the traffic that we're talking about. The need of this for this project is predicated upon.
I don't have those numbers with me, but I do know that we're seeing growth on both of them. I just don't know what the percentages are. So. Okay.
Well, that would be great to be able to look into those numbers. Can you tell me about the impact that trucks have when it comes to wear and tear on pavement, in terms of for example, the space that it takes up on the road and the number and severity of accidents as compared to passenger vehicles? Is it worse?
Yeah, so you know, the heavy loads definitely do have an impact on the actual pavement condition. That's one of the, you know, main goals and objectives of this project. So absolutely, and currently, you know, the proposed lane widths that we have along I-10 is definitely you know, the 12 foot in width. So we are looking at this project. Of course, you know, we talked about the 4 different, you know, goals and objectives: mobility, multimodal, environmental design, and of course, safety is the safety design is a big part of the entire goals and objectives of this project.
But you could say you could say that trucks do have more impact when it comes to wear and tear. They do take up more space, and the severity of the accidents with trucks is probably higher than passenger vehicles, correct?
I don't have the actual accident data here with me, but you know, and you know, one of the things of the different I guess ideas and alternatives we're coming out with is the concept of the adaptive lane. The adaptive lane can obviously adapt to, you know, any need of the corridor, one being, you know, whether it be an HOV lane, a freight lane, or whatever may be the case that's needed in that particular time. That lane is made available for that certain situation.
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe you can get us that information as well, and maybe I can just ask some of these questions real quickly, and if you don't have the answers to them, then you can get them to the court later, because I don't want to just keep belaboring the conversation, because there's a lot of questions that I think that you know need to be asked publicly and answered publicly. But just real quickly, I mean, if you can get us information on that, that would be great. But also, what I want to ask about pollution. How much pollution do trucks produce as compared to passenger vehicles?
Yeah, I'm adding that to the list, definitely.
Okay.
I don't have that off the top.
Okay, the next question would be, you know, what is the travel pattern of pollution? Where does it go? Does it fall directly to the ground? Does it float in the air? And I'd like to know if you can answer whether or not diesel pollution from heavy trucks is the same as gas pollution from passenger vehicles. And if you can let us know what the difference is, and how increased truck traffic through the heart of the valley of you know, the Rio Grande here in El Paso is going to impact air quality. And along the air quality questions, I think that it would be important to know how this project is going to impact El Paso's attainment status. Beside the quality of life issues, is there an economic, are there any economic issues that we would want to consider lessening instead of inducing traffic, and especially truck traffic through the lowest point in the river valley? That's another question that I think that we really need to answer. And then,
Judge, can I get a question in?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Robinson, go ahead.
For a number of years, I'll go back to the Northeast Parkway. I'd just like to get a couple of things clarified. I've been involved with this project going back with Representative Joe Pickett. For a long time, for a number of years, there was not any cooperation from New Mexico in regards to the parkway because of where it come through the Anthony Gap, be a starting point. Was not any cooperation from New Mexico. A few years ago, there was lessening of being the issue, and New Mexico decided to come on board and be more cooperative. Now, all of the discussions and meetings that I attended over the years in regards to this project was that the Northeast Parkway was the relief gap or relief outlet for the truck traffic coming through downtown. So we would divert the traffic off of I-10 through the Anthony Gap, come across and reconnect with 375 and take you back to I-10. What happened? Why? And I know that there's land that has been dedicated for this project in northeast El Paso, where I live. So I would like to know what happened. Why is that not? We're talking about. I understand that there's issues with downtown. I totally understand that. But by the same token, this was the major issue that we relieve the traffic, the truck traffic coming through downtown because of the accidents and what happens if we have emergency, et cetera, et cetera. We want to have minimized the number of truck traffic, the through traffic. So what happened with that project as far as being a priority?
Commissioner Robertson, thank you for your comments. So the Borderland Expressway project is still under project development. We're in the last stages of the environmental clearance for the project. We're looking to have a public hearing here. We hope sometime in April. So that project's still moving. One of the challenges that we are facing for this project is, of course, funding opportunities, but that's something that we're looking into. But that project is still very much in process. And as you mentioned, our coordination with New Mexico DOT, and we also have a coalition for that project, that's still very much ongoing.
Well, in relation to downtown, that's the reason I asked the question. So why is it such a hot item to say we need to widen down the I-10 in the downtown area, as opposed to saying, well, we're going to minimize the amount of traffic through downtown by virtue of the fact that they'll be going through the Anthony Gap, through the Northeast Parkway. And I think the other question was that was still outstanding in regards to the Northeast Parkway was, would it be toll or no toll?
The Borderland Expressway as of right now is being designed as a no-toll facility. As far as, going back to how it ties to Downtown 10 project, again, it goes back to the goals of the project, being able to address congestion, provide incident management, address the pavement conditions, and bringing the bridges back up to standard. So again, it ties back to our, travel demand model that we're using in terms of the traffic analysis. And then as we're continuing to take steps forward with the continuous, traffic analysis, that's something that we want to make sure that, traffic congestion is addressed, whether it's now and of course in 2045.
Well, but once again, if you have the Northeast Parkway, which you use to divert the traffic, the truck traffic off of I-10 through the Parkway, would you not have there be less of a priority and less of a necessity to take property and to widen I-10 in the downtown area?
Of course, those are the items that are being evaluated. I know that we've been working with our regional partners with the El Paso MPO, and both projects are definitely priority projects, not only for El Paso District TxDOT, but for the region. The Downtown 10 being the #1 priority based on the RMS 2020. But yeah, all of that is being taken into consideration in regards to, the development of the project, the traffic analysis, the needs, the purpose and need for the actual Downtown 10 project.
Raul, I might add also that, as I mentioned before, when we did the initial traffic analysis to identify needs in the downtown area, we did factor in the traffic that the MPO's model is saying would be pulled off on the Borderland Expressway, as well as the Border West project. But also, I mentioned this earlier as well, that the majority of the truck traffic in the downtown area is local, either truck traffic that's originating or destined in the study area. It's traffic that's moving in and around the area, not necessarily traffic that's moving all the way through. Some of it is, but the majority of it is local truck traffic. So it wouldn't solve all of that issue either. So we did factor that in the original analysis, and we'll continue to factor that in as we go forward.
Commissioner Robinson, any more questions so we could wrap up at this point, or?
No, I'm okay for right now.
Okay, thank you. One of the things, I was able to meet, asked to have a conversation with TxDOT, trying to understand things better. I was really surprised at the amount of local truck traffic that we have. And then when you look at companies like Amazon coming into play, you've got other factors of a lot of local movement that, I was thinking the parkway would divert, but it won't divert all the local movement of trucks and supplies. And like I said, it's a catch-22. As we open more facilities like Amazon, then you create more traffic. So I'm sure you're going to be looking at those factors as well. But in my head, I thought the majority of the trucks would be coming from east and west, but the amount of local truck movement is quite impressive. So I think that's a consideration that we have to look at, that even if they divert, our local truck traffic is growing tremendously here in El Paso. And then, each one of the bridges goes into I-10. So you've got that other factor that you have to look at. So anyway, this local internal thing really doesn't address the whatever Northeast or that Parkway does. Will take away some of it, but I don't think it's even close to really addressing the issue of truck movement down I-10. So anyway, that's more or less what I got from these discussions.
Yeah, I think those are important points. I think the way that the Northeast Parkway is planned right now is it's a 2-lane, which that's why we're talking about it. That's why they're saying that it probably wouldn't help with the congestion downtown, because, or the supposed congestion that they're projecting, but it's because it's not a very big highway, and so it could be made to be bigger to help with that issue. And I think it would be really great if we could actually see the breakdown of traditional truck traffic, what is local and what is not, to understand, what you're basing the projections on. But just to close up, Judge, I think that there are lots of concerns and just too many unknowns. Whether it's, I don't know if you all were able to extrapolate better information than I did from this meeting or any other meeting, but I still am not convinced that there's a need to widen the highway downtown. I think the projections are based on population growth that is. I just don't think that El Paso is going to see that. It's hard to tell, but it's definitely not based on past trends. And they've talked about the increase in the truck the truck traffic that and that's what worries me the most, because we have neighborhoods and communities that have lived in this area for decades, and they've borne the brunt of all of the decisions that have been made to accommodate the truck traffic, and it's there. A lot of damage has been done. A lot of damage has been done, and so when I hear, we want to reimagine I-10, I don't imagine it doing more damage. I imagine having the opportunity to undo a lot of the damage that's been done, whether it's the division of the neighborhoods, whether it's the displacement, whether it's the environmental and economic impacts, because they are negative. Property values are not going to go up next to a highway that's even wider, even if you put a park on top of it. I just don't see that occurring, and the park isn't going to be through the whole the area that we're talking about between basically the Executive Center and Copia, and so to me it seems that there that this has not been a community, this has not been a community-led project. This has not been a project where I feel that TxDOT has done enough to listen to the community, to provide, to take that input that the community has given up to this point, and provide the opportunity for us to have a larger role in deciding our future, and the future of the people that we represent, that live in that area, Judge, you and I. I mean, that's why I feel like we really need to push TxDOT to carry forward those other alternatives, because what we have right now is more frontage roads, faster speeds, more pollution, more traffic coming through, more congestion, and really based on a project that is based on needs that I don't see, and I hope that other people get that and can see that as well. So there are a number of other questions that I had, but I know that it's already 1 o'clock and we want to go to lunch, and I really appreciate you all indulging me with letting me take over the conversation a little bit, but they're important questions to ask, and because this is the precinct that I represent, I feel like it's incumbent upon me to try to air these concerns and ask these questions publicly, because right now there's not really a public manner for them to be asked.
Okay, well, thank you. One of the things I would like to say is, I mean, let's give them an opportunity. We've challenged the way they were doing things. They've responded on how they want to do things. I think Commissioner Holguin made a really great point, and that is creating our, getting groups and helping them develop these discussions from each one of the precincts. And so I'd like to look at it from that perspective. There's a lot of great questions that they're going to answer. And we're going to be pushing hard on that, each one of the commissioners and myself, to get those answers. And then also that I think we've given them the feedback on what we believe to be their feedback process, that they need to improve that. And then, like I said, anything we could do to help out moving forward. So I would like, instead of looking backwards to say this didn't happen, I'd like to look forward and say, let's I think there's a lot of questions. I think we've got a direct relationship now with them, and say, hey, these are the things I want to see, and these are the kinds of venues that we'd like to participate. But I also think we also at Commissioners Court could have been a little bit more interactive and not waited until this point in time. I'm sure some of you individually have, but I think as Commissioners Court, I think we're much more engaged now, and that will really help the process, where we're at now. I, for one, counted on the MPO, as we have representatives there. We always have, of course, Jose and Norma's on there, and we have the chairperson was our commissioner. Now we've got Commissioner Holguin. I've been there, and maybe that also, we need to move a little more assertive through that process as well. So I think I'd like to sort of look at it from let's go from here forward, and let's do everything that we can to insist on how we feel things should happen. I know we don't have complete authority because we're the county, but I think from what I have found, especially with Tomas, he has done a tremendous job. Compared, just the difference since he's came on board has been incredible, extremely open. I've seen, obviously, Jennifer's always provided me an orientation, and Eddie. So let's look at it from that perspective. I think there's some great questions, and I think we've given them some great direction. Now we sort of, as they say, hold their feet to the fire and continue to, we got to get those answers, and then we got to find out what is it that we could do from a community relationship to help them get more information than maybe they've gotten, and more participants as well. So anyway, I'll close with that. I want to thank all of you commissioners, everyone. I know what we're trying to accomplish here is the best for our community. TxDOT, thank you for sharing, and continue reaching out to us, reaching out to each one of the commissioners. If you feel there's something that we might be missing, or some avenue or some venue that we could participate in. I think we're going to be extremely inclined to do so going forward. So once again, everyone have a great evening. Thank you for, well, not evening, it's afternoon. It's Freudian slip here. It seemed long, but thank you very much. So Betsy, I think we're, unless you got some super situation, I'd like to break for lunch. And it's 1:13 and we would be back at 2 o'clock.
Yes,
Unless
sir.
you've got something vital that I don't know about.
No, sir. After lunch, we have an item after the COVID that we need to get submitted for another item, but we can do that after lunch.
Caesar will get that item first, and then we'll move into COVID. And Nicole, I'm sure, will contact Chief, not D'Agostino, but Chief Rodriguez and Dr. Carranza to be available around maybe 2:30. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Caesar?
So returning at 2 o'clock, correct, Judge?
That's correct,
Okay. Commissioners Court will recess until 2 p.m. It is 1:14 p.m. right now.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location.
Stand by, Caesar. Go ahead.
Have we called back in Commissioner Robinson, Alexis?
Yes, ma'am. We had to call him on a separate computer. Teams is acting up on the dialing, so I have him on the another computer.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Judge, with your permission, could we go down to item number 13, please, Public Works?
Absolutely. Whatever Betsy aligned for us, and then we'll go that route. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item number 13, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the adoption of a resolution directing publication of notice of intention to issue combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation related to the receipt of grant and loan assistance from the Texas Water Development Board for the design and construction of County Stormwater Project HAC 7. Further authorize the county judge to execute a sufficiency of funds letter to the Texas Water Development Board in connection with Stream 13.5 Basin HAC 7 project. Contract number 2021-0190.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Alneros with the Planning and Development Department. This item is related to the county's submission of a critical stormwater project to the Texas Water Development Board's Flood Infrastructure Fund. We submitted this application back in November officially to the Water Development Board. That project has since been vetted by the Water Development Board staff. We've had numerous coordination calls with them in regards to the financing, some of the engineering aspects of the project, and are working on finalizing some of the outstanding items, and we will be submitting that to the staff this afternoon. The project is scheduled to be heard by the Water Development Board at the April 22nd meeting, at which time, if we're able to adequately address all of the concerns, we are very positive. We feel very positive that we will be receiving funding from the Water Development Board to construct this project. That funding comes in two categories: one $1.6 million grant and one $1.6 million loan that is at zero interest. So the item before you this afternoon aims to do two things. One, it aims to authorize the publishing of a notice of intent to issue debt. That is for the loan component. The county will formally issue debt, and then the Water Development Board will in turn buy down our interest rate to 0%. So this allows the Water Development Board to work to make more projects a reality. So as opposed to giving the county $1.6 million in cash, they simply buy down our interest rate to 0, and they use our bonding capacity to do that. And so this has been closely coordinated by the county's financial advisor, by the county's bond counsel, with the auditor's office, and also with budget and fiscal policy. That's the first action that's being requested. In the event that the Water Development Board does not approve the county's project, there is no further action that would be required. So the county is not obliged to issue debt after publishing the notice. It is just what is the first step to allow us to do that. And we are on a timeline, if the funding is awarded, to close on these funds by June and then begin design and construction shortly thereafter. The second item is related to a sufficiency of funding letter. That letter essentially states that the county is committed to provide the local contribution to this project. If you see on the backup to this item, there's a letter from the city of El Paso where we have been coordinating with them, because this project is going to be located on land that is owned by the city for the greater El Paso landfill. The city has pledged to make their land available and offer other resources, both in kind and cash, to meet that $2.6 million gap that still exists for the project to move forward. And so if the court takes action to approve sending that letter, the county will be saying that we are committed to ensuring those funds are available. We have been working with the city, and in the event that the city decides that they can no longer contribute to the project, the county would be responsible for that balance. However, this fund that's been identified at the city is not out of the general fund, it is an enterprise fund. And ultimately, since this ensures that the landfill can expand development in the future, we feel that it's likely to move forward, and we already have that commitment as demonstrated in the letter. We just have to work on formally entering into a memorandum of understanding or a local agreement with the city for them to formally pledge that revenue once funding becomes available. But this is the time for us to begin to work on that, knowing that we have that April 22nd Water Development Board hearing where the board again will be considering this item for approval. So we ask for the court's favorable action on both items, and I'm available to take any questions that the court may have.
Betsy, are you on the call?
Yes, sir, I am here.
I just any comments that from you? I know you get very involved in these things, so just any additional orientation on this.
Basically, Judge, Commissioners, we do have a fund that the county has set aside, and I apologize, I did have to step away for just 1 minute, but we do have a fund that the county has set aside to help fund stormwater projects that could also be used to help pay back some of this debt. Or if the court chose not to do that, you could use it for additional projects.
Commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Leon, any from your previous experience that?
Just a question for Jose. Jose, then if we were to receive the grant, would we no longer submit the letter for the loan or the bond? How does that work?
Yeah, so the grant and loan total the project cost of the 3.2 million, the initial project cost. So they're going to work together cooperatively. We figured that the court could use the stormwater fund to make up the other $1.6 million component. However, given that the Water Development Board is offering zero interest loans over 30 years, we figure it's best to take them up on that offer because that allows us to leverage the dollars that we have set aside annually for more projects. So this just allows us to do more work moving forward. And that's the reason why we're recommending the bond issuance for this project.
Now, since the bond issuances, we're looking at 30 years, is there a time frame? I don't want to paint ourselves into a corner where later on they come back and say you didn't spend it in the prescribed amount of time. Is there a critical time in the future?
Yes, sir. So we do have 3 years from the time that we receive the loan, and that we close on that in June is the anticipated schedule to spend down all that money. We have initiated an on-call procurement that we're currently in the process of for on-call civil engineering. We hope to have that process completed, and we are on schedule to do that by June. And the point of me sharing that is that we'll be able to begin design as soon as funding becomes available and then construction thereafter to make sure that we spend down the funds within the 36 months that will be given from the Water Development Board. So we've accounted for that and we're on schedule to do that. So we shouldn't have any issue with any outstanding debt going past 36 months from the closing of the loan.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sir.
Judge, question.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Robinson, go ahead.
Yes, well, one is the funding that we receive from the Water Development Board. Where are the projects, and do we have the capacity to complete them within that time frame?
Yes, Commissioner, we submitted a number of projects. This is actually the only project in all of El Paso County from all submitting agencies to receive any funding. The project is located near the Clint, or the El Paso landfill, north of I-10 and the Clint exit. We do have the capacity to meet that project need based on some of the steps that we've taken to ensure that we have an engineer ready to go once the funds become available. And again, once construction hits, this is looking at about an 18 to 24 month construction timeline with design taking about 12 months. So we are on track to hit that 36-month deadline that's being prescribed by the granting agency.
So are you saying that the project is shovel ready?
No, sir. No, it's not shovel ready because we've not begun design, but we, in anticipation of this funding become available, we decided to launch the procurement process for our design firm. And so that's a big savings in terms of time, because when the funds become available, we'll be able to begin design right away, as opposed to then working on going out for design procurements. And so we'll be able to actually launch the engineering portion of this project fairly quickly once the funds are available.
When do you anticipate the funds being available?
So we anticipate closing on the loan and the funds become available in June. At that point, we'd work to execute the agreement for the design, and then design would take 12 months. So we'd be looking at June of 22, completing design, and then construction lasting 18 to 24 months thereafter, and completion of the project being occurring by June of 2024. So we're looking at about approximately 3 years from this June, everything being done, grant being closed out, project being completed.
Okay.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Jose. Any further comments?
Do we need
You
two
ready to-
separate motions or just one motion?
Betsy?
I'm sorry. I believe you could do one motion for the entire item. Jose, do you know if they need it separately?
No, I believe you can approve the action as requested, as requested by staff, and that would allow us to execute the memo, execute the letter, and we'll transmit all that information over to the appropriate agencies as needed.
Is that fine, Christina?
Yes, sir. One motion is fine, Judge. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll make
Thank
the
you.
motion to approve, Judge.
And second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners. We'll make sure to keep you updated as we hear back further information from Water Development Board on this project.
Thank you, Jose.
Thank you, Jose. Great job, Jose. Great project.
Moving back to the items from County Administration. Item number 9, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Judge, Commissioners, I believe we have Dr. Ocaranza and Chief Rodriguez on the line. Dr.
Excellent.
Ocaranza?
Whoever's ready. Are you ready, Dr. Ocaranza?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. It's been a year since we first reported the first case of COVID-19 in our community. And moving forward, just fast forward to today, we have over 125,000 cases and unfortunately over 2,200 deaths due to COVID-19. And I want to take the opportunity to send our heartfelt condolences and our sympathy to all those people that have suffered because of COVID. It has been a very, very hard and difficult time for a lot of families and a lot of people. And it takes a community like ours to fight this pandemic and to find the cohesiveness that we need to continue moving forward. I want to thank Judge, Commissioners for all the support and all the leadership that you guys have exhibited throughout this pandemic. And I would like to just mention that we are in stage 3. Finally, it's moving and improving on the dashboard. And that is because we continue to see a decline, first on the positivity rate, but also on the hospitalizations. We continue to see a decline in those. We continue to confirm COVID-19 related deaths, and our number of deaths under review has continued to decline as we don't have that many that come into that section, but we're working diligently in doing so. We continue to recommend that people do not let the guard down, continue to wear their masks, and to continue to follow the recommendations that we have given, because they're not only very easy to follow and inexpensive, but it has been proven to keep us healthy, and it has proven to decrease the numbers and how the pandemic can spread around our community. As the vaccination continues and we immunize more and more people, initially the ones that are considered at risk, and then other members of our community, we will see that the numbers continue to go down, but this is not the time to let the guard down. And we continue to encourage everybody to do that. But with that, it's going to be just a very fast summary. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. If not, then I'll hand it over to Chief Rodriguez. I'm sorry, Judge, I think you're muted.
I said, thank you for always talking about the caution part of it, because right now we're at this pivotal point. We don't understand some of the data, what's going to happen with the variations and all that. So going forward with some caution is always much more helpful. So thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Chief.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you again for having us. So, like Dr. Carranza said, we are in our 12th month of this response. Our EOC remains activated, and we continue to facilitate all our operational objectives between all of our different agencies and executing all of those. I'll touch on these quickly and I'll move over to the vaccines. But so we hit another benchmark on the testing. We're at 1.1 million tests administered so far. Testing has gone down a little bit week over week for the last several weeks. We are at 26,772 tests for last week, and we averaged around 3,800 tests per day. Our compliance task force, they are still a group ready to move forward if God forbid we do have to start doing compliance again now with the governor's order, with the mask mandate being removed, and also the 100% capacities. Our compliance task forces are standing down, but they will be at the ready if they're needed, so they'll be focusing on education efforts. On our hospital surge support, so currently we are at 599 external staff assigned to our area. Our numbers, and as commented by Dr. Carranza, are much favorable from where we were. We're better than we were back in July of last year on our hospitalization rate, and that's reflected by the external staff. Our infusions at the El Paso Infusion Center continue to do extremely well. They've done 2,132 monoclonal infusions, and those have received a lot of positive feedback from those individuals, and those are preventing hospitalizations and from people getting really sick from COVID-19. On the vaccination front, so we have administered as a county 280,761, which equates to 180,516 first doses. People that are fully vaccinated, we also hit another benchmark. We just surpassed 100,000 over the weekend. So we're at 100,179 individuals that are fully vaccinated. Last week, again, between all the providers within the city of El Paso and the county, we've done over 30,944 vaccinations in one single week. So we're doing a great job, tremendous job on the vaccine rate. We continue to lead the larger jurisdictions throughout the state. And we also are leading by the largest percentage of people over the age of 16 that are fully vaccinated. So we're at 16.12. By this week, we'll have reached a third of that population. So individuals that are 16 years of age and older, we will hit 1/3 of that population partially vaccinated. So all other vaccines, our hubs continue to operate as you all stated earlier. The Coliseum continues to do a great job. The convention center is also doing an amazing job of getting those vaccines out. George Perry location still is up and operational. Our Don Haskins super senior drive-through continues to operate. And one note from last week, the city did receive some Johnson & Johnson vaccines, and those were quickly deployed to our homeless population. So we worked with our shelter groups to get those out in arms as quickly as we could, and all 700 of those were administered last week. Also, on our outreach for registration, we're happy to report that over 1,500 people have been registered through our senior centers, our Segundo Barrio intervention, and also through our station COVID walk-in clinic downtown. We've had a lot of success with those programs, to include the homebound individual registration through the meal distribution program through the county. So we have engagement there. And then one of the new initiatives that the Department of Public Health's Education Task Force is going to be working at several grocery stores. They partnered with a few grocery stores to try to drive, again, more registration. Over our last report, we have our educators, bus drivers, and other school staff, to include daycare workers, are now eligible for the vaccine. Doesn't mean that they are prioritized over other groups. They just now are essentially part of the phase 1B group. So the way that I like to interpret it is, if you are a teacher or an educator or a daycare worker and you do not have a health condition, well, now you qualify. Whereas before, if you were 16 years of age and older and you had any type of health condition, then you were automatically eligible for it now. So this is going to broaden that scope for our educators, and we've done, and then this is even prior to the directive that came down from the federal government. From the city side, we've done about 2,700 teachers, and I know UMC has as well worked in partnership with some of the school districts early on. We have a lot of providers that are also engaging with the school districts independently as well. So kudos to the community on that. And then effective today, the phase 1C, which is a new category, a new priority group established by the expert allocation panel from the state, they have in essence expanded the vaccination for individuals over the age of 50. So anybody over the age of 50 with or without a health condition are now eligible for registration. Those individuals that now qualify within that, we're working through the registration list to make sure that we pull them over to this new priority area if they were not eligible prior to. We're also working on including that stratification of different individuals that are eligible for the vaccine when they register. We had one for essential workers, but it didn't specify exactly educators. So we're going to take it a little bit more granular to make sure that we're capturing those individuals as part of the registration, and that's going to help us stratify some of the information there. And lastly, I do want to thank the Commissioners Court for this report over the last year. It's been intense. That's an understatement. But I know, with your feedback, we've focused on continuing.
Miguel, can you?
Chief, are you still there?
I am back.
Okay.
I seem to have been lost. Where did you lose me?
You were just barely recognizing the commissioners right at the beginning.
Yeah. We actually heard you. It's just that your frame froze.
Okay. So where did I cut off?
You cut off when you were saying about the improvements that have been made over the past year with the intensity of this item.
Okay, and was that my thanks to the commission? To the commission?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but you can do it again.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Go ahead. We can hear it twice. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Chief,
Let me double down. No, it's been a process for all of us. I mean, we were really, this was uncharted territory. I mean, a week from today would be the first testing drive-through, which was our George Perry location. And at that point, all of our test kits were coming directly from the CDC. We were doing, less than 100 a day, and how we've, grown from being able to do 10,000 per day, with results within 3 to 4 days. So we've come a long way in all areas, but I just want to thank all of you all for your support in getting us through this pandemic. Also, like Dr. Ocaranza said, our heartfelt condolences to the families that have lost someone. We've all been impacted by this pandemic, whether family, friend, co-workers. It's been tough. And then lastly, just want to thank all of our first responders, healthcare workers, emergency management personnel, other essential workers that continue to go into work and keep the city moving forward. So with that, I will yield and turn it back to you also. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Chief. That was really nice of you to sort of look back and, refocus on some of the successes and the people, the healthcare workers, first responders. It's been a long year for everyone, including yourself, Chief, and we thank you. You're either one place or the other. I don't care if we're talking about refugees, you're there. We're talking about any vaccines or testing. So I want to thank you and Chief D'Agostino and of course Dr. Ocaranza and everyone else in your team. But it's been a great relationship. You guys have been extremely consistent as well of being at our meetings. I know we sort of move you back and forth. We'll try to do that a little bit better and get you in at the beginning on Mondays so that you could spend the rest of the day doing what you do instead of waiting for us to pull you in. So I apologize for those delays, but thank you very much, Chief.
Of course, thank you.
I have some questions, Judge.
Go ahead, Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you. First of all, Chief Rodriguez, let me join you in thanking all of our first responders, all of our healthcare workers, all of our essential workers. We know that all of the progress that we've seen up until today would not have been possible without them. So I just wanted to join you in thanking all of them and making sure, I don't think that they can hear it enough, how appreciative we are as a community for all of the work that they do every day. I just had a couple of questions, Chief. You didn't mention any updates or anything new about the clinics, the various clinics. So I'm assuming that the clinics still, I know in the past you said you all were looking into the possibility of starting to vaccinate at the clinics, but am I correct that hasn't happened? It hasn't really moved forward. The clinics still are not doing any vaccinations outside of the hub?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, so I was looking at the allocations, and specifically for week 12 and week 13, and it actually shows that the clinics are receiving allocations directly. So in week 12, the Alameda Clinic received 300 vaccines, the Railroad Clinic received 300, the Stanton Clinic received 300, and then in week 13, the Railroad Clinic received 500, and the Stanton Clinic received 100. But if vaccinations aren't happening at the clinics, what's happening to those allocations that were made specifically to those clinics?
That's a great question. So those, we continue to work with our long-term care facilities, our foster homes. We still have a good amount of assisted living centers that still have not received vaccines. So those are still priority 1A, phase 1A individuals that still have not been vaccinated. So we are prioritizing those allocations for those, and we're pulling those allocations from those clinics to do that.
So I guess I'm wondering why it wouldn't be better to pull those allocations from the hub allocation, just because it's so much larger. Because I mean, these allocations were meant specifically for these clinics that serve these neighborhoods. And it turns out that all three of these are areas or zip codes that we talked about last week that are underserved. They're below the county average. So I'm just wondering why the decision was made to take the allocations from the clinics instead of from the hub, and at whose direction that was. And I'm wondering too if, like, for example, the city representatives know that their vaccines in their districts are being reallocated.
No, and that's completely understandable. But the focus is working on those long-term care facilities. Those were issued and are being done by not only the Department of Public Health deployment teams, but also the El Paso Fire Team. So we're working on that. But that's, we are engaged on focusing not only in reaching those priority populations, those phase 1As that are still remaining, and focusing on the hub concept. So we're gonna continue down that path, and once we start receiving additional allocations that we can scale back the hubs and start reaching out through the clinics and through other providers. And I also like to note that on this last allocation, there were a lot more providers that were issued vaccines from previous weeks. So we're also leveraging that, because it's not going to be done single-handedly by the county. through UMC or by the city. So we did see larger allocations going out to providers all across the city. So we're also leveraging that as a partnership to cover those areas that you're concerned about.
Okay. I guess my request would just be to maybe take those allocations from the hub allocation as opposed to from the neighborhoods where we know that they're underserved, and really try to move towards that vaccination model at the clinics, which is, from what I understanding, what the purpose of purchasing the clinics was for. And then I had another question. Can you give us an update on how the process for working off of one combined list is going, and whether or not once UMC is able to start taking registrations from that combined list, if the city will be able to, query that information by zip code so that we can determine and make sure that the underserved zip codes are being served?
Yes. So that again, that's another good question. So we're as far as being able to query the registration, I think that's one of the advantages that we're going to gain through this partnership and centralizing that list, because we can query it by zip code, by age. So we're able to segment out that information and use it to drive where we need to get vaccines. So. But in respect to UMC, we're still working on the background to get all the IT issues and those final coordination pieces on how we're going to be or exactly how UMC is going to be working off of that. I don't have the details. Our ITs are working closely together on it, but that's still a work in progress, and hopefully we'll be there soon.
Okay, so then, for example, if UMC asks for, once the list is able to be shared with them, for specific zip codes, so that again we can focus on these underserved zip codes, then that shouldn't be a problem to get that information to them by zip code.
Correct.
Okay, good.
Correct.
Good.
And UMC's, we're not combining our allocations. UMC's allocations are their allocations. So any initiatives that they want to work on independently, that's completely up to them.
Great, thank you. No, I'm very glad to hear that, because Judge, I do think that it's really important that we had this really great discussion last week about trying to obtain parity between all of the zip codes, and we have some zip codes like Tornillo, which were at 6%, and you have other zip codes which are much higher. So I think that that's going to be really important, that once UMC is able to start getting the registrations from the city's list, to be able to make sure that we can identify those zip codes that need that additional help. Because I think really that until the city's able to do that, provide that information to us, I think that's when UMC should start taking those names from that list.
Judge.
Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson, then I'll make a comment. I just want to be clear about one thing, but go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
My question, real quick, along the same lines of Commissioner Holguin, but my question basically has to do with the allocation and the administration of the vaccine. But my question is, I think we've done a good job in the department had the medical doctor, the Pico Rodriguez. I'm trying to get my question together. My question is, we have oftentimes I find out from the media about we get an allocation. Can we get a better communication as far as letting us know? Because we receive calls all the time at our various offices about getting registered, etc. But we don't know. Sometimes I find out from the media because I don't get it directly from the department. And the other question I have, Chief Rodriguez, you indicated that you did administration to homeless personnel. What group of homeless personnel are we talking about? And what system do we have as far as the registration of those individuals who are out in the streets, in the camps, to be administered the vaccine?
Thank you, Commissioner, for those questions. So, in regard to your first question, so any question regarding registration, any trouble that a person may have, can go to the epcovidvaccine.com. There's a section there where you can email a question. If a person doesn't have access to internet or that they find it technically difficult, they can contact our COVID hotline at 212-6843, 212-6843, and they can be assisted there. As far as the homeless, we're working, starting with our Welcome Center, since that serves as a single point of entry for all of the shelters. We started with that group, but also engaging with the shelters that make up the homeless coalition. So we're working with Ron Martin closely with the Opportunity Center, and because of this 700 Johnson & Johnson vaccines that we received, the planning was pretty quick, turnkey, to get those in arms as quickly as we could.
Well, the ones who are in the shelters, I can understand, they're easy access, but those who are not in the shelters, and we have a considerable number of people that's not in the shelters, how do we do, are we doing any outreach to capture those individuals?
Yes, sir. We'll have those discussions with the shelters and see if they have a way of engaging those individuals, to see if there's maybe another strategy we can look at for those individuals that are not using the shelters.
Well, once again, the shelters, they have their clientele within the shelters, but we have a lot of the people who are not in the shelters, who are not registered in the shelters, but they're out there in camps in our street, and they're visible for the most part.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No. And what I'm saying is that we will work with the homeless shelter community, since they have, and I know they do outreach to those areas, and if we can work with them to try to engage those populations that are not in the shelter or normally aren't clients of the shelters. But I know they may have outreach activities that we can leverage to reach those individuals.
And go back to my first question again. You indicated about individuals getting registered. There are a considerable number of people who don't have a computer. Many of you elderly don't have a computer. The system to navigate through the system for basically anyone, but particularly elder, has been very challenging. So I've taken up on myself as well as my staff to help those individuals get registered. So yes. It works, but we say we have many examples where individuals have called my office and say, well, I was on the phone, I call and I call and I call and call. I could not get through. So we will assist those individuals to get registered. So I think that we've done a better job from up to this point from the beginning when we started this process, but there still needs some refining to be done to help those individuals to be able to get through their system a lot easier than it is now. It's very challenging.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, and to your point, with the call center and the hotline, we've done a lot of improvements, added additional staff, added additional management to make sure that the queue time in the call is reduced significantly. Right now, we're averaging anywhere between 5 to 7 minutes on waiting time on the call. So we ask for the public's patience. If they do have difficulty registering online, that they call and they just wait on. The wait's going to be less than 10 minutes now. So hopefully that won't be much of a barrier, and they can register online. I mean through the hotline at 212-6843.
Okay, Chief. Thank you very much. Keep up.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Leon, go ahead.
I think Commissioner Stout had his hand up way before me.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, just a quick question, Chief. Thank you, Commissioner. I still see that there's a lot of people over at El Paso's Fighting Hunger in line. Is there any way we can start some conversation that maybe, obviously those people are in need, that we start the vaccination process as some sort of, not a detour, but that we can start picking up some of those people that we wouldn't pick up in another kind of locality?
Yes, sir. Well, I think as far as outreach, I think that's a great idea of providing information on how individuals that do access those services at the food banks can register. We can explore that. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Great idea, Commissioner. Thank you. Even just asking them if they've had it, and then if they haven't, giving them information, because that's a great number of people that you have in front of you that you could take advantage of. So that's a good observation. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Commissioner Stout?
I know that our staff has I've heard Irene Valenzuela talk about I think asking people whether they know about the vaccine out there, and so I thought that something was going on regarding that, but
no, and we are, Commissioner, you're correct. We've had some engagement. I just got a note right now that we have been engaged in some of the food banks. So we are doing that outreach, but if we can expand that, we'll definitely do that.
Thank you.
So I wanted to ask. So you're saying that we still haven't finished vaccinating all the folks that would be under Group 1A, the folks in the nursing homes and such.
That's correct.
Even though we've gotten 100,000 full vaccines, we haven't finished everybody in 1A yet.
So not necessarily everybody in 1A. I mean, there's always going to be a new group of 1A individuals. You know that you're going to have new entries into the long-term care facilities, into assisted living centers. You're always going to have new healthcare workers, people that change their mind, that didn't want the vaccine previously. So we're always going to be working through the phase 1A. One of the challenges that we faced here locally was a lot of the nursing homes, assisted living centers, and foster homes, or excuse me, the assisted living centers and the long-term care facilities. A lot of them did not enroll in the federal program. So that left a lot of it to local, for us locally to work through those, and we've been doing so over the last several weeks. I mean, we're from the start, but we're still working through those.
I want to reiterate Commissioner Holguin's point that we still need to make sure that we're doing things as equitably as possible, and so. I feel like it's unfair to divert the vaccines that have been sent out to the clinics when we have the larger amounts at the hubs, and I know that we want to continue to try to work on the hubs, but I do think that now that you have this data dashboard that was presented last week, something needs to be done with that. There's no point in just having it for us to look at it. It's also for us to work off of it. And I agree with Commissioner Holguin when it comes to, providing information to help UMC take their allocation, and at the same time whittle down y'all's list, but be equitable about whittling down your list. And I think, I would advocate for all of the whittling down of any list should be done equitably, not just UMC. And I think this, looking at the zip codes are important, but there's other information that can be overlain on top of that, which do you all have information on? It seems like you should, on where there are larger, where there have been larger numbers of cases reported. I think that should go into the equation as to where you're targeting. I mean, I just feel like we need to be targeting more and prioritizing more. And using that kind of data. I mean, the Census Bureau has some really great data that they can provide as well, to look at areas that are underserved medically, to look at areas that are that are economically challenged, and then you can overlay that with the zip codes where we have some disparity and the areas where we are seeing higher levels of COVID existence. It seems to me like if we're not taking that data and using it, then we're really, not doing things the way that we should be. And so I hope you can provide, at least some of that information to UMC. I've also had conversations with Jacob and asked him to advocate for that as well. And it seems like they're willing to try to do that as long as they can have access to the data about where there's have been outbreaks, and also the zip codes and things that you all at the health department and at the city at OEM have, because now that we have the data, we need to create parity. I agree 100% with Commissioner Holguin in saying before we continue to vaccinate people in some of those West Side areas that have 30% of their population vaccinated, we need to bring up areas like South El Paso and Tornillo and Fabens that are at 6% or lower up to parity. And the only way we're going to do that is by targeting and prioritizing using that data.
And just to remind you that our ability to target has only been 3-4 weeks ago, because before that, we had we were really limited. They wouldn't allow us to focus on certain areas. And the clarification I wanted to make, Commissioner Holguin, is that it's not set in stone or anything, but the be a different allocation. For example, let's say UMC gets 8,000, but that, then about 2,000 we've agreed that could be allocated to whatever anybody wants, or the zip codes that you talked about, but not the entire, because according to the commissioner, they still have to allow the general public to receive it, and then you can allocate a certain amount. So we're working out those details, but on my presentation, I'll talk a little bit about our discussion with Commissioner Garcia, and once again, one of our limitations is that we're not getting the amount, and it doesn't look good for the next 3 to 4 weeks that we would get any higher distribution, and perhaps very slow in the distribution, according to her, in the next 2 to 3 weeks. For some reason, we're not going to get the allocations that we've been promised. And we had some, like the ESD2, they won't be getting it until later. And so it's that, inability to get the right number so that we could do the distribution that we're all talking about. So, but anyway, I'll discuss a little bit on that, and then Ruben Vogt is going to be talking next, sort of giving us an update on UMC. So go ahead, Commissioner.
And I understand that, Judge. I understand that perhaps 100% of UMC's allocation can't be used to try to achieve this parity that we're talking about, but I think that certainly a substantial portion of it should.
Absolutely.
I don't think only 2,000 of the 8,000 vaccines should be used to try to obtain parity. I actually think it should be the other way around. Yes. And certainly we can continue to reach out to super seniors, to other groups, but I think really our focus and our priority does have to be to make sure that every single zip code in the county is brought up to the same level. And so whatever we can do to make that happen, I think we have to. And of course, if the city is able to provide us names based on zip code and some of the other factors that Commissioner Stout mentioned, then we'll be able to reach that level of parity all the more quickly. So so I understand that concern completely. I did just have one question that I don't think got answered, Chief. No, I was just going to ask. So going back to the issue of the vaccines being allocated from the clinics to serve other populations. So who makes that decision? Who decides that? Who decided to reallocate those vaccines that were supposed to go to the clinics elsewhere?
Well, that was decided by the fire chief and the health director, Ms. Angela Mora.
Okay.
So
Okay.
ultimately, the allocations and the listed providers is the El Paso Fire Department and the Department of Public Health. So within those two, and that's what we've been pressing forward on, is when we started this, the original intent was to use again the clinics because they were going to be small amounts and we would be able to do it with 200 other providers in the community. When they decided to go to the hub concept from the state, that essentially removed all of their providers that were signed up and eligible, and that were going to cover all of the county, and that rested the responsibility on UMC and on the city's hubs. So that's been the thrust of our effort, is to continue to provide thousands. I mean, like I said, we did 37,000 between UMC and the city the previous week. Last week we did 35,000. So our prescription by the state is to keep those hubs moving, and that's where we're going to be focused on. We have some vulnerable populations, like I stated. It's going to be the long-term care facilities, the assisted living centers, those phase 1As, and then as of recently with the Johnson & Johnson allocations, we've been focusing on the homeless. So we are taking steps based on risk and focusing our efforts there on those individuals, but also within the constraints and within the limitations that the state allows us to do that. So we're very much aware of the disparities that we see throughout, and we're going to be working towards, collaboratively with UMC to address those.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Judge, I just have one more comment.
Commissioner Stout, please.
Thank you. I think that I think the point that you made, Judge, earlier, the fact that that we're finding out that we're actually getting less allocation this week, or the next couple of weeks. I mean, that goes right to the reason why we need to be targeted. When you have limited resources, we need to prioritize. And so, I mean, I think that just goes straight to what we're talking about. And I do think that we can really work on the parity issue, even whittling down the list that you have right now. Because if you go through the list and if there's 100,000 people on the list, and you take out all those people that are in the 79901 zip code, or if you take all the people that are out in the whatever the zip code is that's the most in need, right? After you look at all those data overlays, and you can go through the list that you have of 100,000 people and say, okay, who's in the 79901 zip code? Let's knock them out first. Okay, then you until you bring up that parity. So there's ways to do it, even within the hub system itself, right? And I mean, I advocate, again, just like Commissioner Olguin, for trying to break off, and take the vaccine to the people, but as well. But if even the way the hub system is set up, you can work through it to whittle down to create parity.
Well, absolutely.
Commissioner, if I can make one point.
You'd be surprised how we're at 45%. Chief Rodriguez, we're at 45% of over the age of 60, I believe.
I don't have that figure, sir. I don't have that figure, but to that point, we've been focusing on our super seniors, focusing on those individuals over the age of 65, focusing and aligning our strategy on an at-risk approach. So one of the limitations right now, and like the judge mentioned earlier, some other jurisdictions that were focusing on zip codes specifically were told not to do that. So we haven't received any additional guidance from the state at this point on whether or not we can go and target specific zip codes. So we're still awaiting additional guidance from the state for that.
Judge?
You'd be surprised whether even some of the zip codes that you would believe we still lack tremendously. So this equality kind of focus, you'd be surprised. It might be on 79912, and you've got a lot of 65-year-olds there that have not gotten, because we're at 45. I mean, that's a really low number. That's throughout the whole So I'm sorry, Christina, were you gonna tell us that we're out of scope?
No, Judge, no, this is Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. No, Judge, what I was going to say just to that point, for Dallas County, I think had experienced the same sort of issue when there was a focus on certain zip codes. The distinction there was that I think their plan, or at least what has been reported in terms of their plan, was that they were allocating all of their distributions to those certain zip codes. So it wasn't the fact that it was a portion or a certain a percentage. It was the fact that they were allocating all of it. And so there might be that room to see how we can work through that. And Chief Rodriguez and of course Commissioner Holguin pointed out the fact that we already are doing that to a certain extent with how we approach the super seniors. And when I say we, I'm talking of course about the city and some of these other hub providers such as UMC. But I just wanted to make sure that that was at least cleared up for the court. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That's great clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, if not, I've got Ruben is going to be talking about UMC, and maybe there's some other questions that lead into. Actually, Ruben was with Commissioner Garcia and Jacob when we had that call. So anyway, go ahead, Mr. Vogt.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. The Ruben Vogt, Director of Government Relations for UMC. So just a brief update on our hub. We did receive 5,800, just over 5,800 Pfizer vaccines for this week, which is a decrease from prior weeks. Last week, the community saw a spike in vaccines given the introduction of the J&J product. But as mentioned by the judge, Commissioner Garcia did indicate that there will be minimum supply, if any, of J&J for this week and the following week. So we are going to be seeing a decrease in what is being allocated. We typically see about just over about 8,000. So as you can tell, we received less. Because of that, we may not be sending vaccine to our clinics, at least for this week, but we will continue to set some aside for the mobile unit so it can continue its efforts out in the county. Commissioner Holguin, last week you had asked about the number of vaccines that we had sent out to our clinics, and we have 4 registered clinics and the mobile unit operating. And we've sent about just over 8,000 so far. So I know that initially we had talked about, 100 or 200, but it has been a significant amount over the last several weeks that we've been receiving an allocation. And that allocation coming from our hub and sending it to the clinics because they haven't received their own. We're hoping that they will start to see some in the future. We will be opening our portals again this week for those that qualify under 1A, 1B, and the new 1C category. So that is anyone over 50. We will also have our special portal opening like we've been having for some of the target priority populations as well. And we also will continue to reserve a portion of our allotment for those that need to access an appointment over the phone that don't have computer access. We're going to announce those dates and those times for those portals in the next day or so. And so we'll make sure that we get that information over to you all. This may be, but not quite sure yet, the last time that UMC opens its portals, given the move to work off the city registration list. I know Commissioner Holguin, you had asked a question about this. We did receive a kind of a pilot transfer of some of the city's list late last week, which our team is now working through to gather the data that we need to put into our system and removing those that may have already received the vaccine elsewhere. So there's a lot of scrubbing to do with the list that we received from the city. So it does take some time, but we're hoping to get that process under our belt and comfortable with it so that we stop opening our portals and start relying on what is sent to us on that end. Our mobile unit continues its outreach efforts. I believe we shared the schedule for registrations and the vaccine sites. It has been in Socorro, Horizon, Tornillo, Montana Vista, Vinton, Canutillo, and Sparks. And so to wrap up, that's all we have. It has been quite the year, and thanks to the Commissioners Court for always being a fantastic partner and the feedback you provide us to make our processes that much better. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ruben. We're always very appreciative of your time and bringing us up to speed on UMC. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ruben, for all of that information. And thank you for the schedule for the mobile unit. It was so wonderful to be able to see all of the locations that the mobile unit's already been to, and then all of the locations that are scheduled for the next month. The only community that I saw wasn't listed on the stops for the mobile unit was Saneli, but I've provided Maria Zampini a contact information for the Priest out in San Eli, where we do our delivery for our home meals for seniors. So hopefully we can add San Eli as another stop for the mobile unit. But thank you so much for getting all of that information. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And thank you,
You know, Commissioner, I also
for
noticed that Clint was not on there, and so we are sending over some information as well. So we're trying to be very mindful of the places that we have missed. We want to get out to as many places as possible. And you know, word of mouth has spread quite fast. So folks are showing up to get registered whenever the unit is there. So it's been a great tool for us.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Betsy?
Judge, if we can go to the members of the court that have an update, and then we'll close out with our update. So Judge, do you want to get us started?
Yeah, well, mine pretty quick. You know, we had the counties of the state safe order number 16, which was Wednesday. We've gotten a lot of feedback on the fact that people are wearing their masks, are requiring. Those businesses that didn't require got a little bit of a backlash and decided that they would require. So we've got a community that I think is extremely responsive. I mean, I haven't had any difficulty not seeing, you know, wearing masks at restaurants or anywhere, like grocery stores. So I think that plea, and I'm sure each one of the commissioners had a lot to do with it, that if we plea with this idea that let us understand the situation a little bit better. We're very careful. We're at about 11%, I believe, at the hospital. But one of the things that I learned from Jacob, and we were talking about it, is that because there's been a huge delay in treatment and individuals that were sick that didn't go to the hospitals, didn't go to clinics, or afraid to be in the clinics, our capacity of non-COVID is much higher than typical. It might be as high as 82, 83% already. And so the idea that we're that far away because we're at 11% has changed quite a bit, because that paradigm shift before we might have had 60, 65% of non-COVID, and now it's increasing. And there's an expectation that there'll be more of that, you know, that there'll be more individuals that delay treatment and now are getting there, and they're more ill, and so they're staying longer in the hospital because they go in with there's a severity measure that they have, and it's increased significantly, and that to me is what worries me. Same thing with the our fatalities management, that it hasn't been cleared up, you know, with all the things that have happened. We still have individuals there, so any spike would bring us really quick to them. That'd be really you know, pivotal point for them going in reverse. And in the hospitals, within a few, maybe 10 days, if we had a spike, we'd be right back to a difficult situation. Because I want to remind everyone that periodically I've been asked to get rid of the tents, to get rid of people and personnel, and I can't justify it because the numbers are not there. So we have to let go. It's really costly to have tent. It's really costly to have the healthcare workers from other parts of the country, and of course a lot from Texas. But as if we depleted them, means that our capacity is less now. An example, there was a time when we had 800 more beds that were created between the hospitals and the convention center. We created that many spaces. Well, that particular, the majority are gone, that 800 are gone, and now we're just looking at hospitals who went back from utilizing certain areas for COVID patients that are now back to normal. The elective surgery also creates some issues because you make more space, more people coming into your hospital, etc. So I just want everyone to know that when we talk about this 11%, I mean, it's a good number, but it doesn't say the whole picture of a problem that we might have if there was a spike, and then we would get into that very difficult situation. As I said, you know, if we were to hit the 15%, which it doesn't look like we might do that, but you know, we've got holidays coming up. This week is it's the spring break, and so there might be, you know, we always look at about maybe between 14 and 15 days after these activities that we might be, you know, getting that new number. And that's always been a problem because, individuals, when they go, they're going to travel. So, at first, our first indication of the virus was travel spread. And here you're going to have community spread and travel spread because a lot of individuals going to different parts of Mexico and here in the United States and coming back. And as I said, we just need more information to make sure that we can feel more comfortable. I met with Dr. Gandhi. He's the chief medical officer at the Department of Homeland Security. And we met this Saturday, and mostly on the refugee situation and the migration, but also with a COVID factor that's taking place. And so he was extremely insightful and a very incredible young man. I think the fact that he sat with us, we had Chief D'Agostino, we had Chief Chavez, the mayor, and myself, and then of course Congresswoman Escobar and her staff. But very delicate situation that if things are going in the right direction, we're going to do well. It looks like we're very fortunate. I believe we've had like 35 positive cases. They're being tested before they leave, tested when they get here. And we're also very fortunate that in some places in the Rio Grande Valley, they're not quarantining. And you can't mandate that somebody is quarantined. You can't hold them. And so for some reason in that part, they test positive, but they decide not to quarantine and they keep going. Here in our community, they've been extremely, generous with their time and going to where they need to go to a hotel and being quarantined. Of course, we're in an early stage, so we don't know how long they would be willing to tolerate being in a quarantine and instead of moving throughout the country. One of the things that we've said in that meeting is that we can't look the other way because they happen to leave. I think our community is extremely generous and kind, and we're not going to just allow people to leave just because they're not going to be in our community. So great job, obviously, by Ruben and his team and all the NGOs and the county and everybody coming together has been excellent to try to control the situation. We do have some other good news is that before it was very difficult. San Antonio, Austin, Houston wouldn't take a lot of the migrants that were coming. They'd send them to El Paso, and now they're taking quite a few, so our numbers are going to drop drastically. Maybe in the next 2 to 3 days, we're not going to have as many because they are going to different places in that part of Texas. So it looks like we can do very well and manage it as long as the system continues. If we had any outbreaks or anything like that, then we'd be in a very critical situation. So far, it's been handled extremely well. I mentioned that Commissioner Garcia and Ruben Vogt already discussed that, but she was extremely, not very optimistic about the fact that manufacturing was not keeping up, and this idea that we're gonna bring more is gonna take some time because it's a manufacturing issue. Even with the J&J, it's not ramped up the way they would like to. So we're gonna have quite a lot of challenges, and we know that our level of confidence is going to be around how many people are vaccinated. I mean, we could think of a lot of different things, but if you've got more people vaccinated, the more protected we are, the more protected we are for any virus that would be coming, the variations of the virus. So that vaccination is key, yet the supply is not where it should be. We did talk to her about, she's very excited. I think we were leading even just having one mobile unit to her is something that not everybody is doing, but should be doing. We still have the potential of having the 3, maybe 4 mobile units from Desert Imaging. The problem there is that we can't commit to anything because of the volume. And if we ask for them and get the personnel, but we don't have the volumes to be able to get those mobile units going in the right direction. So working very close with the commissioner still insists that if we could show that we're providing it to the rural areas, that they would be over and above that the vaccines that they could give us would be over and above. And we mentioned, because of the supply, it's really difficult to commit to anything. Just as a heads up, Betsy and I have talked about maybe the potential of purchasing the mobile units simply because it's really hard to maintain a partnership. We have to collaborate with them, and we need a driver, and they have liability issues like insurance and so forth. And so that makes it a little difficult. So we're trying to, I've asked Nicole to start talking to them a little bit about, I know they had mentioned, sort of slightly mentioned that they would be interested as well if we wanted to purchase them. They just wanted to be able to help the community and whatever we thought was best. And so we're looking into that. UMC is also, since they're equipped with those mammograms, that would help them as well to do different things, but we don't know what the level of, is it digital? Is it something that we would have to upgrade? Is it ready to be used right now? So UMC and Maria Sempini will look at whether it'd be better just to purchase the mobile units without all the other equipment that they have. So they're trying to study that, because I think we're going to have our hands full, not only for the vaccine, testing would be another one, but also what I said earlier, that a lot of individuals are keeping from going to clinics. They're not taking care of themselves because of the fear of going to hospitals. So those mobile units could also add that dimension of being able to see patients and see their health from their health perspective. So trying our best, to these mobile units would really give us another way of reaching all our vulnerable community. And but like I said, it's difficult not having. And she was thinking it might be 2 to 3 weeks out before we get back to the normal supply, not even more, but to a normal supply. So not sure what's going on there with Texas not getting their fair share. I know we're ranked about 47th in Texas, yet we're the best here in Texas as far as the actual distribution once we get it. So I'll leave it at that. Commissioner Stout.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, Judge, if you had any insight, or if the commissioner had provided you with any insight as to why we're seeing lower levels of allocation. So it's not just El Paso that's receiving lower levels; it's the whole state. Is that what you understand?
That's right, and they blame manufacturing that they weren't able to ramp up as fast as they could, and they thought that J&J would be, really a huge help. Except there's some resistance to the J&J in some communities, thinking that it's of a lesser quality because it's 74%. So there's a little bit of a stigma as to why they're using it with certain areas, and so I think they're just trying to figure out, how do we, if we do manufacture, is the demand going to be there? And what kind of demand do we have? So it's very manufacturer related, but not sure why just Texas seems to be ranking so low in the distribution.
Yeah, I was really wondering about that, because I've heard so much lately about people going to Midland for vaccines, and why is it that Midland has, sounds like a surplus, because if people from El Paso are able to get, I don't know if you could call it a surplus, but I just know a lot of folks in El Paso that were able to very quickly sign up for vaccines in Midland, and we're still having problems getting folks signed up here. And so
New Mexico is doing very well. New Mexico is one of the top, and a lot of people also going to Alamogordo from El Paso. So one of the worst things that can happen if people start looking for alternatives and options. From accidents happening to going to other places when they don't need to, and just all these things. But you're right. How they can handle, and what I understand is they're just registering like you would here, but they're registering in Midland or Odessa and different places. So yeah, a lot of discrepancies at this time. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, Betsy. Back to you to see who's next.
Commissioner Leon, do you have an update?
Yes, real quick to follow up on something that you said, Judge. As far as elective surgeries, I was in a conversation with Jacob over the weekend, and that buy that they made over on Mesa Street, that surgical center, has really turned out to be a gem. I was even told that they're running pretty close to capacity, and what that means is it's making more room for people over at UMC. So I was there, I've seen it, it's a big location, and they're already starting to fill it up. So that's really, really good news. The constables continue to do a great job. They shifted a lot of their work now to help with the food giveaways, especially Constables Ugarte and Garcia working together on the east side of town, and they also will go to the west, but all as a team are doing a great job. I was in communication with the sheriff, and I asked him about COVID within the jail, and he said that they're doing very well. They've got 2 employees that are currently under the COVID quarantine and 2 inmates. So that's awfully good news for as many people as come in and come out of there. So my short report this week. Thank you.
Yeah, no, and our hats off to Sheriff Wiles from the very beginning. I think he did exceptional things to, divert a really potential problem that we had in other areas, the quarantine at the beginning of anybody coming in, and I think that really halted some future problems that we might have had. So thank you for reminding us that they're working hard and doing the best they can. Constable Ugarte and Garcia, they've been so helpful for the food banks and everywhere. So,
and Judge, just to reinforce something you just said, that at the jails, they're really preventing 2 things. Number one, that the population in the jail, to include the employees, and also that those viruses don't bleed out of that jail into the El Paso population. So they've maintained it very well and prevented a big headache.
I agree. Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Betsy.
Commissioner Stout?
I don't have much to update. A lot of what's been discussed. We've talked about some of the things that I was going to update on the discussions that I've had with folks at UMC. And so one thing that I did want to bring up is this next relief bill. So we've seen it in the news, but we haven't really heard at court officially. It looks like the county is going to be getting close to $170 million. And so I just wanted to say we need to get on figuring out what we want to take that money and utilize it for. But I think that there's lots of needs that we could fill, and lots of gaps that we could fill, whether it's more with the homelessness situation, with the vaccines and the testing, with the immigrant. With the folks coming in from the MPP program that have been waiting in Juarez, as well as if Title 42 ends up going away, our immigrant services, and so I'm not sure at what point we're gonna start having discussions about that, but I think we need to do it sooner rather than later, because it's coming, and we need to be ready and have. If it were transportation shovel-ready projects, right? So I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a note in that in my update as well. Commissioner Robinson?
Just want to report that we still have a considerable number of people that's not in the shelters, who are in the alleyways, that need shelter, need food, but I'm still concerned about the fact that they are clustered in close quarters, in tents, etc. That the vaccine, not having the vaccine, could cause the spread of the virus. So we definitely need to have more attention to that area, to do some outreach to get those individuals taken care of. One is how do we get them off, how and when do we get them off the street? Number one. Then number two is how soon can we get the vaccinations for them? Because it's going to be a problem if we don't tackle it now. That's all I have right now.
Thank you,
sir.
Commissioner.
Commissioner O'Gean?
Yes, I actually wanted to thank our community services department staff for some recent efforts that they made out in Saneli. So I don't know if y'all remember, a couple of weeks ago, we talked about a state grant that helps fund purchasing food cards, grocery cards, for families who've been negatively impacted by COVID. And these funds were really only available to colonias and colonia-like areas outside of incorporated areas within the county. So we approved an extension a couple of weeks ago because we hadn't really drawn down. We'd only drawn down, I think, about half of the funds that had been awarded. So I'm really happy to report that we made a really, really, really big push. And I just heard from Irene this morning that it seems that we are going to we've already accepted enough applications to be able to expend all of those grant funds. So thankfully, nothing will have to be returned to the state. But more importantly, we were able to sign up so many more families. And I want to thank our community services staff because they actually went. They work mostly out of the community center in Agua Dulce, and that's where folks traditionally go to make applications for assistance. But last week, they actually spent 3 days at a local nonprofit in Saneli to make sure that we reached folks that live in colonias around Saneli and the neighborhood, the neighboring communities. So I just wanted to thank our community services department for doing that. And like I said, I'm happy to report that it seems like we've spent all of that money that we needed to spend, and we won't have to be returning anything.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Is Irene there so she could hear this?
I was just looking to see if she's on. My Teams we're all having a little bit of challenges on our side with Teams. So I can't tell who all's on the meeting.
I don't see her on the participant list.
We'll definitely pass along your thanks, Commissioner, and we really appreciate the work our community services is doing. That's actually part of one of my updates. We have a request, but thank you so much. We really, really appreciate that recognition for them. They're working so hard, and they're doing it with such just such a joy in their heart to serve others. So really cannot say enough about our community services team.
I agree. Thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner.
Judge, with that, we do know that you all are aware that the American Rescue Plan was signed and funding will be forthcoming to El Paso County. We're expecting to receive $162.7 million. Funds will be distributed in 2 payments. The first payment is supposed to be paid to the county no later than May 10th, 2021. And the second payment is a year later, no later than March 10th, 2022. Funds must be spent by the end of the calendar year 2024. And while the U.S. Treasury is still finalizing guidance on the funds, during the process, as the plan was being passed between the House and the Senate, there were some restrictions that were added to the funds. The funds can be used for the COVID-19 response or negative economic impacts of it, such as assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, to specific industries like the hospitality industry, and then also for the provision of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. So where we saw revenues go down from the full year prior to the pandemic will be a place that the county consider helping supplement its own funding. It also includes an allowance for premium pay for certain eligible workers providing essential work during the pandemic. And that will be determined, the essential work will be determined by each state. and then necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure, which of course we know we have a huge need here, and we know what an impact it made on us it has made and continues to make during the pandemic. Many of your conversations today about equity have a lot to do with the access to information. So we are meeting internally, and we'll be working to either add this to the discussion with the court for the special meeting of the 25th, or setting up a special meeting with the court regarding these funds to be prepared for when they are received and to get some direction from the court. We'll be looking for the overall, just general concept as we move through. You all will be able to decide if you want to reallocate funding, but just some general guidance on areas. And then we will work with our teams to try to implement those programs that support those areas that the court's interested in funding. And then, as you know, community service has been heavily involved with managing rent, burial assistance, the financial assistance, as well as working with our community partners to meet the needs of our community. The court previously authorized us using some of the CARES funds for a period of time to increase the hours of some part-time employees to help with this work. That timeline has lapsed. We're now asking that you extend those additional hours for the community services staff. It's 2 positions that are getting an additional 10 hours each. They were part-timers. So we're asking to extend that time and to add a temporary position in an amount not to exceed $17,000 to assist the department with providing the assistance in response to COVID-19. So the total would be approximately $40,000 out of our existing CARES funds, and it is really a vital request that we have to our continual efforts as we prepare for additional resources as well. This department has been extremely responsive to the pandemic and the needs of our community. So we'd be requesting today for the extension of the part-time hours for the two employees and a temporary position not to exceed $17,000 to assist with this department's programs.
Would that be the motion, Betsy, as you stated it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so moved.
And would that be through the end of the year, Betsy, the extension of these temporary employees? Is that the timeline that we're looking at? And then we'll look at that again? It
would be through the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout. Okay. Commissioner Stout.
You're muted, Commissioner.
I'm sorry. Aye. That's the first time that's ever happened to me, I promise.
It's the worst one. The first one's the worst.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And that concludes our report for today. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say that I think that we should have a one meeting on its own for the new relief topic instead of putting it together with other topics. I think that it will take up enough space to, I think, it merits its own meeting. And I would also request that we have some type of presentation on other programs that are going to be funded through the relief program. And so we're not just looking at what El Paso County is getting, like kind of in a vacuum, but so we have an idea where we can supplement and fill gaps and things like that. Because I know that a lot of other programs have to do with housing and food and things like that are other programs that are outside of what we're getting, that we can help either supplement or just so we understand kind of like fully what's coming.
Yes, sir. And we may need a little bit of time because there's, separate from the funding coming to the county, there's almost $1 billion coming to the school districts and the small municipalities and the city of El Paso, when you add them all together. And separate from that, there's a separate grants and funds that will be coming out for specific projects, specific areas. The rent and utility assistance bill, I think, is 500. It's its own. I want to say it's over 500 million, and I might even be wrong. I might even be in the billions. So definitely we'll need to a little bit of time to collect more information about what those are going to actually cover and what gaps are going to be in those. So we would ask just if we could have a little bit of time for that. You may have also seen in my update last Friday, I'm going to be asking for some assistance for this program because this is, you look at the last time we received this large of a fund, which would have been 2012 when we received $110 million in bond money. We need some project management assistance to stay on top of this funding. And I'll be speaking with you all directly about that. But we definitely need some help to make the best use of those funds in a very timely manner. So we're internally strategizing, and then we'll be making that proposal to you very soon. But we'll also be putting the information together.
That's great to hear. I mean, I think that 100% we need to have project management with this, and you know, I mean, even for example, talking to Jacob at UMC, right? Hospitals are not getting direct allocation this time around, so they're going to be running out of their COVID money, I think, in April, and so, you know, there may be some things that we could help with our hospitals. I mean, there's just so much that we need to talk about. But I'm glad that we're. So next week is the meeting. Is that what you're saying? Is that enough time for you?
Friday.
Tomorrow. Oh wait, that would be an open meeting. Is that concerned? We will work diligently to put it together as quickly as possible, sir.
But Betsy, that's a great idea with Commissioner Stout. I think the other one is also maybe look at, and I know you do it, but to look at what worked for us and what maybe didn't work for us or what didn't have the bang for the dollar, you know, sort of a little bit of an assessment of where we used the money, and then how well did we do, or how could we have done better. And then the other one, I'm wondering if, you know, we do have a community of excellence that already meets, which is the hospitals, the city, the county, the school districts are part of the community of excellence. And I'm wondering if we could sort of meet to see that we don't duplicate or see what they're doing that we're doing, kind of thing. And this is one time that, you know, they brag a lot on us on this collaborative kind of focus that we have, especially now with the mayor and I, almost two, 3 times a day we're calling on something. And so, but this is an opportunity to make sure that maybe we could sort of look at it from a community-wide, and where some of the areas of you know, that we could use this money for a little bit better, like broadband, and saying, can everybody cooperate towards broadband, instead of we do broadband, but then somebody else does something different that might not have the same impact as we do. So I don't know if you want to talk to Tommy about this idea of taking advantage of the community of excellence relationship that we have now, as you know, with all of us. And you participated in some of the Malcolm Baldrige and they, if we ever want to win a national community of excellence, this is a moment where we show that we all got together, did the right thing for the community, and there was no, hey, this is mine, you know, you do what you do and I do what I do with my money. This is a great opportunity. So anyway, just thought I'd ask you to sort of look at it from that perspective.
Absolutely. And I've already been, Judge, I think I've already been in conversations with Tommy Gonzalez, touching base on where we could partner and leverage additional funding as well. Excellent. Because if there is other funding out there to be drawn down from these other programs, one of the things that strengthens our application is when we have a partnership and we're both willing to bring something to the table. And I can see that not just being with the city, but possibly with the smaller municipalities and the schools for broadband funding, other infrastructure, and so many other things that we can work together. And all the things you mentioned, all of you mentioned, not duplicating, being complementary, we'll definitely work towards, and the assessment. Some of it is early on to tell, but we already have learned some things about like our agreements, what we should have done differently, and we can definitely be prepared for that. So we look forward to talking to you about those.
What a great thing for our community. I mean, what an opportunity for our community to really do what's best for everybody, and not, you know, they look at it from their sort of, from their lane, and we look at it from our lane, and we realize we could have helped each other do something a little bit better. So anyways, let's see how open they are to that kind of approach. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you, sir. That concludes this item for us, Judge.
Thank you. Okay, Caesar?
Moving on to item number 8 under County Administration. Receive a report and discuss the CARES Act grant and the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act 2021.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from Budget and Fiscal Policy. My office continues to work closely with the county departments on these eligible expenses under the CARES Act. Expenses and purchase orders to date currently total just over $21.1 million, while commitments currently total $2.2 million, bringing the remaining overall funding to approximately $4.2 million. Of this current balance, just over $840,000 will be used to cover ongoing PPE and operating costs. All remaining available funds have been moved to the reserve account for the court's further consideration. The current balance available for allocation under the reserve account is $3.4 million. As Ms. Keller mentioned, with the passing of the American Rescue Plan, there are and will be a lot of moving parts in the very immediate future with this funding, as they're still somewhat fluid on the guidelines. We'll continue to monitor the allowable usage of these funds as we've yet to receive that detailed drawdown and fund guidance. Upon receipt, we'll provide county administration and the court an overview of that as well. Thank you. That concludes today's update. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Wally.
Yes, sir.
Questions, comments?
I have a question, Judge.
Go ahead, Commissioner Olguin.
I'm just wondering, I think Betsy is the one that mentioned that, or no, maybe it was Commissioner Stout, that UMC's, their funds are, that they expect to have spent all of their available CARES money by April. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I think I mentioned it in my email, and Commissioner Stout mentioned it today.
So if that, they're of course going to need help from us, do we already have, you know, we only have a little bit, what I think under 4 million in our reserves before we get this new infusion of monies in May. Have we already started looking at the cost of bridging that gap once UMC loses or uses its CARES funding in April until we get the larger influx of funds in May? Do we know already what some of those preliminary figures are?
So I have requested that information from UMC. This was late last week. Jacob and I discussed this, and he was going to have Michael send me some of the information about the cost of running the hub and the clinics and the outreach, as well as the mobile clinic. I don't have that number yet, but he knows I want that number, so we can look at that and bring that back to you all for some action. And I believe we lost Commissioner Leone, but we are working on it, and we should have something for you by next Monday.
And I spoke to Jacob, Commissioner, and boy, they did a lot of things over and above to help out, you know, with the COVID and personnel. And so, I mean, I feel like you do that, you know, if we cost them some of their budget kind of pressures, I mean, we should be there sort of looking at that he's not left somewhere hanging in a couple of months just because they run out. But he told him, he was trying to put together some figures, like you said, Betsy, to see what would be some of the areas of vulnerability as they run out of this money.
Yeah, no, I agree, Judge. I think definitely maintaining the hub, continuously operating has to be our biggest priority, and the clinics as well.
I agree. Wally, anything else?
That's it for this week, Judge.
Okay, well, thank you, Wally. Appreciate your update.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Miguel, are you able to get Commissioner Leon back on?
No, I've tried twice. That happened earlier, and then he just rejoined, but I'm going to keep trying. We still have
Thank
4
you.
members on.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, with your permission, can we go to the items that were pulled from the consent agenda?
Oh, that'd be excellent, sure.
Okay. Item 4S, pulled from the consent agenda by Commissioner Stout. Rescind the Commissioner's Court Order of February 8th, 2021, item number 30 on the regular agenda, to approve and authorize the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to apply for the Office of the Governor Fiscal Year 22 First Responder Mental Health Program Grant in the amount of $93,200 from October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022. No county match is required. Further authorize the county judge to sign the accompanying resolution and certification. Contract number 2021-0070. And item 4T, if I may also read it in, also pulled by Commissioner Stout. Approve and authorize the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to reapply for the Office of the Governor Fiscal Year 22 First Responder Mental Health Program Grant in the amount of $93,200 from October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022. A county match in the amount of $23,300 is required and will be met through existing staff salaries. Further authorize the county judge to sign the accompanying resolution and certification. Contract number 2021-0070.
Thank you. Commissioner Stout, go ahead.
Yeah, Judge, I just pulled it. I don't need it, Isabel. I don't need any explanation on it. I know that we voted on this recently, but I just wanted to request that in the future, I understand that the match that now that we now understand exists is going to be met through salaries, but I still think that it's important for these items where originally we thought that we weren't going to have a match, and then it turns out that we do have a match, that it's just brought up on a regular instead of on a consent agenda.
Agree.
Good afternoon, County Judge and Commissioners. Isabel Hernandez, Grants Analyst from the Budget and Fiscal Policy. The item today was put on the agenda because I myself did not realize that there was a 20% match. Last year, the Office of the Governor through BJA, this is a federal grant that's a pass-through through the state, waived the 20% match last year. However, this year there was a requirement for the 20% match, and it wasn't until the time of submission did I realize that we needed the 20% match. The grant funds will be used from the existing staff, which will turn out to probably be a better deal for us because the program staff that's assigned to this project can use some of their straight time towards this project. This project is an overtime grant. That's how we designed it for these 7 program officers, which could include peace officers and detention officers. Therefore, it's just a small portion of their straight time wages they could use for this project endeavor.
Isabel,
yes,
I think it's more the issue, and that's my fault, Commissioner. We'll make sure it's not on consent in the future when there is a match and when we thought that there wasn't going to be one. So it's completely understandable, and I thank you for bringing that up, Isabel. But we will make sure that grant matches that were not previously expected are on regular for discussion.
Yeah, I know it doesn't happen often, and I'm not, it's not that I'm worried about the amount or anything like that, or the grant itself, but just want to make sure that those things are on the regular agenda as opposed to the consent. That's it. So thank you,
We'll
Isabel,
take
for
care.
your work on all of this.
Good observation, Commissioner. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners. But I just may add, if I could just add, come the fall when we are, if and when we are awarded, they may grant us a match waiver. So we'll bring it back to Commissioners Court at the time of the acceptance for the award if there's a change in the match.
Thank you.
Okay, great. I'll move to approve both items. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
You're unmuted, Commissioner, but I don't know if we can hear you.
Did we lose him?
Oh.
Commissioner Leon, are you there? His icon is up.
He's on, but he may not be able to hear us.
Okay. Commissioner Leon, if you can hear us, you can present your vote.
I'm sorry.
And,
Aye.
oh, there you are. Thank you. Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 11, litigation, justice, and law enforcement. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the interlocal agreement between El Paso County and El Paso MHMR, doing business as Emergence Health Network, for the operation of a crisis intervention team from March 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $329,690. Funds are available in General Fund, General Administrative Contingency. Contract number 2021-0178.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge. It's Commander Ryan Urrutia from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, the Patrol Commander.
Go ahead, Mr.
Okay, Judge, we're here. This is a previous line item from the new budget year. It was funded for the last 6 months of this budget cycle. We will begin training here in the next couple of weeks. Our interlocals are agreed upon between El Paso County and the EHN board. So we are ready to start our training. Our personnel has been selected, as well as our sergeant that will oversee the program.
Commander, I believe what's changed, and one of the reasons why we asked that the item come back to the agenda, is when it was originally discussed during budget, the court originally discussed funding positions for the sheriff's office. Since that time, I believe the approach has slightly changed. And please correct me if I'm wrong, Commander. I think we're going to try using some existing positions, but the funding will be helping to support the resources at EHN. Is that correct?
So the court agreed to fund the supervisory position, which will be the sergeant, and the EHN staff. Now, the sheriff's office is providing 3 people, 3 deputies, so that's our contribution. And the county also agreed to buy a vehicle. So that's where we're at with it. This team will deploy within the county for all emergency health issues, all mental health issues, anything where, you know, somebody's got suicidal thoughts, any type of mental health evaluation that needs to be done. So it'll remove those calls from service from our normal patrol officers and put it onto these crisis intervention teams. But they'll be specially trained and teamed up with a clinician from EHN to handle these dynamic situations.
So if there's no questions, we need the motion to approve the interlocal agreement with El Paso MHMR doing business as Emergence Health Network.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just trying to.
You
ahead,
muted
Commissioner
yourself?
Stout.
You muted yourself?
Sorry. Did I mute myself?
You're good.
I told you that's the first time I've ever done that. Okay, let me figure out where I put my notes. Okay, well, I mean, first of all, I just want to thank the sheriff and Chief Urrutia for your help with this program. And I'm really happy that we're able to work on this, and I think it's really really important, definitely in the spirit of community policing that people like our colleague Commissioner Leon worked on when he was police chief, and as well as the sheriff throughout his years in law enforcement. And so I'm glad to see this at the county. And just a couple of questions. How long is the pilot going to run before we have results to assess it? And do you have expansion plans that we should think about for budgeting now? That
Well,
you can think of?
I think, I'm sorry, Commissioner?
Go ahead.
So I think expansion as the community grows is always going to be something that's going to be on the table. I think we need to see in the first 6 months what the calls for service look like from coming in from the community, as well as us identifying calls that are coming in. So anything mental health, we want these units to handle. They'll have the mental health experts with them to make those recommendations on which way to go. So expansion, like I said, expansion's always on the table depending on what we see in this first 6 months. So the agreement is for 18 months. So I think after the first 6, we will definitely have a very good idea of which direction we need to go. In the previous agenda items that you just approved, they also had growth already built in them for one more clinician and one more deputy. So the team next year will already see a grant-funded position added to it. So we're trying to expand by any means we can to better serve the community.
And Commissioner, we have asked our team to watch for this. Of course, this next fiscal year, the county's going to absorb. We budgeted this for 6 months of the year. So automatically, you're going to see an increase in your FY22 budget to fund this for a full year. And then also, we are watching for and expecting, after some period of time, an increase, because when this was originally presented, as you all may recall, this is a very scaled down version of what we originally were visioning. And so we expect that this will scale up over time. So budgets were just submitted on Friday. And so we are looking to see for any increases to be projected for these programs.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I definitely would advocate for doing, for expanding. That's part of the reason why I had ended up voting against last time, is because I didn't think it was large enough. But I also wanted to ask you if there are any like companion actions that are going to go along with this. For example, does it connect any way with just overall sheriff officer training, or and are there ways that you all are enhancing that?
We are already working with the HN and alongside with the El Paso Police Department that already has their CIT team in using their proven developed training, and also in our policy development. So they've got an established policy, so we're modeling our policy along their lines that serves our department and the community to the best.
Okay, and then we're going to keep looking out for. I know we had the grant application today, and we had another one recently. We're planning on continuing to try to look for grant applications and other ways to help fund, right?
Absolutely. We're looking both through the Council of Governments, through federal funding, any funding sources we can identify and apply for, we will.
Great. That's all. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Let us know if there's anything that we can do to help. I mean,
okay, I appreciate that. We're looking forward to it, and we're
in this
excited.
program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commander. Go ahead, Caesar, with a vote.
Judge, I've got a quick question.
Oh, absolutely. Commissioner Leon?
Yes, Betsy and Commander, maybe as we go forward, because of the pandemic, I know there's been more calls involving family fights, more calls involving people that have suffered because of the quarantining and staying home. And as we move forward, maybe we can use some of the CARES Act funding that we have or is coming to infuse into this this new unit, because I see that it's so critically needed that, you know, just even one life saved would make such a big impact. But if we can keep an eye on it to, I agree, right now it's sort of like a skeleton type of program, but I know it's going to work. I know it's going to be effective. So if we could just keep an eye on that, that maybe we can use some of those fundings for that.
And you know, most of the medical professionals leading sort of what's going to happen after COVID, and they're already seeing that, is a tremendous amount of need for mental health. So anything we could carve out in the area of mental health, because it's going to be, if you look at the biggest challenge, one is obviously the health, that people delayed health, but mental health is really generalized throughout our population for different reasons, the quarantines, losing of people, knowing of someone who lost someone. So anything that we could do from mental health, like in this area, it's going to be very helpful, because I think the county's going to have to be extremely motivated after the pandemic to do a lot of things in the area of mental health.
Okay, thank you.
And we will track that, yes, sir. And we'll double check the guidance as it comes out and look for any potential possibility to use funding for that purpose.
Thank you, Betsy, and thank you, Commander.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Court.
Go ahead, Caesar.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Item number 12, Economic Development. Discuss and take appropriate action on the period furnishings and artifacts acquired by the San Elizario Genealogy and Historical Society in accordance with the County Service Agreement for Operations, Maintenance, and Promotion of Los Portales Museum and the Old County Jail.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Michael Hernandez, and I'm honored to be with you as El Paso County's Economic Development Director. I'm excited about joining a strong team and working on impactful projects that provide more opportunities for our community, from the FASTER program that's helping small businesses right now get through the pandemic to the ambitious aerospace work happening at the Fabens Airport. One of our other important initiatives is highlighting our region's rich history. This item addresses some of that happening in San Elizario, which features Los Portales Museum. The museum and the nearby jail are owned by the county. The county, for the past 20 years, has contracted with the San Elizario Genealogical and Historical Society to operate the museum. We've relied on the group and the public to help fill the museum with important historical items, and we are grateful for that participation. We are excited about our current effort right now, where we've contracted with a videographer to capture through video and photographs some of those items and to put that together for a virtual tour of the museum. Recently, we've understood that there has been a lack of a documentation tied to when and how some of those objects came into the museum and who owns some of those objects. Our staff recently conducted an inventory of those objects, and we're trying to untangle that challenge of determining who owns what. We've also learned that there is some contention over the ownership of some of those items. I'm happy to spell that out a little bit further in executive session. This item is set for that, and present some possible solutions, as well as get the court's guidance on how to proceed forward. I'm happy to take your questions. I believe we might have a few folks who were interested in signing up. I'm not sure if they did so, but I'm happy to get any questions and any other feedback from the community.
Miguel, do we have anyone on the line?
Judge, we did not receive any request for public comment on this item.
Well,
And Judge,
you beat
if you all would like-
Michael, you beat me to, it's your debut, and we're extremely, extremely excited. I've had all the opportunities to meet you in your other role, and just your success and your partnership with other, everyone in the community is just exceptional. So personally, I know everyone here, I speak on behalf of the Commissioners Court, that we're extremely pleased to have the caliber of an individual that we have in you. And so we welcome you to your debut. And write it down, okay? What was your first your first day, and what was the topic? Because I think it'll be really important where you go from here. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Judge. Thank you.
Judge, if you all would like to wait till after executive session to act on this item, you may. That way we can have the discussion and provide any additional details. And we'd ask that we come back to this item. I will tell you, that's another, I'm full of mistakes today. That was it should have been a public comment to introduce Michael. We are so pleased and so proud to have him. We've always felt like he was on the county team, even when he was in Horizon Economic Development Corporation. But now It's really great to have him in our county family, and we're so pleased that he started with us. So we really look forward to all we can achieve together and how he's going to help us get to even a next level with economic development.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome,
I told Alderman Miller that I felt really bad about 30 seconds or so about taking you away from Horizon. No, but really, it's a great partnership with them. I know that's going to be one of the most important partnerships we might have, is they're growing tremendously. And so you having been there and now here, I think it's going to help both them and us equally. So once again, welcome.
Thank you, and I agree. There are some really exciting things happen throughout El Paso County, and I look forward to supporting those efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So we can come back to this item. I think we have a few more items before we go into executive.
Sure.
Moving on to item number 14 from Public Works. Approve and authorize the County of El Paso to partner with the Canutillo Independent School District to host an antenna point at the Canutillo Road and Bridge Warehouse, along with 80 county light poles throughout the Canutillo, Westway, and Vinnen communities, to broadcast internet signal and enhance internet connectivity. If approved, a final agreement will be presented to the court at a later date.
Hi, good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Jose Landeros, the Planning and Development Department. Thank you for Ms. Malacios to place this item on your agenda for consideration. This stems from the county's involvement in partnership with the Digital El Paso initiatives that have been relaunched in the past year. We know the importance of broadband more than ever before, and what has transpired is the development of a proof of concept in the Canutillo ISD community. Upon the beginning of the pandemic, Canutillo ISD took it upon themselves to develop a long-term and sustainable solution for the access to broadband issue that all school districts across the country are facing today. That allowed them to develop this scalable project that uses public infrastructure to create a public Wi-Fi system specific for their students and their families. This proof of concept is actually something that is attempted to be replicated nationwide because of the involvement that this project has from the partners at Cisco Systems to all of the other partners that have come together on this project. This project is also being evaluated to be replicated down in the Cotton Valley to help meet the needs of the school districts in Fabin, San Elizario, Tornillo, and Clint ISD, who are also facing a similar challenge in providing broadband access to their students. What this project does is take school district infrastructure for the purpose of providing internet access and use publicly owned and privately owned vertical assets, which effectively means anything tall, whether it's streetlights, flagpoles, even manufactured homes, things that are up high enough off the ground to actually be able to transmit and extend the broadcast signal for wireless internet. The county's infrastructure services warehouse in Ganotillo has been identified as an asset that something could be placed on top of. Additionally, Ganotillo ISD and the Ganotillo Connect Coalition are working with El Paso Electric to determine if they can place similar wireless points along electric poles throughout the Ganotillo community to ensure that access is available pretty readily. If that is successful, we have the opportunity to take this concept and make it work in the Valley, make it work in the East Montana area. And the good thing is that there are a number of resources coming together at this point in time. The court discussed the Rescue Act funding opportunities. There's also the Texas Economic Development Fund that was created after the sale of El Paso Electric to Sun Jupiter. That may be another funding source. So we're looking at ways to leverage existing resources to draw down new resources to help expand broadband access throughout the county's unincorporated and outlying areas. And we feel that this is an important starting point. So the action today is requesting that if the court agrees that we want to try and assist these broadband expansion efforts, that we work on developing the license agreements and the actual contracts with Ganotillo ISD and some of the other partners in the future to make our publicly owned resources available. The impact to the county to power these facilities is incredibly low and really doesn't compare to the benefit that students and families alike would receive from now having access to this public infrastructure. So we're asking for the court to give us direction, give staff direction to work with the county attorney's office on drafting these agreements and allow them to move forward. And then if we gain that concurrence and we gain that direction, we could then bring the formal agreement back to the Commissioner's Court at a later date. I'm available to take any questions that the court may have.
Thank you, Jose. That collaborative effort is really important. I did have an opportunity to speak to some of the board members of the electric company. They're no longer, it's Jupiter really, but they still have, and talk to the mayor as well from the city perspective on that economic impact money. And everyone seems really aligned with this idea that we need that, broadband very quickly. So a lot of support, and it might be that what we talked about earlier, sort of lay the foundation for the other things when the other money comes in so that we're not delayed in the process. So it's a great initiative. So I think we do have consensus that Jose moves forward. Is it a motion or is it's a motion? Okay.
Yeah.
Second? Go ahead.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
You're muted, Commissioner.
You're muted, Commissioner.
I think somebody's got access to my mute button from someplace, man. Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And Jose, speaking of debuts for Michael, we also want to thank you for your interim and this transition between the two. And I'm sure that you had your hands full even during the transition. So thank you for wearing the two hats. I never knew which one was where you were at one time or the other, but we want to thank you for keeping those two going in a great way. So thank you, Jose.
No, thank you, Judge. There's probably no single person happier in El Paso County than Michael started last Monday than me, followed probably by my wife, and then by my daughter. So we appreciate his service to the community and definitely look forward to working with him. And he's got a great team in economic development. We're also pivotal in the interim period. So it was my honor to be able to assist the county in that time. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Well, I know Betsy had told you were going to work half days, 12 hours. So
right.
she didn't clarify the 12-hour part. So thank you, Jose. Right. It's really nice to have someone of your caliber in either position. You do just exceptional. Thank you.
No, thank you, Judge. Commissioners.
Moving on to item number 15 from grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioner's Court for final acceptance and approval. Item number 15, approve and authorize the District Attorney's Office to apply for the Office of the Governor, Homeland Security Grants Division, Fiscal Year 22 Border Prosecution Unit Program in the amount of $2,750,000 from September 1st, 2021 through August 31st, 2023. No county match is required. Further authorize the county judge to sign the accompanying resolution. Contract number 2021-0193.
Good afternoon. My name is Curtis Cox. I'm Senior Division Chief at the District Attorney's Office. I'm overseeing the application for this grant. As described, this is a 2-year grant. It is $2.75 million. There is no match required, so no county funds are involved in this grant. And in fact, there is a $55,000 line item which returns to the county general fund to cover incidental expenses in administering the grant. What the grant does is it funds the Border Prosecution Unit. Those prosecutors are involved in prosecuting organized criminal activity, high-level drug trafficking across the border, high-level human trafficking cases. It also funds the training of law enforcement officers throughout what is referred to as Region 1, which is a group of more than 20 counties from El Paso, about halfway down the Rio Grande Valley. And our prosecutors train law enforcement and prosecutors in other counties in how to prosecute these cases more effectively. The grant also funds other specialized training coordinators who also work with law enforcement officers in the smaller counties that don't have access to these resources. But this grant is funded completely by the Office of the Governor, and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Curtis. Questions, comments?
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, and welcome.
Item number 16, approve and authorize the El Paso County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigations Division Narcotics Section to apply for the 2022 Local Border Security Program grant from the Office of the Governor, Homeland Security Division in the amount of $568,427.52 from September 1st, 2021 through August 31st, 2022. No county match is required. Further authorize the county judge to sign the accompanying resolution. Contract number 2021-0171.
Oh, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, my name is Sergeant Jerome Washington, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I'm the supervisor for the narcotics unit. I'm here on behalf of the Sheriff's Office to request again approval and authorization to apply for the local Border Star Security Grant in the amount stated, $568,427.52. There is no county match. It's for the purposes of overtime and mileage. It is to help our units continue their operations past their normal hours and ease the department's overtime burden.
I think
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Leon, sorry. Yeah, you're muted.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't get your full title and name.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. My name is Sergeant Jerome Washington.
Oh, Sergeant Washington, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Likewise.
Commissioners Court will now recess into. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Navis, hi. Yes, before going into executive session, I need the court to make a finding for item number 17B. That is pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0725, discuss contract negotiations with the El Paso Sports Commission for the operation and management services of the El Paso County Coliseum. This is being requested to go under that specific provision of the Texas Government Code. In order to do so, the court needs to make specific findings on the record, which will then become part of your motion. And so your motion would be that the Commissioners Court unanimously vote that the deliberations in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect of the Commissioners Court in negotiations with the El Paso Sports Commission for the operation and management of the El Paso County Coliseum. The information will include recommendations as to what the county's negotiation position should be, and the court must be free to analyze the business and financial concerns without undermining the county's position. Therefore, I'm asking that this item be taken under executive session and that all deliberations also take place in closed session. I would further request that the court direct the clerk to ensure that all proceedings in closed session be recorded. And so with that, I'd like the court, if you agree, to make a finding to have this discussion in executive session. If so, can I have a motion, a second, and then a vote by the court, please?
So moved. Second. We're not quick enough. Okay, motion by Commissioner Holguin, second by me.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 17A through 17G and addendum item number 21, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0725, 551.071, and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business. But we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the man information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the man information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Está más big, tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spayed and neutered services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help.
Okay, go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 18, discuss and take appropriate action regarding temporary disposition of decedent services.
There's no action on this one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Betsy.
No, same thing, no action.
No action on item 18. Item number 19, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the El Paso County Federal Nomination Package for the Downtown Historic District.
There's no action on this item.
Item number 19, no action. We're going to jump to item number 12 from Economic Development. Discuss and take appropriate action on the period furnishings and artifacts acquired by the San Elizario Genealogy and Historical Society in accordance with the County Service Agreement for Operations, Maintenance, and Promotion of Los Portales Museum and the Old County Jail.
No action on this item.
Item 12, no action. Item number 20, discuss and take appropriate action on the pending EEOC claim and potential litigation of charge number 453-2021-00291, County Attorney's File number 003221EE.
No action.
No action on item 20. Item number 22, addendum to the agenda, regular session. Discuss legal rights and remedies regarding Governor Abbott's Executive Order GA34, County Attorney's File number 003821AA.
Good evening, County Judge, Commissioners. Jed Unterrecker, Assistant County Attorney. I am asking the court for a motion authorizing the County Attorney's Office to file an amicus brief in support of the City of Austin and Travis County in the case styled State of Texas versus the City of Austin and County of Travis, Texas et al. This is D-1-GN-21-01-001046. If this matter is brought before an appellate court or the Texas Supreme Court.
So
moved. Second.
Who got it? Oh.
I got the second, but
yeah, you did. Flip a coin. Oh, there's three of us. Three coin two ways. Rock, paper, scissors. All right, let's go.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Jed, thank you very much. As you know, we're very supportive. We want people to wear their masks, and I'm hoping that we're able to assist in any way to make sure that happens throughout Texas. So thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Jed.
And that completes all the items on our agenda today, Judge.
Well, thank you. So see why we need daylight savings time? I mean, this is the perfect reason. So we got a little bit of more light going into our meeting. So no, thank you, everyone, and thank you. I know it's a long meeting, but as always, extremely productive. Commissioners, thank you for all your hard work and focus in your precincts, and Betsy and your team, and Caesar, everybody else, Miguel and Alexis. Thank you very much for all you do and being close to the process throughout the 15 hours, I think you said, Commissioner Stout, more or less. So thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good evening.
You too, sir. Thank you. This concludes today's meeting at 8:23 p.m.
Thank you. Be safe out there. Thanks.
Good night, everyone.